The whole world turned into a lifeless wash of dull gray, and it mirrored his stalled-out life perfectly. He trudged down the street with his chin to his chest, shoulders sagging under the crushing weight of yet another failed job interview. He could only fantasize about being some kind of superior force draped in goddesses' attention because reality had nailed him as a total failure. As he stepped out for his interview, his thoughts slid straight back to the tiny apartment he shared with his sister, where her bright, cheerful voice still echoed in his head. She flashed a bright smile and promised him a hamburger dinner no matter what, even if he couldn't land the job. Her sweet little prayer to their dead parents for his success only sank him deeper into guilt, because ever since that brutal traffic accident took their lives 3 years ago, his tiny sister has been day trading stocks just to keep the family afloat. He flung his head back in pure frustration, begging his mind to shut up while the weight of his responsibilities crushed him. He had to smash that endless streak of rejections and land a real, permanent job finally, so he could properly support her. Her excited request for sukiyaki and fresh pudding still rang in his head, and it lit a fire under him. He pushed forward, pushed the door open and stepped into the outside world, and a weird little smile snapped onto his face. For a split second, the world on his screen snapped to pitch black. With just 5 minutes left before his interview, a sudden blaring horn ripped his focus to shreds. He spun around in pure horror just as a giant truck thundered straight at him, and the driver's face was packed with the same terrified panic. He scrambled backward in a panic, trying to slip out from under the vehicle's crushing weight. The truck slammed hard into the nearby pole, and somehow he walked away, still miraculously unhurt while he panted in stunned shock. Just as he barely registered that he was still alive, a violent clatter rattled from the wreckage behind him. A stampede of panic horses exploded from the cargo hold, their massive hooves smashing his fragile body into nothing. He jolted awake in a blinding, endless white void, heart pounding as he wondered, did he just ascend to heaven? A strange woman leaned in and told him, straight up, that he'd actually died in the most brutally unfortunate way, trampled by a horse. Tears poured down his face as the truth hit. He'd fallen into a traffic accident, just like his parents. He snapped out of his grief when that surprisingly beefy goddess came charging over and yelled at him for ignoring her. Panic hit him like a truck, and his brain blurted out a brutal insult about her looks, so she snapped back with a fast, furious smack to the head. She leaned in with a chilling grin and a brutal choice: either be reborn into a terrifying new world or just vanish forever. Refusing to go out for good, he kept his ears open as she swore she'd give him a special power for this fresh start, because in this new world, it worked just like an RPG, and he'd have to hunt monsters to level up. He shot down her idea of becoming a knight and then tore into a digital list loaded with ridiculously overpowered cheat skills. He figured if he cranked his experience points up by 20, he could turn a whole lifetime of growth into just 5 explosive years. With a deep, respectful bow, he officially chose the 20 times experience multiplier like it was the divine gift he was meant to wield. The goddess clung to him in a vice-tight embrace, squeezing his head as she laughed off every desperate plea for personal space. With one bright, cheerful goodbye, she blinked out of existence. Then he was left alone, staring down the decision that was now all on him. He froze in the blank white silence, and the moment it hit, he knew he wasn't ready for this new reality. His panic screams for the goddess to come back. Then a nearby bed answers with the loud rustle of blankets. A totally different goddess, way younger, popped out from under the covers, and you could tell she was absolutely furious about his screaming. She casually told him she'd grant him that power without realizing her predecessor had already pulled the same move. Right as he was about to explain everything, she slammed the blessing into place, then vanished into thin air. He just kept spinning in disbelief, realizing he'd gotten a second divine gift by some pure administrative mix-up. A blinding flash tore through his sight as his soul got yanked across dimensions. He crumpled onto the unforgiving stone floor, clutching his head as teleportation dizziness slammed into him, then forced himself upright and realized he was standing there alone in a massive, empty temple. A bobbing sign pointed him straight to a nearby book, and he cracked it open like it might bite. The pages shimmered and warped into Japanese on their own, and suddenly the meaning hit him with zero effort. He realized he'd been dropped straight into the Ozo world, an eerie place packed with other people who'd been transported there too. He followed the book's instructions, slammed his status screen open, and a blazing holographic panel snapped into existence. He stared at his RPG-style stats, grimacing at how low his level was and realizing he still hadn't picked a single job. The manual basically told him, no job means no stat boosts and no skills, plain and simple. Then he double-checked his powers, and there it was. The first goddess's 20 times boost running full steam. He couldn't believe it. The second goddess handed him the exact same gift, and it recklessly stacked on top of the first, exploding his experience rate to 400 times. He exploded into manic laughter because the moment he understood what this stack multiplier could do, it hit him this thing was ridiculously overpowered. Still breathing through the shakeup, he admitted he couldn't level up for real until he landed the right job. He grabbed the little cloth bag meant for him and read the note that said it could stash food or collect supplies he could sell to traders. He stared in pure amazement as his arms plunged deep into that seemingly bottomless, magic inventory bag. The guidebook told him to sprint straight to the northern city of Florence and officially swap his job. Map clutched in his hand, he shoved the heavy temple doors wide and stepped into the unknown like it was calling his name. A towering wall of forest slammed into his senses the moment he arrived, the thick canopy choking out almost all the sky. He gazed up at the unfamiliar leaves, then took his first shaky steps into the wild. He spun around and watched the temple door melt into the trees like it was never there, stunned by the world's soft, living magic. His adventure got wrecked. In one stumble, he landed on a squishy slime, popped it instantly, and right on cue, a victory notification blasted across the screen, leaving behind a tiny glowing loot drop from the defeated monster. He locked eyes on the last puddle, stunned at how painfully real it felt, like the world had copied a video game straight into his life. A sudden chime ripped through his ears, and just like that, he somehow leveled up from that pitiful little encounter. He flicked on his holographic status and froze, because in one blink, he had shot straight up to level 3. He pumped his fist, grinning hard because the insane pace of his progress was blowing his mind. Creeping through the bushes, he spotted 2 huge horned rabbits munching in the clearing, and he clutched a heavy stone in his fist, ready to prove his hunting skills. With a thunder-fast heave, he hurled the rock straight at his unaware target. He winced, raising those blood-soaked rabbit carcasses, and realized hunting demanded a stomach of steel right when multiple brand-new jobs started lighting up in his system. He locked eyes on his status screen, stunned, and then watched new skills unlock, even though he had 0 official job to justify any of it. He finally understood it. His 400 times experience boost meant that dropping 2 rabbits was basically the same as wiping out 800. A sudden light bulb hit him. Getting no job wasn't a punishment at all. It was a special class that let him learn skills without limits. He panicked for a split second when he accidentally tried to delete the no job title, then snapped the prompt away fast. He chose to stay locked in that no job status, and deep down, he knew it was hiding benefits nobody had ever seen before. Gazing up at the tangled forest canopy, he owned it. This was the world's most overpowered, unemployed guy, and he was thrilled to be exactly that. He burst out of the tree line, eyes snapping wide at the towering multi-tier maze city sprawled out in front of him. A towering stone archway screamed, "Welcome" at Florence, and the foreign letters carved into it might as well have been nonsense to him. A bright, smiling female guard welcomed him at the gate and told him to press his hand onto a crystal ball to prove who he was. Nervous sweat drenched him as she laid it all out that the crystal would sniff out criminals, and his empty job status had him terrified. It had sparked trouble. The crystal shimmered in peace, and he coughed up the entrance tax using the temple's own coins. He wandered into the bustling trade district, totally swallowed by the sheer size of this fantasy metropolis. Huddled under the stairs among the demi-humans and armored explorers, he suddenly felt painfully out of place. His modern business suit stood out like a sore thumb. He ducked into a nearby clothing store, and a ridiculously muscular woman in a simple black dress greeted him. He yanked off his suit vest and asked the shopkeeper if she'd buy it so he could finally get his hands on some casual clothes. His jaw practically hit the floor when she tossed him an insane offer: 3 massive gold coins for that simple garment. She told him his honesty as a brand new explorer felt like fresh air, and then hit him with the price an entire year's worth of her shop's revenue. The shopkeeper leaned in and spilled the truth. Rich researchers back from other worlds were going crazy for these items, and that's why the prices were so ridiculously high. When she couldn't pull off that much gold on the spot, she batted her eyes and flirted with him to come back the next day for his payment. He stormed out of the store, clutching his brand-new comfy casual clothes, grinning from ear to ear at the insane luck that just made him rich. Chasing bigger paydays, he swaggered straight into the food market, ready to unload every piece of hunted game he de-snagged. He stomped into the crowded guild hall, and those rough, monstrous-looking adventurers closing in around him nearly crushed his courage. Massive, heavily armored giants and chilling plague doctors towered over him, shrinking his world until he felt utterly helpless. That adorable rabbit-eared receptionist politely demanded his explorer ID, and he froze there, completely dumbfounded for a second. He crumpled against the counter in defeat, realizing he couldn't legally sell his rabbit meat unless he registered for a specific job class. An older, sharply dressed man named Matthias stepped in like he owned the moment, smoothly cutting through the red tape and handing him the exact fix to his bureaucratic mess. Matthias dragged him outside and laid it out fast. Those trading rules weren't suggestions. The local store unions enforced every last bit. The old man beamed and offered to play the middleman, dodging the rules for a small, indirect fee. Matthias finally introduced himself. Only he didn't start as a grocer. He announced himself as a licensed slave trader. The protagonist jerked back in pure shock, completely rattled when slavery got brought up out of nowhere. Noticing the unease on Matthias's face, he kept his cool and told them straight. His business wasn't just goods, he also rented out skilled workers. Matthias jabbed his finger at the public certification board, bragging that these strict laws kept slaves safe from abuse and cruelty in this city. The trader broke down the insane price tag for buying a slave, making it crystal clear that demi-humans with rare special skills cost a fortune. He led the young man straight to a towering, intimidating building, the official headquarters of his trading company. Matthias parked him in a spotless modern waiting room and promised he'd bring out a slave perfectly tailored to his exact needs. He slumped awkwardly on the sofa, heart hammering with shaky anticipation as he sat there all alone, waiting. His eyes blew wide with pure awe the second the door finally clicked open, and then he slowly lifted his gaze, taking in every detail of the person stepping into the room. 2 fluffy animal ears, plus a seriously curvy, generous figure, burst into view and snapped his attention right away. A breathtaking wolf girl stepped forward and introduced herself. Haru Wada of the White Wolf clan. Rage-red blush exploded across his face as he stared at the timid but absolutely stunning demi-human right in front of him, utterly spellbound. He stood right in front of the towering guild building, eyes locked on the cold stone facade. He groaned through clenched teeth when it hit him. His no-job status was the reason they wouldn't let him in. Pacing outside, he couldn't stand the wait for Haru until she finally burst out with a bundle clutched to her arms. She leaned in close and startled him, then blurted that she'd commandeered the kitchen to butcher the rabbits herself. She thrust 1 gleaming silver coin into his hand as payment. He stared in shock at the total, turning out it was triple the price he'd expected, and she bowed apologetically as if that would somehow fix it. They stride side by side through the loud, buzzing marketplace, like trouble might jump out at any second. He urged her to hunt secrets in the local maze, because that's how she'd forge herself into a real swordsman. She snapped her head in refusal, saying there was no way she could survive for 3 more years. She stroked her white wolf ears and bragged, proud as can be, that her hearing and smell were second to none. When she claimed she could hear his stomach rumble and smell his scent, he jerked back fast, going full defense. They screeched to a stop at a street vendor and grabbed some freshly roasted BBQ pork, hot and smoky on the spot. She chomped down on the meat skewer with pure joy, eyes sparkling like she'd hit the jackpot. He spotted her tail wagging like she owned the place right as she finished her meal. As they head back, they grill each other over the brutal slave-lending rules. He marched back to the slave merchant's office and bowed with respect, Haru. He lifted his hand and waved Haru off as the merchant leaned in and started laying out her exact circumstances. So the merchant leaned in and laid out the buying rules they set for a slave's very first year. Haru's condition forced her buyer to be way stronger than her like, physically. The merchant leaned in and admitted it some powerful royal lady was already breathing down the guild's neck and squeezing them hard. Fear hit him in cold waves as he realized the noble wasn't doing anything at all. He'd just been waiting for that 1-year restriction to finally run out. He slammed the truth into his brain. There were just 10 days left until the deadline. The merchant sized up her desperate need, then slapped on a crazy high price to cut through the rules so he could sell her out right now. He let out a shaky laugh, bolted out of the shot, and got crushed by the sheer impossibility of the number. All by himself, he wrestled with the logic telling his own mind he didn't have to buy a slave, because he only needed himself. He froze in his tracks, staring dead ahead while his special experience screamed, "Boost your skills!" And his rational mind fought back. He couldn't stop replaying the goddess's words in his head, and Haru's hopeful smile hit him like a flash of light. He whipped around, eyes blazing, like pure determination had him locked in. Staring up at the sky, he suddenly decided no hesitation he was going to buy Haru. He clenched his fists, realizing he had just 10 days left before the year slammed shut. He vowed to take Haru on and beat her within 9 days to prove just how strong he really was. He strode forward with pure resolve, pushing himself to be ready for the fight that was coming. He burst onto the street right outside a plain little shop selling armor and clothes. Inside, he struck up a conversation with Magnet, a blonde former adventurer who ran the store. Magnet leaned in close and teased him with a grin, needling him for how clueless he was. Naginette planted his hands on his hips, eyes locked forward as he laid out his desperate mess. They kicked around the brutal truth of the slave collar, then talked about the White Wolf tribe's fierce pride like it was sacred. He pumped his fist like a war cry, swearing he'd become stronger than Haru no matter what. Magnet's heart flared with his spirit, and he grinned as he nodded, ready to back his mission. Magnet strapped a rock-solid chest plate on him, locked in shoulder armor, and handed him a sword. He clocked how wrecked the gear looked, and Magnet finally confessed it used to be something an old friend gave him. And Magnet snapped his gaze away, voice shaking as he relived how that friend got slaughtered by a monster. Guilt slammed into him for stealing memories that were this precious. Magnet soothed him with a warm smile, swearing the items were made for him to use. He swore he'd do his best, then bolted out the door. He flicked open the status screen and realized it. He had to actually swing the sword and use it to earn the swordsman class. He clenched the hilt tight, yanked the blade free from its sheath, and had to grit his teeth for a second because the weight surprised him. He sprinted straight for the entrance of the local monster maze. Gate guard. Solon lit up and waved him in like they'd been friends forever. She shot him a warning about what lurked inside, especially the fresh rumors that thieves had been moving in. He shot her a grateful smile, then strode into the pitch-black cavern with zero hesitation. He charged deeper down the stone steps, plunging into a gloomy tunnel. He knew he couldn't swing the sword properly yet, so he grabbed a rock and honed his throwing aim. He leaned around the corner and spotted a hulking werewolf panting in the dark shadows. He sucked in a deep breath, trying to rein in his pounding heart, and then he finally struck. Suddenly, 2 more werewolves exploded into view and snapped into a full circle around him. Panic exploded in him, and he sprinted off as fast as he could, clawing for a way to break from the rest of the pack. He bolted past 2 other adventurers, yelling for help as the wolves tore after him. Joffrey, the adventurer, and his companion Elise just stood there, staring, watching the spectacle unfold before their eyes. They didn't even help just chat like it's no big deal about dropping a bed onto his survival. Joffrey blurted out useless words to hype him up, then flat out refused to step in. He muttered a curse under his breath, then finally realized he was completely alone. Elise snapped her whip hard across the ground, and the monsters snapped their focus back from them. He skidded to a screeching stop, whipped around and confronted the snarling beasts head-on. He dropped into a low crouch, realizing all he had to do was kill 1 werewolf and his level up would finally kick in. He hardened his spirit and braced for one last, desperate counterattack. He barreled ahead, sprinting straight for the pack. He slid beneath the monster claw just as the lead wolf exploded forward to lunge at him. He clenched his throwing stone in a death grip and lined it up for the beast's bare neck. Just as he tried to swing, the wolf drove its teeth deep into his shoulder. He shrieked in pure agony as the hit slammed him down, skidding hard across the rocky floor. Pinned under the wolf, he fought like his life depended on it, its jaws snapping inches from his face. Bloodied and drained, he forced himself up on shaking legs. He slammed his boot into the ground, grinding it steady while his legs shook uncontrollably. He tore through his status screen, panicking as he found 0 new notifications. The 3 werewolves closed in around him again, and you could feel their instincts screaming as they sensed how badly he'd been hurt. Suddenly, a storm of system notifications exploded onto his screen, telling him he'd just unlocked the swordsman trainee job. A surge of pure energy detonated through him, and the world went weightless as he drew his blade. He lunged ahead at blinding speed, and the werewolves barely had time to react before they were left utterly baffled. He couldn't believe his new agility. 1 second he was far away, and the next he was already right there. He yanked his blade back, then slammed the slash skill to life. A brilliant cross-shaped energy wave tore out from his blade, slicing right through the monsters. He stood his ground as the defeated werewolves crumbled into dust behind him. His status screen erupted with a storm of level ups and brand new skills popping in one after another. He dropped to one knee, snatched up the scattered magic stones, and grabbed the wolf claws before they could get away. His parameter window exploded with fresh, insane stats and showed he'd stacked multiple job levels to prove it. He flipped through his huge list of skills, and one truth hit him hard. His real power was stacking on itself. He gasped when he finally realized his HP was in the danger zone. 1 single hit, and he was dead. While everything went to hell in front of him, Joffrey and Elise kept flirting, totally ignoring the fact that he'd just been moments from dying. He let out a heavy sigh, then charged straight into testing his brand-new job checker skill. He snapped his skill on, and job titles flared above that unsuspecting couple, floating right in front of them. He limped back to May's entrance and crashed into Solon again. Seeing how badly he was hurt, she rushed over and pressed a healing potion into his hands. He seized the tiny glass bottle with real, heartfelt gratitude. He chugged the liquid in one brutal gulp, then cringed instantly as that painfully bitter taste hit like a punch. Solon shot a quick wave and said she was headed straight to the 5th floor to patrol. Spent, drained, and done, he slammed the brakes on his exploration for the day. He hauled himself back to Magnet's shop, and the moment he stepped in, a warm welcome greeted him like a lifeline. Magnet offered him the guest room, insisting he stay there long enough to recover. Magnet smirked and hinted almost teasingly that he could pay for the room with his own body. They jumped right to it, dragging furniture like crazy to carve out his sleeping space. He lifted that heavy table like it weighed nothing, then froze, shocked by how strong his body had gotten. Once more it grinned and bolted into the kitchen to whip up dinner. He stared out the window at the crescent moon, and as it shimmered, he couldn't help but marvel at how fast he'd grown. He clenched his sword tight, and pure confidence surged through him like his future power was already within reach. Magnet snapped back into the scene and told him, "Get in a hot bath before you eat." He yanked his shirt off, still feeling that weird, unsettling closeness from Magnet's sibling-like hair. He suddenly caught Magnet peeking at him from around the corner. Magnet slapped a hand over his face, hamming up fake embarrassment like a blushing maiden who'd just been caught. Fresh as a spring morning, he slid into his seat and stared down those massive meat portions like he couldn't wait to dig in. He spotted 3 plates, and it hit him. Saloon wasn't there by himself. That spot was meant for the other guest. A violent knock rattled the front door like it meant trouble. Magnet burst over, grinning as he hurried to answer it, sure it was the gate guard. Magnet swung the door open, and there stood the security chief, dead serious and grim as sin. The chief dropped the bombshell. Solon never came back from the maze. In the dead of night, a voice snapped that Solon had vanished in the maze for 6 straight hours. A woman in a black dress lingered in the dim hallway, twisting her hands in frantic worry, desperate because the girl had vanished. Ishinojo didn't hesitate. He immediately volunteered to go search for her. The woman fired off a chilling warning. Maze thieves were lurking in the shadows, and the danger they brought was brutal. Even with the dangers screaming in his face, he refused to back down. He was dead set on chasing Solon's trail. He snapped into action, yanking on his black gloves as he got ready to vanish into the night. He sprinted through the pitch-black streets, not wasting a single second. He burst into the slave trader's shop, doubled over, and gulped air like he'd run a mile. He poured out his desperate pleas to the older man, begging for Haru just one more day, She shut that down hard, refusing to get rented out for a rescue mission this dangerous. Ichinojo let out a grunt and slammed a brutal sack packed with 20,000 gold coins onto the wooden counter. He begged again, slamming down a huge deposit to make sure she came back safe. Haru lunged a step forward, her ears twitching like crazy as she blurted out that she truly wanted to help him. Bowed to their iron resolve, the traitor finally cracked and handed Haru's swords back to her. With her weapons locked in place, the wolf girl stepped forward and proudly offered her services to her master. As they bolted toward Mei's entrance, Haru couldn't hold back and asked, wide-eyed, if the missing girl was his lover. He shot that idea down fast, swearing he couldn't just sit there and do nothing while someone was in trouble. They burst into view of the dungeon's gaping entrance, a gigantic mouth yawning wide before them. Haru lifted a tiny cup to her nose and took in Sol-Eun's lingering scent like it was a clue she couldn't afford to miss. Sniffing out the trail, she planted her finger forward and marched into the rocky tunnels with total confidence. A savage werewolf lunged into their path out of nowhere, and Ichinojo instantly snapped his blade up. He whipped his sword through a massive arc, carved straight through the beast, and dropped it instantly. A jolt of notification slammed into his head he'd leveled up, and he'd unlocked an explanation skill. He snapped on the new power and stared, blown away as that razor-sharp text hovered right in front of his eyes. Haru praised his own sword skills, then quickly shrugged and admitted it was only a basic technique. Haru pushed forward first, and they surged after him through those twisting, echoing caverns. Right before the stone staircase, she snapped that the monsters on the second floor would be way stronger. He begged her to see him as an equal, not a servant she'd keep calling master every second. She dug her heels in and flat out refused, because her clan had told her she had to bow to anyone stronger than herself. They dropped into the second floor's darker, jagged corridors, where the shadows felt like they were closing in. A roiling swarm of monstrous bats and floating horrors swooped in. The second they stepped into that huge cavern, Haru shot into the air in a blur of speed, snapping her twin blades out in a flash. She ripped through the swarm like a raging tornado, her swords snapping through the air as she dropped target after target. She touched down like a graceful storm between the dropping monsters, and Ichinojo just stood there, utterly stunned by how brutally powerful she was. He glanced at her stats, and then it hit him she'd intentionally kept that beast alive, clinging to life by a thread. She told him, "Since I was a slave, I was meant to stand back while my master landed the final blow so I could earn the experience." He gently scolded her, pressing the point that saving Solon mattered way more than grinding for levels. With their final shudder, the defeated monsters collapsed into eerie, dark, geometric loot that rained onto the cavern floor. They followed the scent and tore through another set of stairs, straight down to the third floor. As they paced through the maze, they ripped into the brutal truth behind why thieves dared to hunt there. Haru told them the dungeon basically swallowed the dead on its own, so it became the perfect hideout to erase every trace of the murder. He figured the thieves were hunting dead and dying adventurers, stripping their gear to sell it for a payday. Their talk got snapped in an instant when they spotted a lone goblin ahead, swinging a club like it owned the road. But once Ichinojo spotted his chance to prove himself, he stepped forward and decided to take that monster down, no backup. He burst out from their hiding spot, sword gripped tight and ready to strike. He surged forward and carved a slash across the goblin's chest, but the blade barely bit nowhere near enough to kill it. He jammed his foot into the stone and geared up for a second hit harder, deadlier, unstoppable. The goblin snapped into action, slashing at his blade and shoving him hard back. He snapped a curse under his breath. Just as it hit him, his slash skill was stuck on a 10-second cooldown. The goblin clashed weapons with him, shoving him into a brutal, desperate fight where only raw power could decide the outcome. Haru yelled a warning about the monster's gender, and without shame, he drove a blistering kick straight between its legs. As the goblin collapsed in brutal agony, Haru leaned in and reminded him his skill didn't need a weapon at all. He yanked his right arm back, clenching a glowing fist full of raw, concentrated power as he cocked it for the incoming hit. He shoved his glowing hand straight into the goblin's back with a blast of raw force, and the impact ripped through its body, dropping it instantly. A brand new notification blasted onto his screen, and it granted him a combat-style sensory skill called Searching Intuition. He gripped Haru's advice like a lifeline and thanked her for saving him during that wildly messy fight. They bolted deeper into the maze, and the jagged rocky walls crushed in from every side. Eventually, they slammed into a solid stone wall, and Ichinojo couldn't help wondering if Solon had just turned back. Haru stared in total confusion right here. The scent didn't fade at all. It just vanished like someone cut the air. Ichinojo stared at the dead end in pure shock, and his heart dropped through the floor. Hanok swallowed hard and blurted out the truth, terrified of the moment he'd have to tell everyone that Solon was really gone. Right then, his brand-new sense snapped to life. He caught a faint aura leaking from behind that solid rock. He inched forward, then carefully shoved his hand toward that wall that looked downright impossible to break. To his total shock, he crashed straight through the shimmering illusion barrier and hit the ground face first. He shoved his hand back through the fake wall and offered to yank Haru inside. As he lunged for what he thought was her hand, his fingers clamped down on something way too soft. Then a bone-chilling shriek tore through the hidden tunnel. In a panic, he blurted out non-stop apologies when the horrifying truth hit right there in the pitch-black dark. He'd accidentally groped her chest. Before she could even blink, he heard footsteps closing fast, and he yanked her straight into the shadows. He shoved her up against the wall and hissed, "Shh," as they strained to hear those footsteps drawing closer. A crew of thieves strolls past their hiding spot like nothing's wrong, chatting fast as they plot to head back for the day. As soon as the coast was clear, Ichinojo and Haru leaned out from behind the corner, eyes sharp, and started casing the enemy's base. A bunch of rough men were sprawled around a table, bragging loud about how they'd snatched the girl their boss was craving. One thief snapped that they were out of booze, just sitting there and waiting for the others to finally come back. Ichinojo figured Solon was probably trapped in some back room. Then he leaned in and whispered his ambush plan to hit the guards before they even knew what was coming. They exploded out of cover and synced their blades into one brutal dual slash, catching the whole band completely off guard. Two of the men got launched backward in a blink, smashed by the raw force of the surprise attack. Ichinojo snapped his inspection skill on the instant it mattered, scanning the room for any threats still lurking. He rushed to Haru with the enemy's class and level details while the thieves flailed in total panic. Haru lunged forward in a blur, her blades snapping through the air like lightning. Then she wiped out the rest of the group with ruthless ease. Ichinojo stared, dumbstruck, as her speed tore through the air and her precision felt downright lethal. The moment the guards were wiped out, she spun back to her master, silent and deadly calm, ready for the next command. He sprinted to the heavy wooden door tucked at the back of the cavern and slammed into the truth. It was bolted tight and locked down. He slammed the lock open with the sword's hilt and burst into the secret room. Inside, he spotted Solon knocked out, then she'd been stripped down to her underwear, and embarrassment hit him so hard he couldn't even look. He grabbed a spare set of clothes and threw it over her shivering body, refusing to let her dignity slip. Out of nowhere, a terrifying presence slammed into the hideout's entrance, and Ichinojo snapped to full alert in an instant. Haru's whole body tensed and her ears flattened tight as she sensed the crushing danger barreling toward her. A hulking, scarred brute strode into the cavern and slammed himself in front of the only exit. The bandit boss stared down his unconscious men, and fury surged across his face like a storm. Rage burned in his swollen, glaring eyes as he snapped his gaze onto Ichinojo, demanding to know who the hell was responsible. Ichinojo Gulp's inspection skill kicks in and boom. This massive dude isn't just any thug. He's a level 14 bandit, big-time high-ranking. The boss barked in fury, his face twisted with rage, and he strode right up to the intruders. Caught on the spot, Ichinojo shot a fake grin onto his face and swore they were only brand-new recruits. He fidgeted, then spun a shaky lie claiming the other guys had just had one too many and collapsed on the job. The boss bought the excuse for one brief second, then he exploded, roaring about how utterly useless his men were. Ichinojo and Haru inched toward the exit, acting like they were just slipping out to grab more alcohol for him. The boss's eyes narrowed the second he spotted Haru's slave collar, and he snapped, demanding an explanation right there and then. Ichinojo saw his bluff crumbling, and a nervous cold sweat burst across his skin. The boss yanked out a colossal battle axe, a sinister grin snapping onto his face as he cut right through the lie. He flat out swore he'd kill one of them to scare off anyone who thought they could touch his booze. Without a second thought, the ruthless leader brought his massive axe crashing down onto one of his own unconscious men. Ichinojo stared in horror as the boss slaughtered his own ally just to rack up experience points. He knew they had to bolt right now because if they didn't, they'd be hit with the exact same horrifying fate. The boss let out a wild, maniacal laugh, promising he'd kill the boy, then keep the wolf girl around for his own sick entertainment. With a defiant glare, Ichinojo refused to back down and slid in front of Haru like a shield. Haru stared up at him, her heart pounding as she realized how brave he was against odds that would have broken anyone else. He launched vicious taunts at the giant bastard, yanking all the man's focus away from the girls. Fury ignited in the boss, and with his axe raised high, he charged straight ahead, ready to split Ichinojo clean in two. 3 defeated bandits sprawled face down in the dirt, groaning hard, while he strode through the cavern, scanning the chaos. He yanked his sword free from the scabbard with a razor-sharp snap, and the giant bandit boss's fury instantly locked onto him. System notifications suddenly exploded across his vision, blasting his new unlocked jobs and the level jump like they'd just gone live. He stared at his shaking hand, convincing himself it was the only grim way to take lives and still save Haru. With a thunderous roar, the massive bandit boss yanked his arm back, cocking for a brutal, earth-shaking blow. The heavy axe crashed into the cavern floor, blasting a violent storm of dust and debris right where he'd just been standing. Haru lunged forward with everything she had, swinging her club wildly only for the boss to slap it aside like it weighed nothing. He erupted in a loud curse as the brute clobbered Haru out of the way, knocking her tumbling hard to the ground. He barely got his blade up in time, snapping it into place to block the next brutal sweeping strike. Teeth clenched against the brutal pressure, he stared in shock. How could someone built like a mountain move with that kind of terrifying speed? The boss leaned down and sneered right in his face, bragging that no clever trick could ever beat raw strength. Another brutal swing snapped past his shoulder, and he twisted and dodged at the last second to avoid that deadly blade. With a cruel, mocking laugh, the giant finally halted his unstoppable attack just to taunt the helpless figure cornered in the shadows. The bandit grinned and swore he'd rip off his limbs, mutilate him into a living puppet, and keep torturing the girls for every second of his twisted pleasure. He barely slipped under yet another brutal horizontal slash, the blade singing past his head. The boss flashed a cheerful grin and praised the evasive move, clearly savoring every jolt of that lopsided fight. He kept his eyes locked on the brute's moves, biding his time until the perfect moment hit, and then he struck back with everything. Clenching his grip on the slope, he braced hard as the giant yanked the massive axe up over his head, ready to slam it down for the kill. A gigantic weapon slammed down like a boulder ripping out of the sky. His sword slammed into the oncoming axe blade with a desperate, deafening ring of steel. That brutal force smashed into the metal so hard that his trusty sword cracked right at the base. Shards of shattered steel blasted outward into the sky like a violent storm. He stared, utterly horrified, at the broken, useless hilt still jammed in his hands. Right when the boss lunged in to land the killing blow, the giant snapped to a complete halt, eyes bulging, shock crashing over him. The giant bandit crumpled face first into the dirt, totally out cold before he even finished hitting the ground. He bolted straight to Haru, yanked her into his arms, and shoved a healing potion into her hands like his life depended on it. A hot blush burst across her cheeks as she beamed because he finally called her by her real name. He let out a trembling, breathless sigh, and the relief hit him so hard it almost knocked him over. She was safe. 2 brand-new adventurers suddenly burst out from behind a rocky formation like they'd been hiding there all along. The fresh-faced duo gaped in total shock at the boss, knocked out cold, sprawled on the freezing floor. The girl's voice shook as she warned her companion about the ruthless bandit leader they had to stay hidden from. He stared at the bizarre duo, totally baffled, as it clicked in their heads that the danger had already been shut down. The other boy let out an awkward laugh, scrambling to joke away their cowardly hiding. They jumped at the chance to haul the heavy bandit back into town, ready to split the bounty for their trouble. He snapped up the compromise without hesitation, because they desperately needed that physical proof to finally cash in on their reward. He yanked open the bandit's loot chest, and the hope drained out of him. Only worthless rocks stared back. Once the danger finally blew over, the crew took a deep breath and hammered out their long, grim march back to the village. The two fresh adventurers teased each other non-stop as they hauled the huge captive up the cavern stairs. Loon blinked once, then again, eyes clearing as he realized he was safely strapped to the other boy's back. The rescued boy lit up with a bright smile, pouring out his heartfelt gratitude for rescuing him just in time. Solon immediately clocked the two helpful adventurers. Turns out they were the infamous local troublemakers everyone warned about. He found out the duo was already a nightmare around town, known for wrecking the local guards with non-stop headaches. He just stared at the bumbling duo like, yeah, their awful reputation didn't exactly come as a shock. The two troublemakers freaked out, shouting over and over that they had nothing to do with the bandit crew. The stern city guard snapped to the chaotic duo that they were getting locked up at the station for the whole night, questioning first, sleep later. They instantly erupted into a loud, whining tantrum, screaming over the injustice of being locked up. The guard flat out brushed off their complaints, barked for them to hurry, and shoved the captive inside. Sweat poured from him and Haru as they stumbled along, awkwardly trailing the loud procession straight into the guardhouse. They finally barreled into the local station's heavily fortified entrance, the kind of place guarded like it mattered more than anyone's life. The saloon sheep practically cowered, then apologized to the guard captain for getting caught in the first place. The captain snapped into a deep bow, thanking him and Haru for their fearless rescue like they'd saved the whole crew. The captain spotted the unconscious giant and instantly recognized the wanted bandit leader, then barked an order to shove him straight into the deepest cell. He blew them a warm, lingering goodbye and bolted back toward Margaret, who'd been sick with worry. The captain ordered him to hit the Adventurers Guild the very next morning and cash in on that huge reward. He decided they'd make finding Margaret first, return that busted sword, then go deal with the slave trader. The second they stepped inside, Margaret snapped into tears, yanking Solon in for a crushing, can't-breathe hug. With shaking hands, he held up the shattered borrowed sword and blurted out a heartfelt apology for ruining it. Margaret froze, staring at the jagged, shattered hilt cradled in her hands. A bright smile lit up her face as she said the weapon finally did what it was made for, shielding them when it mattered most. Out of nowhere, she surged forward and slammed him into a crush-tight embrace that stole the air from his lungs. She casually let it slip. Her brutal strength wasn't magic at all. It was the leftovers from a past life where she was already a fully leveled warrior. Spotting Haru huddled shyly by the door, Margaret instantly snapped her warm attention onto the young fox girl. She lunged in, crushed Haru in an aggressive cuddle, and blurted full volume that she was adopting that adorable girl as her little sister. He chuckled at the chaos and with a warm grin, pulled Haru in, telling him to sit down and share a delicious dinner with them. Haru's hands shook as he snapped that a mere slave had no business sitting at the same table as free citizens. She told him she'd lived on those pathetic, flavorless slave rations for so long that it didn't even faze her. She figured that stuffing herself on fancy food right now would only make the brutal life waiting for her next feel even harsher, and Margaret snapped at the girl, chewing out her for mouthing that grim nonsense. The muscular tailor barked at Haru to sit his butt down and dig into the feast. No arguing, no more protests. The whole household erupted in cheers when Margaret proudly slid out a giant platter of piping hot, freshly cooked meat. Later that night, he grabbed Haru aside and demanded to know if she really thought he was strong enough to protect her. He stared her down and with iron certainty swore he'd buy her freedom. Haru went completely still, her ears twitching as the force of his words finally hit home. Tears flooded her eyes, and she broke into gut-wrenching sobs, gripping his shirt like it was the only thing keeping her from falling apart. She wiped away her sparkling tears, breathless, and admitted she'd never been happier in her entire life. In that dim hallway, they locked eyes and finally found the same truth, quiet, tender, and perfectly mutual. He leaned in and whispered the truth this corrupt noble still planned to buy her, and it was for a dark scheme all his own. He laid out a plan to dodge the adventurer's guilt, completely steering clear of the noble sphere's messy politics altogether. Haru shot a worried look and warned that this noble could still slip in and sabotage his trading rates from behind petty spike. Even with her fears screaming in her chest, she flashed a radiant smile and confessed, "I just can't bear it if you leave me." He flashed a confident grin and promised her, "If the city turns us away, we'll hunt demons in the wilderness and carve out our survival." He leaned in and whispered, begging for her final answer because he wanted her to pick the road ahead with her own heart. She said it with total confidence. Those greedy nobles' schemes didn't matter to her a single bit anymore. She looked him straight in the eyes, steady as steel, and boldly asked him to let her stay right there beside him as his companion. He yanked her close in a warm, protective embrace, sealing their unspoken promise. He softly brushed his hand over her head, and a warm smile lit up his face as she leaned in, savoring every touch. Margaret suddenly peeked around the corner, giggling like she'd just caught the whole world's secret in her own hallway. He erupted at the eavesdropping tailor, cheeks flaming so bright red with embarrassment you could practically see the heat. Morning sun blazed across the towering facade of the city's most notorious slave-trading establishment. Old Matthias, the trader, leaned across the counter and formally slid the official ownership certificate into place. His hands shook as he accepted the heavy metal slave collar and the extra accessories that came with it. The old man leaned in and laid out step by step the ruthless rules for replacing the paperwork because if it ever got lost, you had to start the whole bureaucratic nightmare over. Haru quietly stuffed her few belongings into a small bag tucked in the corner of the room. Matthias let out a knowing chuckle and leaned in because the boy had never truly planned to give up on saving the girl. The trader leaned in and praised his unshakable determination, saying real strength isn't about power. It's about stepping up to help when others are in need. He told them that Haru's inner strength had been awakened by the boy's courage during the bandit raid. He couldn't stop thinking about how brutal Haru's journey had been until she finally stumbled into a real safe haven. He couldn't believe it. He truly felt the gods had blessed him, because he'd managed to win the complete loyalty of that extraordinary girl. Haru bursts out from the back room all bashful, then timidly struts the brand-new adventuring outfit the shop just handed her. She dipped into a deep, respectful bow to Matthias, pouring out her gratitude and thanking the old man for the unexpected kindness he showed. The old trader bowed right back, then stepped out into the blazing morning light. He spun back one last time, pouring out heartfelt thanks for everything Matthias had done to make the transfer happen. Haru blurted out that they should sprint straight to the local guild and register as an official adventuring party right now. With a bright grin, he held out his hand and swore they'd back each other all the way down that endless road. Side by side, they stepped into the roaring city streets, bracing for whatever fresh hell or hope waited just ahead. They marched through the streets of a town they didn't recognize, every step feeling like a fresh trap waiting to spring. He trailed Haru straight into the local adventurers' guild. The receptionist snapped, "Fill out these registration forms," and pointed them to the desk. Haru snapped her head toward him and swore that from this day on, she'd be walking beside him on his journey. When the receptionist asked if he could read it, he swallowed his pride and admitted he was still learning the language of this world. Right then, a huge, burly guy lunged into the spotlight, jabbed a finger at him, and demanded to know if he was the slave's owner. A second guy with a wrapped-up, bandaged face jeered at him, egging him on and daring him to throw down. Haru snapped into action, warning her master that if he started that fight, the guild would kick him out fast. He fired off his inspection skill and clocked the guy as a level 18 fighter. Sarasuro's bandit leader description nailed it, because the man standing there looked exactly like him. Haru just flashed a calm, pleasant smile back at the man's insults, like they couldn't touch him. She told her master, "I'm fine," while his jaw clenched so hard with rage it almost sounded like grinding gears. He clenched his fist and demanded to know if fighting was banned inside the guild. He nailed it. The guy was one of the nobles' men, the same one who'd tried to buy Haru. He flashed a grin, totally sure his boss had serious power in this place. He warned that if the noble didn't seize Haru, Ichinojo would die in brutal agony. The man sneered at him, taunting, "So you're trembling with fear now?" Haru's rage erupted as she snapped that the man would never be forgiven for humiliating her master. He snapped his hand onto her shoulder, told her to breathe and calm down, and drove the truth home that it was nothing but a trap meant to bait them into reacting. He spun back to the counter, grabbed their bounty, and decided to bail for now. The fighter then tossed down a challenge and demanded a showdown in the arena, where they were finally allowed to fight. He called himself the king of close-quarters fighting, daring that coward to finally step up and face him. Haru stepped up fast, begging permission to fight in her stead, sure she'd crush any sword duel without breaking a sweat. He soothed her once more, telling her plain if that guy was a fighter with no sword, then he'd step in and take the fight himself. He slammed the plan down and swore they'd be ready to fight in 9 days, right when the noble was supposed to roll in. With the deal locked in, they snatched their bounty from the receptionist and bolted out of the guild. Outside, Haru seethed, but he quickly reassured her, telling her everything was fine. As they kept moving, she leaned in and asked if he was finally set on becoming a fighter. She broke down the whole job progression system for him, step by step. He realized getting that fighter job wasn't going to be a walk in the park. After lunch, he decided they were heading to the maze, and Haru swore she'd stick with him no matter where he went. They spotted a packed, buzzing restaurant, but he froze because Haru wasn't going to sit down. He staggered in pure shock, watching her kneel on the floor right beside their table. He shot back that it was wrong and waved her over, telling her to sit in the chair right away. She leaned in and demanded to know if it was really okay for her slave that she was to sit on a chair. She scrambled to her feet, nerves crashing in her chest, and right then a waiter rushed over to greet them and usher them into the shop. The waiter slammed one cold glass of water onto the table right in front of him. Haru couldn't stop staring at the one measly glass, wondering why they'd only been given that. He finally got it. This restaurant didn't even hand out free water, and there was no way it was ever going to offer service for slaves. He snapped his fingers, flagged the waitress over, and ordered the restaurant's 2 top meals, then demanded an extra glass of water. Haru asked, "Is this okay?" and blurted that he couldn't read the menu even if his life depended on it. He leaned in and told her straight up that she was going to eat the absolute best meal he could make happen. As soon as the food hit the table, she dove into her soup, wearing a bright, happy smile the whole time. He froze at how effortlessly graceful her table manners were, and his mind immediately started guessing whether she'd come from a rich, high-society family. He blurted out why she'd turned into a slave, then snapped at her to stop right on the spot. He blurted out an apology for being careless, and she waved it off like it didn't matter. He swore he'd never hate her for what came before, and he promised that one day he'd lay out every secret from his own past. After they finished eating, he snapped that they had to hit the item shop. He set out to snag Haru some genuinely useful stuff, starting with a storage bag. He blinked in disbelief when he asked the shopkeeper, "Do you sell storage bags?" A sharp goal snapped into place. This fancy free item he'd been handed was insanely rare. They grabbed supplies for the road, fresh bread and dried meat so they'd be set for the trip ahead. They trade stories about the city's 3 maze ranks, then finally picked the one maze meant for beginners. Right at the maze entrance, the receptionist leaned in and told him, "Win the first boss, and you'll unlock a skill boost." He decided the only way to level up into a fighter was to crush this boss. Then he tore open his status screen. He double-checked his details, clocking exactly where he stood broke, jobless, and listing every skill he still had. He spotted the divine blessing, and it multiplied his experience by a brutal 20 times. Then he leaned in and asked Haru if he could check her status too. Her status screen flashed, level 23 White Wolf Swordsman, no doubt. She was built for battle. He spotted her switchable jaw and beast swordsman form, and when she explained it, she said that was the higher rank. He was totally stunned he'd never even realized a job like that existed. With his own power, he effortlessly rewired her whole job into a beast swordsman. Haru leaned in and asked, "So you want me to become a beast swordsman?" Then laid out every killer benefit like it was destiny. He told her to check her status screen and swore she wouldn't scream. Her eyes widened in shock as an impossible job change landed in front of her. He leaned in and told me that his power to switch jobs was a secret, say a word about it, and it could get him killed. He told her, "We'll hash this out once we're inside the maze." They faced the dark dungeon entrance, staring into the void like it was about to strike first. Just then, a fanged beast exploded toward him, jaws first, ready to rip him apart. He cut it down in one brutal, power-packed slash. He towered over the creatures as their bodies melted away with Haru right behind him. He checked his stats, saw the level rise already, then grabbed Haru's attention and said it was time to move on. He shouted at distracted Haru as they pushed even deeper into the unknown. Before long, a huge mob of goblins crashed into their path, crowding the area all at once. He realized that because of their party setup, the perks he earned would come straight to her too. He spun into motion and unleashed a rotating slash that tore straight through the entire goblin mob in one brutal strike. A notification hit his screen, and his hammer-wielding level just shot up. He shot his status screen another look, grinning because he was damn near ready to become a fighter. He caught Haru staring at him, reached up, pressed her forehead, and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" She swore she was totally fine, then quietly confessed she'd been obsessing over two things. First, she leaned in and grilled him, asking if he'd really trained specifically to pull off that wild, one-of-a-kind slash. He waved it away and shot her a grin, praising her for leveling up into a full-on beast swordsman. She demanded to know why she was leveling up like crazy when it was supposed to be brutally difficult. He leaned in and asked if she knew about divine blessings, then snapped at her to stop kneeling. Haru leaned in and said she'd heard about wanderers from other worlds, people who came by powers just like this. He flat out confirmed he was one of those wanderers who came from a place called Japan. When he asked if she was scared, she lit up with a brilliant smile and told him, not even a little. She was bursting with joy that he trusted her enough to open up and share his story. He thanked her, then leaned in and told her there was one last thing about his blessings. Haru nearly fell over when he learned he had two blessings, and one of them cranked his experience gain up to 20 times. Then she dropped the bombshell Daijiro-sama, one of the 4 great heroes, had also come straight from Japan. He stared off into the distance, and it hit him. Daijiro-sama had to be absolutely incredible. A history lesson dug up the insane 200-year tale of the church's human forces getting locked in endless wars with the demon lord. It also brought up the 4 heroes who clashed 12 years back. One of them was Daijiro the monk. Haru blurted out, "Master," with pure excitement. Then the shock hit. He'd just realized he was related to a famous celebrity. "Don't freak out, I've got you," he said, trying to steady the quivering slime staring up at him. His secret growth power kept pushing him forward, but he still couldn't drop the Jobless title just yet. He roared as he swung his sword wide, and that razor-clean slash sliced straight through the monster. "It's impossible, it's just too weak," he thought, watching Haru realize that even hard-hitting physical attacks barely scratched those slimes. He launched a brutal punch, and his fists sank deep into the creature's gelatinous body as it twisted and stretched from the hit. He realized that thing could chew through metal, so he stayed well back and relied on his slash skill as the only smart move. For 10 straight seconds, he rained slash after slash down on the creature. With a final puff, the slime crumbled away, and a glowing crystal popped into existence as he leveled up, unlocking the apprentice mage skill. "Magic!" he bellowed, flinging his arms to the sky like he'd just won it all, while Haru stood there, frozen in stunned silence. He stared at this strange new world and realized magic was even crazier than he'd imagined. Then he slammed open his magic skills list. The moment he spotted the spell, his eyes blazed. Then he yelled, "Fireball!" and unleashed it. He slammed his hands forward, and that fresh power surged through him. Flames erupted from his palms, blasting straight at Haru and leaving him stunned. "It's working," he blurted, eyes wide so Haru finally knew he wasn't imagining it. It was real magic. "Are you really a magic swordsman?" she blurted, eyes sparkling with pure awe. He struggled to admit he was jobless, so he dodged the truth and urged her to get going. He asked if magic was fair game in the arena, and Haru shot back that it wasn't banned, then warned it'd kick up rumors like wildfire. "She told me, straight up, that this town barely had any magicians left, because the ones who actually made it were raking in so much cash they left everyone else in the dust. They were crazy expensive MP recovery potions, cost a fortune, and only a handful of top-tier chemists could even brew them. A slick diagram broke it down, an alchemist forging alloys versus a chemist brewing potions. That's what finally clicked for him. He understood the local economy at last, like the whole puzzle snapped into place. He figured being a chemist could really come in handy, so he decided to go for it right as he caught the smell of another slime nearby. Perfect timing, he flashed a grin. "All right," he said. "Time to hit the practice." Suddenly, both he and Haru snapped to attention, stunned by what was right in front of them. A shiny slime glowed like liquid gold, flashing bright enough to steal your eyes. Without even thinking twice, he snapped, "Fireball," and ripped the spell straight into the air. Master! Haru screamed a warning about the slime, but the damage was already done, and it was way too late. The shiny slime finally got wiped out, and when it hit the ground, it dropped a crystal and a tiny round object. Ichinojo leveled up again, snagging a rare title and a luck-boosting skill, while Haru knelt beside the fallen item like it was destiny. She leaned in and whispered, "It's a rare metal," then grinned as she told us it only comes from rare monsters they had to hunt. She said it would rake in a fortune, at least 3 golden coins. Then we've got big luck. He blurted it out, and straight away decided we'd go hunting for another one. He spotted one in the distance right away and rocketed a thrown stone at it, leaving Haru stunned. He slumped in pure disappointment, baffled that there were barely any monsters around. Then Haru leaned in and told him, "Most people skip everything in a beginner's maze and go straight for the boss. Stay sharp," she said, and pushed them onward. As they walked along, 2 more adventurers, one a witch, the other a skeletal warrior, strode right past them. So it's basically like he's forced to reset the boss stage, and the moment it clicks, he realizes the other adventurers probably already swept it clean. They slammed up to a massive stone door, the one that guarded the boss room entrance. It shut game over, and he clocked it instantly. Haru leaned in and told him the boss was the Goblin King. She could cut him down single-handedly. "You're so dependable," he said, grinning as he gently ruffled her hair. Since that door still refused to budge, he pushed the idea that they should grab some food while they waited. He leaned in and asked, "Are you cool with eating the same food as me? Same plain rations, no frills, just survival?" "Thank you, master," she blurted, and her growling stomachs matching his hit like a drumbeat, because he set out a plain feast bread and dried meat for them. Haru took a huge bite and practically lit up as he declared the meat was insanely delicious. She confessed she was obsessed with this kind of tough meat, even though she also admitted yesterday's meal was ridiculously good. After one bite, he flinched hard. This food was brutal, way too tough, way too salty, and it reeked of alcohol. Seeing Haru happily munching it, he offered her his own share too. "I'm taking my own share," she blurted out, cheek's burning tail wagging like it had a mind of its own. What a bummer. He let out a heavy sigh, then decided to grab it for himself. The moment she said, "I'll do everything for you," her whole attitude flipped like she was ready to fight for him with everything she had. He burst into laughter at how adorable she was, then thrust the meat into her hands. She took it shyly, like she couldn't believe her luck. Then he blurted out a random question. "Do the White Wolf Clan guys hate being touched?" Haru told them that for people like them, only their chosen masters were allowed to touch their hair, tail, or belly. "Just let me touch you," he said. And the second those words landed, she broke into a full-on blush. "Do whatever you want," she shot back, then ducked her head and turned away, blushing. He shot his hand out and softly brushed her fluffy tail, and she gasped just a small, helpless cry. He couldn't even meet her gaze as she confessed this was the very first time it had ever happened to her. Just as he reached for her ears, she suddenly lost her footing and crashed into his arms. "I suddenly feel so weak," she breathed out, begging him to push on while her gaze slipped to her stomach. She grinned and said, "If you can rub my belly, it'll be amazing, promise." Then she leaned in and told me rubbing her belly meant the White Wolf was showing pure, top-level trust. "I really hope Master will give it a touch," she said, looking up at him with eyes full of hope. He hesitated for a heartbeat, then slowly laid his hand on her stomach. His fingers slid against her soft belly. Her boots scraped a little on the cavern floor, like the ground itself was shifting under her feet. He kept softly brushing his hand over her, over and over. "Master, please, just a little higher," she blurted, cheeks burning as she begged. "Are you sure?" he demanded. Then the moment he said it, she froze completely still. She dozed off in his arms, and a tiny, sleepy snore slipped out of her lips. He stared at the half-eaten piece of meat in her hand, like it was proof of something she couldn't hide. His eyes flew wide with pure horror when he finally realized the dried meat had alcohol baked into it. He quickly fixed her clothes, tucked her in, and stared at her adorable sleeping face, totally lost in how peaceful she looked. He was screaming inside his own head, desperately keeping himself from waking her up. An arrow clanged off the stone right by her head, snapping her awake in one brutal jolt. "Good you reawake," he said, gripping the bow he'd just gotten. He leaned in and asked if she was finally feeling better after she blacked out. He told them a hidden, invisible wall sealed the boss room, bouncing every attack back right down to the bandits' arrows outside. Haru instantly realized the boss couldn't be hit from the outside anymore. He was gutted she didn't remember a single thing from before she blacked out. "What are we waiting for?" he blurted, practically vibrating with excitement the moment the door swung open. They towered in triumph, standing over the broken goblin king they crushed. Haru made quick work of the little goblins guarding their leader, dropping them like it was nothing. He matched her steps, slugging it out right beside her. Right after the fight, Ichinojo shot up another level, popping new skills and fresh jobs like loot dropped from the sky. Haru beamed and announced that her beast swordsman skill had finally climbed to level 3. He told her it was all thanks to the goddess's blessings, and right then her tail started wagging like crazy with pure joy. A sword plummeted out of one of the monsters Haru had just brought down, and Haru's eyes lit up because it was a rare treasure. She told him that doing it turned the goblins into his obedient puppets. "Master, come on, let's slip into the inner chamber and pray to the goddess Sama," she urged, pointing the way like she already felt fate calling. He staggered back in pure shock when he spotted a massive statue of Karim Sama, the goddess who'd just dumped him into this world. Haru jabbed at a second, smaller statue and asked if he recognized that goddess too. She was Toralulu, Sama the goddess, who turned positivity, gambling, and an all-day leisure life into pure magic. He checked in with Haru, then got it straight that all he had to do was pray to the statue. He dropped to his knees before the statue, shut his eyes tight, and felt a presence bloom behind him. Then Corinne, the goddess, burst into his thoughts and told him it had been too long because the blessings she'd given him still didn't cut it for her. She jabbed a finger at his chest, ready to drag up that Jobless title. Then she thought better of it and let it go. Listen, Jobless shouldn't even be a real thing," she said, "because it's not a job by default." She told him that his gift to hop between jobs and peek at other stats was way stronger than any regular blessing. "Yeah, that's the catch. She warned him not to grab you and told you, never tell anyone about that useless job title." When he asked who he could trust, she shrugged and handed him the choice, just warned him not to brag about it. He kept thanking her over and over as she stepped in to hand him his reward for clearing the stage. She raised the prize wheel and said, "This is it, one shot only. Whatever you land on, you get—" A sharp system notification chimed inside his head, like a warning bell in his skull. What a tragedy, she said, the goddess looked like. This then slipped in this skill that lets you dodge the shower brush. She waved dramatically, practically daring him to hit the other labyrinths later. He stared up at the towering goddess and demanded to know what was happening to his little sister. She vowed she'd investigate it before they ever crossed paths again, then spun around to walk away. As she walked away, she couldn't shake the thought he really shouldn't have a little sister. "Master, congratulations!" Haru's voice snapped his focus right in two. She confessed she was scared he was only hunting for a shower brush, but when nothing showed up, you could tell he'd scored a new skill instead. He made sure he'd nailed common language comprehension, so reading and writing were about to be a total breeze. Haru's tail sagged the moment she realized her odds of helping had slipped away, and she forced a grin to mask the crushing disappointment. He leaned in and promised her that even as a stranger from another world, he'd still be counting on her for everything. With fresh fire in her chest, Haru swore she'd give it everything, and they both agreed to head back. They handed him a brand new title, Labyrinth Victor. My sheesh, Margaret Sand welcomed them back at the shop like she'd been waiting all along. She told him dinner would be ready in a bit, then demanded he change, and that's when he turned to Haru and grilled her about what she was wearing. He snapped to Margaret Sand with panic in his voice, begging her to sell him clothes for Haru right now. "It's fine," Margaret snapped, insisting she'd pick the clothes herself as she waved Haru over. She waved his protest away and told him she already knew exactly how big Haru was, then said she'd handle it. Margaret dressed Haru in a fresh new outfit that fit her like a glove, then sweetened the deal with a discount on the purchase. After dinner, he grabbed the chance and thanked Margaret for helping him out. Norin leaned in and demanded, "So how long are you guys planning to stick around in town?" He leaned in and told her they could jet out to Balasura as soon as tomorrow. As Margaret's sadness hit hard, Haru stepped in and promised, with full conviction, that he'd follow him anywhere he went. Margaret told him, "Think of me as your mom, come back anytime you want." She offered to pack them bento for the road, and he couldn't stop thanking her. That night, right when the room had gone quiet, a knock slammed against his door. He spotted Haru hanging back, begging to talk about everything that happened before the boss fight. She admitted she blacked out while he was rubbing her stomach, and he dismissed it instantly, claiming she was only drunk. His eyes bulged with pure shock. "Then pick up the story right here," she demanded, and with those words, she made her vow of loyalty crystal clear. She said with a full moon hanging in the sky, white wolves could get pregnant without a single worry. "Is this really okay?" he screamed, beads of sweat flying as panic set in. He hovered on the edge of the bed, heart racing, while she peeked out from under the covers like she wasn't ready for the world yet. "Please be gentle," she whispered, and the sound of her words sent him blushing like crazy. The very next morning, that thought slammed into his skull. I finally graduated from virginity. He shot up from his sleep, startled to the bone. He curled up in bed with Haru, and as she slept, he softly traced gentle strokes through her hair. She jolted awake, tugged the covers up over herself, and mumbled a shy good morning to him. He jolted upright, completely flustered and embarrassed to the point where words just couldn't catch up. They headed out to track down Margaret and Nora, ready to hit them with those bright morning greetings. He clocked it instantly. Both of them wore these weird, unsettling expressions. Margaret leaned in real close and hissed that her house had paper-thin walls. Embarrassment hit him so hard he felt like he might drop dead, while Margaret only laughed and shouted for breakfast. She teased him for it being Haru's first time, and that hit so hard he swore he'd become a perfect master for her. She didn't just brush it off, she shut her mother down over the teasing, snapping that she and Haru were lovers now. He blurted out his plan to hawk his stuff at the guild, then sprinted off toward the intermediate labyrinth. Margaret shot him a warning, "Don't you dare pull anything reckless, especially with Haru right there." She swore she'd get their stuff to the carriage before they even left. And he flashed his gratitude like it meant the world. Right before they bolted out the door, he leaned in and muttered that Haru's skirt was way too short. He shot backward fast, then blurted out that he wasn't up to anything, he was just terrified of what other adventurers would think. "It's totally fine," Haru said, and with a quick lift of her skirt, she flashed her bloomers. She flashed him the tail hole and told him straight up she didn't care if he took a look. Margaret told us bloomers started as a weird hobby thing from lost folks, then somehow spread until everyone had them. They burst into the loud, crowded entrance of the intermediate labyrinth. Karu told them the chaos happened because the dungeon was brutal, and the teleporters inside were wreaking havoc. She jabbed at the teleporter, this wild magic gadget that could whisk a whole crew of 6 through the air. From the crowd, a booming voice ripped through the noise, calling the rookie by name. 2 adventurers beckoned them over, urging them to team up and take on the intermediate level together. Aru told everyone that parties casually save spots for their friends like it's just what you do. He felt stuck in a never-ending line, like he'd been waiting for the amusement park ride to finally crank to life. Joffrey the adventurer pushed hard, insisting it was a gold mine to team up with someone strong. He leaned in and demanded to know where they were going, then made it clear he needed to be back by the afternoon. Joffrey tossed out the idea of teleporting straight to the 95th floor, and it completely floored him. Joffrey and his partner Eliza strutted around boasting they were the top-tier warriors and the top-tier magic beastmasters. They threw down this absurd pose and loudly declared, "Together, we're second class." Haru leaned in and hissed, "It's gotta be entry leeching, cheating the system to rack up credit for clearing floors without doing the grind." He feared that keeping them safe would unleash way more danger than he could handle. He told them their levels didn't match, and to his shock they agreed without a fight. Joffrey instantly scrapped his plan, pitched a safer spot, and sweetened the deal by handing them the final monster hits. He barked that the intermediate dungeon wasn't just hard, it was impossible for them. Joffrey thrust a ring into view, and Haru clocked it instantly. He dug up a get-along ring, and yeah, the name totally cracked him up because it was weirdly adorable. Haru told everyone the ring could fuse 2 sides into one. He accused them of snatching the valuable prize, and they shot back with a fierce, total denial. And Joffrey swore they got it straight from its maker Daijiro right back in the day years ago. He nodded and went along, snatching one ring for himself, then tossing the other to Haru. He slid the ring onto her finger, and Joffrey practically erupted in loud, furious protest. The ring snapped into place and magically resized itself until it hugged her finger like it was made for her. At the teleporter, Joffrey had the nerve to shove his hand out and demand he pay the toll for everyone. They reached the 55th floor, and Joffrey jabbed at a weird new spawn fish lizards where they absolutely shouldn't be. The duo erupted in cheers, insisting it was totally effortless for them. Jaffer leaned in and said it was an F-ranked extermination quest. The guild slapped on them. Then it hit him. He'd been hoodwinked into helping with the quest. Jaffer made it crystal clear you could redeem the rewards from those quests, no matter what happened. No penalties, no punishment, just go for it. Sighing, he figured it was worth it so long as they only had to grab the lizard scales. As they moved along, Haru couldn't shake it. Why were there 0 magic beasts around? A sudden scream for help tore through the air from the stairs right nearby. A huge lizard erupted from a side passage, clamping an adventurer tight in its jaws. The whole party froze on the spot, eyes locked on the colossal beast like it just swallowed the air. Then he realized, too late, that a ring of smaller lizards had crept in unseen and closed them in. Joffrey and Eliza burst into panic as the full disaster hits them. This is way worse than they ever imagined. Haru told him, use fire magic lizards can't stand it. His tiny fire spell burst out like a flare, slamming straight into one of the creatures. The blast blasted the lizard backward, hurling it straight toward the entrance of the 55th floor. He yanked his sword out and charged straight into the swarm, hacking his way through it. They finally tumble into the safety of the stairs, and he levels up during the chaos. Lizard-like monsters lunged in then, boom blown apart by a chain of tiny explosions. "Haru, let's stop the boring stuff," he shouted, sprinting right beside her. Haru stared up at a giant beast and immediately knew it was a dragon. Their boots pounded through a maze of rubble, each crunch echoing off the labyrinth walls. When he finally burst onto the 55th floor, it hit him. There's no way something that huge could have climbed those stairs. He glanced at his status and grinned. His jobless skill had leveled up, and suddenly it unlocked a bunch of fresh jobs and brand new skills. After mowing down about 80 lizards, his ability boosting the damage so hard it felt like 24,000, Haru couldn't stop grinning at how fast he was tearing through them. Haru burst into confirmation that her own level had shot up, tail whipping like crazy as she bragged about her new sword, Saint Speed. He asked if she could still fight, and she blurted out with 0 hesitation that they could take down one more right now. Before they knew it, they were right in front of the stairs that shot up to the 56th floor. Seeing a massive pack of monsters closing in, he snapped at Haru to let him go first and unleash the first blow. He burst into the middle of them and swung his blade in a blazing arc for a brutal, power-crushing slash. Landing in a smooth drop, he unleashed a burst of tiny fire spells like a flamethrower in miniature. While Haru stared in awe at his own insane magic, he brushed it off like it was nothing, just a simple little spell. "Forget everything else, lock on to the enemies in front of us," he snapped, telling Haru to jump no matter what. He dug in his stance, then spun around and lashed out with a full rotation swing of his sword. The circle slash ripped straight through the crowd, flinging monsters flying everywhere like they'd been blasted out of a cannon. Haru couldn't believe it. He just wiped out so many with one single attack. He told me he had instant switched his job to the magic user class the moment he cast magic the first time. Then the second sword arts came into play. He instantly shifted into a sword-wielding class. With no job to chain him down, his skill let him pick as many as 5 classes, and the system would automatically lock in the option most likely to win, no matter what chaos he faced. Then boom, an enormous lizard crashes into view, and Haru blurts out a warning right away. He rocketed aside and narrowly evaded the beast's sweeping tail strike. He stared in shock at the enormous mouth as the creature unleashed a bone-rattling roar. "Just watch, I'm gonna feed you something delicious," he blurted, then flipped his whole game and snapped a blazing fireball into his palm. He shot that tiny burst of fire straight into the monster's open mouth. The spell detonated like lightning inside the lizard's skull, blasting pure power through its head. He watched the creature get snapped shut in crystal in an instant, and the moment he felt that sheer destruction, he knew this wasn't a normal petitier spell anymore. Haru cheered him for a job well done, but then he let out a weary sigh. Collecting every last magic stone from the defeated monsters was going to be a total grind. Right after the brawl, both of them felt it like the fight itself leveled them up. A wave of pain flashed across his face. His skull felt like it was about to pop. New skills and job upgrades slammed into his status like a tidal wave. He'd already snagged the sort skill and the title Skill Mania when a voice cut through the chaos. "Hey, rookie." Two adventurers, a guy and a girl, came stumbling on them, admitted they were totally lost, and begged for directions to the teleporter. Ian Haru stared right back, frozen in stunned silence. Eliza stared in awe at the colossal magic stones, while Joffre muttered that the subjugation quest for those massive spawns had to be live. He grimly figured the other adventurers who joined the quest didn't just fail, they'd gotten swallowed whole. Joffre beamed as he proudly announced he'd pulled the request off the board, calling it pure genius. And then bam, someone told him that deleting a subjugation quest without permission gets you hit with a fine, and in Ichinojo's eyes, that makes him look like a total idiot. Back at the Adventurers Guild, they pushed through the roaring crowd like they owned the place. He strode up to the counter and asked the receptionist if he could sell his magic stones and materials. A burly adventurer he'd come to recognize stepped up with a grin, and they both nodded, deciding they'd better rake in a sky-high price for their haul. Then Orogarau tore into Haru, calling her a poor master, and the moment the words hit, fury flared across her face. Guriru shoved him a challenge in the arena, and he snapped back and accepted it without hesitation. Eliza jabbed at the dueling stage and snapped, "If someone steps up there on their own, even death gets filed as an accident." While Joffre tried to pull Ichinojo into analyzing a few items, Ichinojo practically begged him to stop because he would not let anyone interrupt his duel preparations. Guriru just laughed, smug as hell, because he fully expected a coward like him to keep sprinting the whole time. The receptionist blurted out, "Mr. Origero's Bounty 032. Set it up with the receptionist or with a Gary U grind, then make sure the whole stage is ready to go." Another adventurer snapped, "Wait, Ichinojo isn't even registered." Jiriru just shrugged off the worry and snapped that he was about to hammer that bastard with the real struggles of life. Ichinojo flashed a confident grin at the worried receptionist and promised it'd be all right as long as he handed in his application. He told his party not to worry. He'd cover the last rental fees right as they all pushed forward to the duel. From on high, they declared the rules. If nobody managed to claim a winner within 10 minutes, the fight would end in a draw. Azuriru stood there with total confidence, telling him, "Go on, start whenever you're ready." Spotting two cloaked figures looming behind Orogiriru, he shot him a question, "What are you plotting?" Jiriru shrugged it off, called it the rental fee, and flung a tiny pouch of coins at him. As he reached out for the coins, Orogiriru exploded forward in a desperate lunge. A savage punch smashed into his gut, blasting the air straight out of his lungs. Even with the impact driving him to his knees, he still managed to talk, and that shock caught his opponent off guard. Jiriru sneered that fighters were no match for magic, then barked an order, "Send the mages in and start the attack." 3 fireballs ripped out of nowhere, arcing through the air straight for him. Master Haru screamed as the spells slammed together and detonated in a violent burst. The arena erupted in smoke and fire for a brief, brutal moment. Jiriru smirked hard, convinced he'd already won. But when the smoke finally vanished, he was still standing there untouched and unharmed, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. "Are you actually listening?" he demanded of Cooley, then leaned in and told him how his own job runs on magic, too. He blasted the 2 mages with a non-stop combo, tiny gusts, quick sprays of water, and little chunks of stone, one after another. Then he hurled a tiny burst of fire, and Origururu stumbled backward, screaming in pain. He shot his hand up and pulled an insane wave of magical power into a blazing, massive fireball. The whole crowd gawked in stunned silence at the massive spell crackling above the arena. With his boot planted on the defeated man's back, he fired back with brutal clarity, "For Oregariru, your class can't even be named." Then he mumbled, all embarrassed, that he didn't actually have one at all. His whole voice went cold as he warned that man if he ever heard the name of his precious friend Haru, he wouldn't pull a single punch. As soon as he spun away, Origariru tried to push himself up, then he whipped around and slashed the man's leg in an instant. The receptionist bolted in at once and started treating the adventurer as he screamed his lungs out. Outside the guild, Haru cradled his arm and begged him to stop overdoing it. "I'm not pushing myself," he insisted. Yet she broke down in tears and begged him anyway. Right nearby, the adventurers who'd aided Oroguriru were racing to patch him up, hands busy as his wounds were tended. News of the duel had already exploded across the land, and adventurers everywhere were gawking in awe at the wild magic they just witnessed. Joffrey and Eliza stood there in total awe, straight up admitting they never expected him to be this powerful. Inspired, they bolted off right away, ready to do something great with their own hands. He told Haru, "At this pace we have to bail out of the city before any revenge scheme for Margaret's son brings down trouble on us." They huddled up and promised each other they'd wait for their ride right there in the horse carriage waiting room. After confirming Haru wouldn't get motion sick, he grabbed 2 tickets and rushed to board the carriage bound for Bellisura. Right then, Joffrey and Eliza burst over, shouting that they scored a massive profit, then declared they'd bought themselves a horse. Joffrey strutted like a king with his perfect horse until Haru cracked it open and revealed it was actually a donkey. They traded good wishes, and Joffrey practically promised, "Anytime you need a ride, just say the word." "They're a total weird crew, huh?" he shot back at Haru. A young voice rang out, demanding they climb into the carriage right this instant. Margaret's son and her whole family showed up to see them off. She shoved a bag of sandwiches and a water bottle into his hands, ready for the road ahead. He bombarded them with grateful thanks as the carriage lurched away. Ian Haru waved goodbye, grinning as he promised, "I'll come see you again someday." A rumbling carriage jolted down the dirt road and tore away from the town behind it. They sprinted past a towering sign that welcomed travelers to the labyrinth city of Florence. "I read it," he said, grinning like he'd won. And then he laughed because getting to experience the city firsthand was exactly what he'd been hoping for. Their journey kept blasting forward as they set off for the city of Bellisura. In a dark, cramped room, a young purple-haired girl sat there by herself, totally alone. Not far off, the forest floor was soaked with the bloody wreckage left behind by a brutal attack. While he was riding in a different carriage, he dug into the jerky for breakfast, and it felt rough, like it kept fighting his teeth. A tiny dog girl offered him a bite, but Haru suddenly swooped in and shoved her own food right into the moment. Haru shot him an apology for staring, then blurted that she'd only been worried those little buds on his clothes were messing with his meal. He admitted it was downright frustrating. He was already stuffed, and he'd been dying to get her to try that jerky he'd found, even though it chewed back. A spark hit him, and with a snap of his skill throw, he hurled the jerky into Haru's shocked hands. He tore up his pride, apologized for trying out his new skill on her, and handed her the jerky like, "This is my apology." He kept praying quietly that the other passengers wouldn't think they were flirting. He paused and checked his status in his head, like he had the whole scoreboard right there. With a grin spreading across his face, he realized he had a ton of jobs to pick from now. He spotted a wildly weird class called Playboy, and it came with a ridiculously strange requirement. He was totally thrown off by the crazy requirements it took to land that job. Even after all that, he swallowed his nerves, spun toward Haru, and asked her for her hand. She flashed a grin, pushed it into his hands, and when their fingers finally met, he let out a warm chuckle. He went for the Playboy job, but the universe just refused to move. He figured it only counted if their hands truly crossed, none of that just holding nonsense. But nothing changed. He just couldn't stop himself from noticing how unbelievably soft her hand felt. He couldn't stop wondering what skills he'd unlock, so he shrugged and started poking around, pushing every button just to see what worked. He couldn't stop thinking about how the goddess had pushed him to stake his whole life in this place. He wanted to crank Jobless to the max and still take his sweet time enjoying the ride with Haru. He blurted out a gasp, stunned at just how soft her hand felt. Just as things felt peaceful, a murderous aura crashed into the carriage, pouring out of the other men, and sweat burst off his face because he finally understood why they were coming for him. Haru's ears perked up the second she felt the tension in the air, too. He couldn't shake the dread that, for those other adventurers nearby who didn't look very high level, it might already be too late. Haru shot down the idea fast, saying he couldn't even resurrect dead humans. Then he turned to everyone and asked, "So should we go help?" Her sharp nose snapped awake. She caught the scent of monsters and the metallic sting of human blood. She said, "Both of us are unstoppable," and her confidence hit like a punch. He told the coachman, "This is our stop pullover." They both vault off the moving carriage and hit the woods with slick, perfect landings. Haru bolted straight into the trees without wasting a second. They burst in to find a colossal bear tearing through several adventurers in mid-attack. He slammed the warning into her before she could charge ahead because in the clearing, He'd just spotted another gorilla-like beast. He couldn't shake the feeling that something massive was going down because monsters of every kind were suddenly swarming to the same exact spot. "Haru, handle the small fries. He told you those bears, I've got them." He yanked his sword out and faced down a whole pack of bears head-on. He let out a thunderous battle cry and crashed straight into the pack. He ducked under the bear's claw and slammed a brutal punch into another bear's jaw. Every bear he slammed hit the ground with a thud, totally crushed and out cold. He froze in shock as the last bears snapped around and walked away, leaving him staring. He stood there totally baffled, as they completely brushed him aside and tore into the dirt, digging furiously like they meant it. Right when the ground started to split, his presence detection skill snapped a signal from deep underground. An enormous monster exploded into the scene, and he realized he couldn't afford to look away. Another beast was already charging straight at him. The bears started to mutate, fur and flesh contorting in real time. Then they unleashed a synchronized, bone-chilling roar that shook everything. "Fire!" he roared. Then he unleashed a raging blast of dark magic. He froze when a bear rocketed out of his blind spot and came barreling straight at him. Haru sprang between them, slammed the attack aside, and yanked him back from death. A notification blared that his skills had leveled up, and Haru lit up. She was thrilled she'd actually been useful. They stared at the wreckage, and he raged through his grief because no matter what they did, they couldn't save a single soul in the end. Then it hit him. Those monsters weren't just lurking. They were clawing the ground to get a buried crate, and out of the dirt came this faint, haunting singing. He dropped to his knees beside the torn-up ground and shouted, begging whoever was inside to answer. Haru snapped a warning. More monsters were charging in, and a massive wave was about to crash down on them. From inside the box, a terrified voice screamed for release like time was already running out. He pried the crate open and froze inside sat a small, sour-faced girl, and the truth hit him fast. She was a slave. The girl stared ahead in stunned silence, hovering over her like they couldn't even move. He and Haru locked eyes, and pure worry hit them both at once. He begged for forgiveness, swearing he couldn't save her owners, but she only mumbled, "It's my fault," and crushed him with it. Hollow-eyed, she lifted her gaze to him like she'd already lost everything. "Then please kill me," she begged, and it left both him and Haru totally speechless. Haru blurted out fast that she was just a rental slave, and that if anyone killed her for no reason, heavenly judgment would come down hard. He leaned in, swore he had zero plans to kill her, and demanded, "So why the hell are you buried?" "So tell me, what are you exactly?" he demanded, staring right at her. Finally, he chose to bury the fallen adventurers for now, and the girl immediately demanded, "So what are we doing with their gear?" He told her they'd bury the items too, because they weren't in a panic to chase money. He looked at the girl and called her Carol, then told her they were headed straight for the city of Alasra. He asked if she knew the way, blurting out that they were hopelessly lost. She gave a small, shaky nod like she wasn't sure she should say yes. He broke into a warm smile and said, "All right, show me the way, lead on." Hanging on her every word, they finally spotted a city's silhouette looming in the distance. Balazra sprawled like a titan, an enormous fortress-walled city ruled under the dominion of Tor. Right as they slipped through the main gate, the guards clocked Carol and stared at her like something was seriously off. The guard snapped into relief, thanked him for bringing her back, confirmed her owners were dead, and ordered him to press his hand to a verification crystal. They tore through the roaring central plaza of Balazra City, weaving through the chaos like it was nothing. Haru laid it out, plain slave merchants' rules. Forbid rented slaves from begging for death or taking their own lives. He realized he couldn't just swap out of the jobless class, so he had to pick his targets only criminals, nothing else. He decided their very first move was snatching Carol back from the slave merchant. His eyes snapped to the massive statue looming in the middle of the plaza. Haru told everyone the statue was Torul, and that the goddess church only took it in after a mysterious lost person suggested they do it. He was blown away by how much she knew. She said it all came from devouring books in the royal palace where her parents worked. He finally clocked that he knew next to nothing about her past, and he couldn't believe it as she chose to open up to him. Haru pitched the idea of making an offering, and Carol jumped in, asking if she could do it too. He ruffled her hair and told her not to stress, but she snapped back that she wasn't some kid. He apologized for treating her like a kid right as she explained she was a half-mini human, and that's why she always looked younger. He pointed out that Haru looked way too mature, and it instantly made him wonder how old she really was. "I think I look my age," Haru said with a bright grin. "I mean, I'm 18 after all." He got completely flustered, confessed he didn't know, and admitted he figured it'd be rude to ask a girl how old she was. He spun toward Carol with a nervous gulp and blurted, "So how old are you?" "Actually, I'm 16, she said straight-faced, and it hit him like a fresh punch to the gut, leaving him stunned all over again. All right, whatever, he cut in fast, desperate to drop that awkward talk, and blurted, "Let's make an offering." A girl boldly declared, "I'm back," and announced her return to Madame Quince. Quince swung the door open, hugged Carol back in, and demanded to know which adventurers had hauled her out of danger. Quince fired off a quick command to Carol, go back to her room, change clothes, and while she did, Quince took over and started tending to her brand-new guests. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Haru while Quince snapped her focus onto them. He demanded to know why this kept happening, and Quince snapped back that this was the fourth group to get wiped out Carol, the same one, once again. Carol leaned in and told him the truth because she had a job no one else could do. He couldn't believe it. The phrase unique job totally caught him off guard. Haru leaned in and said some jobs run in the blood nobility, and even the kind that leads straight into crime. He started seeing Haru's job like a siren call, right? As Quince dropped the bombshell that Carol was playing the exact same temptress role. Quince told everyone the job was basically uncontrollable. 1 second you're fine, the next you're leaking pheromones that instantly summon monsters. He leaned in and demanded Haru explain what a locked set skill even meant. He instantly clocked the terrifying truth that unstoppable skill would pull monsters in like a beacon. Quince said the monsters the temptress calls in won't touch them. They only go after the people standing nearby. He worried that the city at night sounded downright dangerous and that kindness lit up Quince's smile. She reassured him it wasn't a problem, as long as Carol stayed locked up in a sealed room, turning her talent into gold for adventurers who needed a rental. Quince let out a breath of relief she came back unhurt, and then he slapped down a reward for his trouble. He swore it was nothing, just pure coincidence, like they'd only happened to be passing through. Then he nudged Haru and said it was time for a stroll, only for Quince to suddenly demand they hold up and wait. Haru stared up at her master, basically saying, "With your power, you could really make a difference, maybe even save the day." He replayed her words in his head and realized he might actually pull the strings to change Carol's job. He knew that if he tried it, everyone would instantly sniff out that he could switch jobs and blow his cover. He raged at the twisted logic of buying slaves just to free them because it would blow his secret wide open in front of everyone. He realized he couldn't save everyone he felt for because Haru had to come first. He softly stroked Haru's head, then admitted it plain he just couldn't push past his own limits. Eastside snapped that he wasn't rich enough to buy her freedom, then told her they had to haul off and turn in their monster materials. Haru praised him as an amazing master, but he snapped back that she'd better eat properly because if she didn't, he'd feel like a total, pathetic owner. She gave him a playful poke, grinned that she was just joking, and told him they had to head straight to the Adventurers Guild. Haru snapped that her hands were already maxed out. She was barely holding on to everything she could. Right then, Quince suddenly shouted from across the street, calling out to them. She even offered to have Carol lead them around the city, like a way to sweeten the deal and balance everything out. Surprise hit him hard, but he nodded and accepted the offer. Carol told them she'd changed into a dress because she had a special rental later, then promised she'd guide them herself. Haru brought up the dress Margaret had given her and asked straight up if he wanted to see it. She shot into a fluster, blurting that it was something she'd never dare wear around town. He stared at the dress sitting in his inventory, and it hit him. Margaret's pick was straight up amazing. He leaned in and asked Haru if it was truly okay, then told her to be honest and speak up if she ever felt like she was coming off conceited. Carol pressed, "So you're not a slave and master?" And he snapped back, "I'm not a child." He made it crystal clear. They weren't slave and master at all. They were dear companions. He confessed that Haru was precious to him, and Carol blurted out an apology before they kicked off the tour. She highlighted the guild-marked safe zones, then fired off a stern warning about the deadly back alleys. He leaned in and demanded she spill everything about the town's dungeon. He was blown away by her knowledge. Then she smiled and told him she only learned by reading once the moon hit the sky. He stared at this brutal world and realized that even letting a slave learn to read was treated like some kind of kindness. They pushed on through the crowded streets, weaving through the chaos like they owned the night. As the guy passed by, Haru blurted out, "Hey, what's that?" He said he couldn't believe anyone would willingly pick the life of a playboy, and that it impressed him. He laughed and said he could clock it instantly just by staring at the guy's face. Carol told them playboys roll with crazy high luck stats, and you'll mostly find them hanging around right in the casino. She said only the rich could swap jobs at the temple on a whim like that was the golden ticket to try their luck. He ditched the whole plan, chased his hunger instead, and bought 3 cups of juice from a nearby vendor. He shoved a cup into Haru's hands and another to Carol, thanking them for the tour. Haru showered her master with praise, and the two of them kicked back together, sipping delicious juice like it was pure magic. He leaned in and asked Carol what she wanted to eat, like he was trying to lock in an early lunch right then. They slipped into a nearby restaurant and practically sighed in relief, right as the rush died down. He spotted Carol standing silently behind them, like she'd been there the whole time. He ordered her to sit in a chair instead of on the floor, and it hit him. Haru had done the exact same thing at first. Haru looked Carol in the eye and promised her it was totally okay. He asked what people swear by, and Carol pointed out the fan-favorite bacon-egg sandwich. Relief hit him like a wave the moment their food finally showed up. He waved them to dig in, and the second he realized those girls wouldn't move an inch until he did, he sank his teeth into that very first bite of his sandwich. Then the girls dove into the food, too, chewing like they'd been starving for an eternity. Carol nearly choked up because that meal tasted so incredible it had been ages since she'd had anything that good. After they wrapped up, he praised her brain again, and she confessed she reads travel journals all the time. Their journey finally hit its end as they rolled up in front of the Adventurers Guild. Carol begged to stop her guidance right there, and that made Haru panic. What if her being so close to the guild put her in danger? He said they'd gone far enough, thanked Carol for everything, and then they headed inside. But when he looked up, the reception area was packed wall to wall. A tough-looking receptionist with an eye patch glared at him and demanded his business. The man barked at him to haul the bear carcasses straight to the dissection area outside. The receptionist slid a knife toward him and told him to use it for the dissection. He burst into laughter, grabbed the bear chopper, and fully appreciated the gesture. Outside, he tightened his grip and headed out to work on the bears. He swapped both his and Haru's work over to hunter status, then tore into the animals with sharp, expert precision. Once they were done, he checked their hunter levels, and boom, they'd gone up even more. Out of nowhere, a pack of thugs swarmed in and barked that they better hand over the bear right now. The leader sneered, claiming it wasn't robbery at all, just generosity with a grin. He grabbed Haru and held him back, thinking, are these guys seriously idiots? Realizing self-defense wouldn't save him, he flipped the whole situation and hit them back with a threat of his own. He snapped at them. Never do that again. Now go out and hunt for yourselves. Back inside, the receptionist calmly calculated the dissected materials worth 9,800 cents. He took the cash and suddenly everything clicked, because he finally understood why the thugs had tried to snatch it in the first place. The receptionist leaned in and told him to seriously consider leveling up his weapon. He nodded with a grin, then made up his mind he'd hunt down a brand new sword for himself and for Haru, too. As they stormed out of the guild, he looked up and realized the sun was already sinking into the horizon. He noticed Haru shadowing him all day, and when he asked, she admitted it was nothing, just nerves. They burst into the weapon shop next door, ready to hunt for whatever power they could get their hands on. He suddenly decided he had to get himself a steel sword, just like the bear chopper he'd used earlier. He leaned in and asked Haru straight up if she'd snagged anything she really wanted. He nudged her to head right past the short sword display, convinced one of those blades would be her perfect match. She slammed on the brakes in front of one specific sword. The shopkeeper clocked it instantly and said it was a dragon fang. He broke it down. This thing could turn raw physical strength into magic and then unleash scorching flames. He snapped the sword into a test swing, and it detonated into roaring fire. He thrust that deadly weapon into Haru's hands. She thanked him and swore she'd cherish it, while he sat there thinking about just how useful it would be. Then he grabbed a traveler's mantle and threw it on like it was meant for him. He leaned in and told a stunned Haru that its big, wide back was built to be strapped right over a rucksack. Suddenly, Haru dove under the mantle and begged him just pretend I'm not here. He snapped his head around, stunned that she'd been hiding it. He spotted two men in fancy clothes slipping into the weapon shop. Every man Lord Oligur singled out got a savage look at that shabby store. From where he stood, he watched Haru shake uncontrollably under her mantle. The Lord flat out declared that none of the swords could match him, and he demanded a blade forged just for him. The shopkeeper bowed deeply and thanked the noble for gracing his store with his patronage. Once the nobles finally vanished, the shopkeeper let out a breath of pure relief, and Haru stepped out at last. She shot an apology right at him, then admitted the truth. Turns out it was that noble who'd tried to buy her before. He assured her not to worry, swore he'd protect her, and told her to stand tall with her head held high. The chapter kicks off with a casino plan in the air, but the night is barely getting warmed up. He shot Haru a big thank you for the clothes, and she swore they fit him perfectly. He snapped his eyes to hers, face deadly serious, and told her he had something important to confess. She dropped to her knees, but he steadied her with a calm assurance. It's fine, just relax. He kicked things off by revealing his secret origin. He came from Japan and got swept into this world after a goddess rescued him from a terrible accident. He pulled up his status screen and pointed at the blessing he'd promised her earlier. He exposed his secret job title, Jobless, and only he could see it, while everyone else stayed totally clueless. She just froze in disbelief when he casually admitted that being jobless was his real main job. "I'll always believe in you, Master," she declared, and her fearless words earned a grateful stroke on her head. He broke down the weakness. In plain terms, this job was basically built to be unable to learn skills, and it wouldn't give you any stat growth below level 19. Then he finally showed what it could really do at level 20. It unleashed terrifying power, and somehow let him pull off the impossible and change her job title. He finally spilled the truth and admitted he was saying all of it only because she mattered more to him than anything. With a tearful tremble, she swore she'd guard his secret with her life, until he calmly told her that kind of vow wasn't necessary. Overcome by emotion, she slipped behind him and looped her arms around his shoulders. Then she leaned in and told him she had something huge to talk about. Her tale started 14 years ago, right in the middle of the Great War that tore the humans and demons apart. She told me the White Wolf clan was split down the middle. Her dad picked the Demon Lord's side. When the Demon Lord toppled, her father got dragged to a death sentence for backing him, and her mother was thrown into life imprisonment. A year ago, she'd been sentenced to slavery. So when that brutal memory hit, he yanked her into a tight, comforting hug like he could shield her from the pain. She kept talking, saying she was lucky Matthias Sama bought her because if that hadn't happened, her fate would have been way uglier. He blinked, zoned out for a second over a scrub brush, then snapped back as she talked about her days as a dungeon guide. After she turned down those noble adventurers, they ditched her like she was nothing. So she sat there stunned, wondering what her place in the world was supposed to be now. He stared at her, the air crackling with emotion, and suddenly it hit him she was now the one person he couldn't live without. She leaned in and asked, "Is it really okay for someone like me, just a former servant of the Demon Lord, to serve him again?" He crushed her to his chest, swearing her past didn't define her and that she was an incredible soul. Tears burst into her eyes as his words finally soothed the fears she'd been hiding deep inside. She finally confessed that getting to meet him and serve him was the kind of happiness that felt real. "Me too," he said, flashing a warm smile. "I'm seriously so happy I finally got to meet you." To break the tension, he grinned and declared, "It's my turn to wash your back." He pushed to do it himself because he wanted to show her how grateful he was and make sure she could take care of her body. He shot back an eager yes, insisting they get the maintenance handled fast and done right. He told himself that taking stuff from those bandits didn't count as real stealing. His mind raced back to that wooden box they'd hauled out of the bandits' hideout. He remembered how tightly that thing was guarded, so he fired up his mineral appraisal skill on it. Both of them froze, eyes wide, as the skill blared out that the contents were mithril, or at least that's what it just identified. He understood that turning mithril into usable metal was brutally hard, so of course the ore was rarer than gold. Because most countries hog mithril, he decided he'd level up his own skills so he could process it all himself. He He cracked open his job settings with fire in his eyes, dead set on leveling up, and he swore he'd help Haru level hers too. With their weapons polished and tomorrow's plans locked in, the only thing left was to hit the bed and finally fall asleep. He grinned and thanked her for the sweet thought, then leaned in and said they should get to know each other together. Her eyes sparkled the second she begged him to teach her, then swore she'd give it everything she had. A rush of tenderness hit him at her sincerity, and he leaned in to press a kiss to her lips. Alone, a bone-chilling howl tore through the night beneath the crescent moon's cold glow. The very next morning, the sun burst over the city streets like it owned the day. As they strode along, he whistled a tune and Haru leaned in, praising him for it. He told her it was one of his player skills, then gently patted her on the head like she mattered. They barreled toward the casino, and Haru's sharp nose helped them dodge the nobles they definitely didn't want to run into. He looked at the casino's metal purchase tax like a sneaky bonus stage, boosting his commoner skill. His only mission was to crank his skill up high enough to finally unlock the healer job. They hauled up to the Grand Casino, where medals could be traded for goodies, not a single drop of real money. Inside, everything exploded with sparkle cards flashing, wheels roaring, and tables lined up like a prize fight waiting to begin. A polite host ushered them in with a warm welcome and discreet manners. She led them step by step, double-checking everything and making it clear this was their very first visit. The hostess broke down the medal system and warned that every single purchase would get hit with a 25 tax. He snatched a scarf for Haru, and the moment he paid, his commoner level shot upward right away. She looked breathtaking in it, and he adjusted everything fast, shoving that slave collar out of sight so nobody would bother her. He took a shot at a slot machine all by himself, leaning on his hunter job and that razor-fine touch he was known for. He dropped a coin into the machine and yanked the lever, triggering the game to start. It wasn't some massive victory, but he couldn't help smiling because the outcome came fast, clean, and thrilling. He caught bits of chatter from the other patrons. Turns out a clown magician named Marina had just put on a show recently. Hoping to spot Haru, he strode across the casino floor, scanning every corner for a sign. He spotted a huge crowd and zeroed in on Haru in the middle. Head bowed, eyes down, and his stomach dropped, like she'd lost every last medal. He couldn't believe his eyes. She stood there, buried in a mountain of winnings. She stood at the roulette table, eyes locked on the wheel, while the dealer flicked the ball into a wild spin. The ball snapped back onto her number again, and he just froze in total disbelief at her insane luck. The crowd murmured like they couldn't believe their eyes, her 7th straight win, a run so wild it felt like the future was calling her name. Haru, he blurted, practically bursting into her presence. Shame crushed her, because even now she couldn't track the ball's path perfectly, so she had to wager across 5 slots at once. They counted up their spoils, an intimidating mountain of black and green medals stacked like trophies. Their party got cut short when a huge man stormed in and introduced himself Gorsa, the casino's boss. Gorsa threw down the gauntlet, eyeing his companion like he didn't trust a single bit of those insane winnings. He clocked that the guy was a gambler, then instantly understood the VIP seat was really a threat, like a warning wrapped in luxury. He tried to politely turn them down, even asking if they could just swap medals and let him walk out. He told them they just wanted to trade a few items, and to his shock, Gorsa agreed it was a great idea. Then the owner leaned in and revealed a wild, one-of-a-kind way to cash out. It was a dizzying cycle. Swap medals for a rare coin. Sell that coin at an antique shop, cash out the money to buy more medals while the taxes kept taking huge bites out of every step. He finally clocked it a total win-win because the scheme piled up tax revenue for the casino owner and quietly flew under everyone's radar. As he stormed out of the casino, his commoner level shot up to 72, and boom, new jobs unlocked. Now he'd finally cracked the door open. He had an apprentice warlock and a magic scribe at his command. Haru stared at him, totally blown away by how fast he thought and how sharp his moves were. He handed her a wind brooch he'd traded their medals for, and he practically beamed because he was sure it looked absolutely perfect on her. She praised him as dependable and promised she'd meet his expectations, so he shot back with a reminder, "Don't just focus on him, cherish your own life, too." Right as he was about to suggest they head into the maze, a young boy came sprinting at them, yelling that something terrible had just happened. The boy screamed that demons were coming. Those woolworms were marching on the city, and he begged anyone with the guts to step up and help as adventurers. He stared at the city walls, then snapped his gaze to Haru, determination blazing in his eyes. He slams up a stone wall he just conjured and smashes the Minotaur's axe swing to a screeching stop. The worm horde suddenly locks up dead still, like something yanked the world's power cord. They snap in sync, then pivot together and start retreating, fast. "What the hell just happened?" he blurted out, watching the guard freeze in total stunned silence. A notification blared in his face. He'd leveled up. He spotted a guard gripping a wounded arm and shot over to offer his help. With a trembling hand pressed to the wound, he unleashed his newly upgraded healing magic. The guard, stunned by the magic, blurted out whether Haru was a noble just as Haru sprinted right up beside him. He reassured her he was totally fine, wrapped up in the protection of the wind brooch she'd given him. Then he showed off sick control over magic, sparking a bucket of steaming hot water by blending fire and water spells perfectly. "Hot water's ready," he blurted out with pride, and Haru just stared in total awe. After handing the guards water, he told Haru to spin around so he could help wipe the sticky mucus off her. Later, the townsfolk rushed in to drag up and recover the worm carcasses. A guard snapped that the adventurers who fought would get paid straight from the city's own funds. He twisted his face in a grimace. Sure, being broke usually keeps people like him from rewards, but then Haru's in the party. And that's when he finally felt eligible. Yithang thanked her for the help, then swung around and fired off a question to Quince. He demanded to know why she'd risk it all and run out to the gate during the attack. Quince admitted she'd heard about the worms, and then she pinned it on Carol's monster attracting power. She scanned the room, realized Carol was missing, and then blurted out whether anyone had spotted a noble. He instantly got it, snapping back to the memory that he'd rented Carol to Ola Gersema that same morning. Quince blurted, "Why did they attack us, then vanish like that?" and immediately asked Haru if she could track Carol's scent. With a jolt, he understood the monster's retreat for what it was. Carol's scent had surged deeper into the maze. He looked grim at Quince and warned, "This is going to happen again, just watch." Carol's skill in the maze was a risk so huge they couldn't afford to ignore it. "All right, tell me, what do you really want to do?" Quince demanded, clocking the grit in his eyes. "I'm saving every person out there," he vowed. "No one's getting turned into a victim on my watch." Haru shot the question to him, her eyes bulging with worry. "So are you going to use your skill?" She laid out his whole scheme to Quince. He'd unleash wind magic to shove the pheromones pouring out from the maze entrance right off course. "Haru, can I borrow your strength for a second?" he asked, again. With Haru's wild, excited nod, they bolted out to bring Carol back. They slipped into the maze, and he realized the nobles had bulldozed past the guards at the entrance. At the gate, a guard broke down and admitted he couldn't stop the nobles' command right before the swarm of worms crashed in. He laid out his plan for Haru and even tossed in some sneaky stakeout work to keep everything under wraps. He let out a heavy sigh and muttered that crossing the nobility was dragging him into one nightmare after another. The deeper they pushed in, the fewer monsters he found, so he figured Sebastian's son must have already wiped them out. He couldn't help but blurt out, "So what kind of job does a noble even do?" Haru made it crystal clear you don't just wake up and become a king. It's a status you're born into, stamped into your blood as part of the king tribe. Then he couldn't shake one burning question: why would a noble be so desperate to get Haru? She blushed hard, whispering that she was honestly thrilled he'd chosen to buy her. He grinned, praying the nobles would just let her slip through the cracks. He peppered Haru with a question. Was that scent still far? And she snapped back that it was even farther up ahead. She leaned in and warned him this town's maze was crawling with minotaurs. The air grew heavy. Haru realized 3 people were packed together, the scent getting stronger by the second. He shoved forward, telling himself he didn't care about the nobles, but their deaths would drag trouble straight on to Carol and Quince. With his deep presence search, he zeroed in on a huge pack of monsters moving like they had one destination. "Yeah, we're pretty close," he told Haru. And then he decided, right then and there, to go on alone. Haru refused to let him go alone. She declared she was coming with him. No exceptions. He pressed her back with a gentle shove and told her to head to the inn, promising he'd be fine. Then he spun around and bolted, totally leaving a worried Haru standing there, stuck in panic. He burst in just as a colossal minotaur tore through the nobles, roaring like it was about to crush them all. Sebastian lunged to intercept the beast, slamming himself in front of that crushing, power-packed fist. The butler clocked how bad it really was his leg was busted, and his supplies were running dangerously thin. Oligaire begged his servant, but Sebastian snapped that he was hitting his limit. Sebastian's rage flared as he cursed his own naive belief that Carol's skills were anything but atrocious. Oligaire snapped, "Let's kill her, because if she was gone, the Minotaurs would finally stop showing up." "Not here! This kind of place won't let you die!" Sebastian roared, throwing himself between his master and Carol. He was built to guard Oligaire's Sama, and he'd do anything at all to make sure that promise never broke. He shoved his master hard in the chest, yelling for him to flee while there was still time. "I won't let anyone die!" Oligaire roared, gripping tight and refusing to leave his men behind. "So forget me, just run," Sebastian begged. The young noble barked defiantly, and that shout jolted the Minotaur, making it slip. Then boom, he was right there, sword up, stepping between the boy and the monster like a shield. "Are you hurt, noble Sama?" he demanded, whipping around to stare at the stunned boy. Sebastian dropped to his knees and begged the newcomer to lead them to safety no matter the price. He'd pay it. "I reject," he said coldly, and slammed his hand onto Carol's head. And just like Sebastian warned, fresh Minotaurs started closing in on them from every side. He clenched his fist, then launched himself straight into the oncoming horde. A burst of fire tore out of his body, scorching the nearest Minotaur to ash. Sebastian stared, stunned, as that one man started crushing the monsters one after another. He realized their skin was too thick for his sword, and his fire did nothing, so he snapped off a whole new spell. "Petite Thunder!" he screamed, and lightning snapped through the Minotaur's ranks in violent arcs. He snapped, "All three of you head to the surface. I'll take the rear." Carol grabbed Oligaire's attention and urged him to move. "We have to hurry!" The young noble whipped his head back at his butler and demanded, "Is your leg all right?" Sebastian shot a warning. More monsters were probably already crawling their way in from the other floors. He knew healing Sebastian would leave him exposed, but Carol wouldn't back down. Oligaire's Sama had to reach the surface. Teeth clenched, he realized there was no way he could drop his guard, and all he could do was pray for one more fighter to join the brawl. Suddenly, a creature even bigger than before burst out of the corridor ahead and slammed shut their only way forward. Just as he braced for the next strike, the Minotaur behind him slammed a massive axe down on him. The punch never landed, an enormous stone shield blasted up from the ground and swallowed it in an instant. Haru planted her feet and stared down the stunned nobles, sword raised and ready to strike. He couldn't stop himself. His face broke into a grin the moment he saw his rock-solid partner. "Wait, Haru Watat," Oleg blurted, eyes widening as he finally spotted the fox girl. Oligaire snapped his gaze at Haru. "You saved me again." He locked eyes with her, staring like he couldn't look away. "Tell me, can I ever beat you?" he demanded. "Quick, let's haul ourselves down to the 25th floor." Haru snapped. A Minotaur bellowed a brutal roar. Hinojo's eyes went wide. "Wait, isn't that gonna cause a disaster?" "If we're in the boss room, any skills won't affect the area around us," she said, and then he nodded. "I get it." "Everyone, keep your heads down," Haru barked. They all huddled low as the monsters thundered past the doorway, and then the massive stone door started to slam shut. The party huddled behind the safe door, watching the rampaging beasts get locked up, and as Haru yelled, "Master, the gate's shutting!" "Yeah, if I can't reach that door, I'm finished!" Joe screamed, and with pure panic in his bones, he lunged into a desperate forward dive. He dove under the gate at the exact moment it slammed shut behind him. Relief hit him hard safe. Thank goodness, he breathed it out and yelled, Everyone's safe!" Then Haru, still jittery and fidgeting, managed, "Master!" "Thank you, Tilda Haru," he shot back, flashing a confident thumbs up, and she just grinned up at him like, "You saved me," while he ruffled her head. A guttural growl rumbled through the room. "No time to slack off now," he warned, as a towering, muscle-heavy beast loomed right in front of them. This is the 26th floor boss King Minotaur, and Carol spots him instantly the moment her skill hits. The boss gets thrown off, and Ichinojo clocks it too. Instead of that, it hit him so hard he snapped into worry he couldn't ignore how strong it was. This monster screams boss level, and Haru started breaking down what the room can do. "Then you're telling me the gate still won't budge even after the boss is gone?" he asked, and as he waited, his eyes slid off to the side. Olajir hovered by the entrance, glaring at me for ages. Ichinojo finally clocked it. Does he really think he can mess with me and with Haru after I'm her master? Ugh, this is getting annoying. Everyone, back up, Haru barked, stepping forward. Haru, I need you with me. Trust me, I've got this. Now we're about to see what the king is made of, he thought. Then Bam Olojir ripped past him and he yelled, Olojir-sama! Sebastian shouted as the King Minotaur locked eyes on the newcomer. King Minotaur, brace yourself. Olajure roared, I'm Olajure, Elri Robudi, descendant of Lord Robudi from the Arundel Kingdom in Decim, and I'll be your opponent. Then Idiot barked, Fall back! Ichinojo shouted. The King Minotaur flashed a grin and hauled his massive axe up. Then the Logger-sama swung it down with a terrifying crash. Sebastian Olajir shrieked. The butler lunged and shoved him out of the way, eating the full smack. Then Ichinojo burst in, sword flashing as he carved the Minotaur's side. The beast staggered back from the strike, but the hit it took felt straight-up lethal, he grimly thought, like death was in the air. Sebastian, say something. Olajir sobbed as he dropped to his knees beside his servant, pleading that if he didn't move fast and heal him, Ichinojo would panic. His jaw clenched hard as he fought for time. The King Minotaur roared with fury, and Ichinojo gritted his teeth, bracing himself like a fight was about to explode. I took it on the chin, he realized. Then, something was off, he muttered, staring at his sword. Damn, wait! And he screamed as the Minotaur charged straight past him. Its new target was Carol. Thanks to you, she's safe. Then a voice shouted as another adventurer slammed themselves in front of the beast's path. Now, let's keep this quick. Ichinojo plotted his next move. I swear I'm going to end it with one strike. But this thing doesn't just hit hard, it's fast and smarter than it looks. And if it keeps dragging on, Haru better get here, he shouted. Can I count on you to lure the boss out and grab his attention? This might be tough, he said. And then she snapped back, Yes, I've got it. She blurted, thrilled, Master, I'm stacking up my strength, and as soon as you give the signal, he'll hand everything to you. You've got it, she swore. Then the Minotaur swung its axe. Crash! It's pointless to block it with my blade. Haru realized this thing will crush me with sheer strength, so she decided to sprint in close, then slip every hit by dodging with her head. The massive axe head just barely grazed her blade. From the Minotaur King's axe alone, there's no way to dodge it up close. She realized it instantly, so she grabbed the master's sword, slammed its blazing tip into the ground, and braced for the next crushing swing. Parry it, she screamed as she launched herself into the swing, catching the axe mid-attack, then refused to budge even as its crushing power slammed against her. Harriet roared again, slashing to deflect a second blow, then Ichinojo's strength detonated as he shifted jobs at full sprint. Haru screamed, then launched himself into the sky. Yeah, she snapped back, dodging out of the way at the last second, and he slammed his energized sword down with a sharp vertical slash, splitting the monster in two. It tore you apart! Dan King Minotaur screamed one last deafening roar as his body finally split open. The two halves of the boss crumpled and dropped to the floor like their power just got cut. Thanks, Haru, he said then. Like clockwork, she praised him as master, and boom, a system window popped up, flashing his skills and the next steps in his job progression. He couldn't stop grinning. His growth felt awesome, and then the monster's body rotted into nothing, leaving just a giant horn and a nose ring sitting on the stone floor. He sprinted straight to Sebastian's side. Don't shake him back up, Olajir snapped as Sebastian barked. Hang in there. I'll heal him, Sebastian promised. Then pet its healing chance. Shoujo's cranked up. And yeah, it didn't heal like a video game, did it? The cut sealed, sure, but the man's pale face stayed. Blood transfusions are a thing. So tell me, does this world even have blood transfusions? He couldn't stop wondering. Okay, but how am I supposed to do this? Who's even going to carry Sebastian? Olajir blurted, panicking. Look at my size, only I can pull this off. Ichinojo thought. I can't leave Haru to fight all alone. Then Carol volunteered to be the lure, grinning through the fear. While I bait the monsters, everyone take this opening and run. Nope. Carol shuts that idea down instantly because Olajure has seen it with his own eyes. She lets her skill go wild, and he watches the whole thing with a troubled look on his face. I heard it straight from the slave shop, and Olajir swore it was the truth. The temptress won't be heard there because the monsters hit by that skill will see her as the opposite sex they crave, and Ichinojo will warn that she'll be raped in a heartbeat, all while donning horror looms. I can't let this happen. So my only move is to drag Carol with me and smash through everything. What if I send Haru and Terrell ahead first? Olajir suggested. Hold up, I am letting Haru sling Sebastian onto her back, but this is insane, damn it. That temptress skill is a nightmare, and Ichinojo's already feeling it. Are there any good plans left? Of course, at this point, I've got no choice but to pull out my jobless skill again. And who the hell is Haru? The room up ahead. The goddess statue room, right? He asked. Yeah, probably, she shot back. But 3 presences are up ahead, so who else could be here besides us? No way, Haru insisted. If anyone's inside the goddess statue room, the boss won't spawn, but people are in there, and that feels dangerous. So I'm rushing in just to check he tiptoed up and cautiously peeked through the doorway. If that's true, we might slip out of here too. Maybe there are other exits. Then he stared at the chilling sight. Joffrey and his whole crew passed out in a messy pile. Why the heck are you guys here? Don't tell me Joe demanded it, didn't he? Tell me, are they your comrades? Olajir asked, staring them down. Hey, no, we're just acquaintances, he stammered, then snapped. Oi, wake up, Joffrey, and started shaking him hard. Don't pull that on me, open your eyes. What happened? Something happened, or what, snap out of it, he shouted. My stomach growled so loud I could barely stand. I'm starving so bad I can't even lift a finger, and I'm desperate just to make it stop. The day before yesterday, we rode out of the city. Return my worry, Ichinojo said, staring straight ahead. There's something I need to ask you, he added, perfectly calm. Will you actually eat the food he's been saving? Take this, he snapped, then shoved a hunk of bread straight into Joffrey's face. All right, I'll eat it myself. Master's the one who always pulls that move, Haru muttered. Joffrey choked on his food and mumbled that I was terrible at this, and yeah, it still rips me off. Fast. Ichinojo snapped. Shut up, just eat it. Then Elisa shot back. No, I want Joffrey to eat first. Go on, Elisa, eat first, Joffrey snapped. Then you two tore into your food together fast, while Ichinojo roared from the side. We're out of time, thanks for the meal, Tilda. And tell me you made Kendra's share too, right? Alyssa demanded. Kantaris was starving too. Joffrey shoved the question at his mount like, how was it, and? Go on, let him eat it, Alyssa urged. Haru, can you hand this veggie to Kenteris for me? He asked. Please do, he begged, shaking as he confessed his fear of monsters. Yeah, sure, she said, grabbing the vegetable, and then he spun on the 2 of them. Why are you guys stuck in a place like this? Yeah, look, listen, I'm serious. I hate talking to you guys, so cut to the chase and summarize the main point and tell me, he snapped, his face darkening. I'm out of time, he barked as panic surged. Tell me how the heck you people made it into this maze. I slipped and stepped right on Kenteris's tail, Alyssa blurted, panic already rising in her chest. The Kentoris didn't just slam into the rock wall, it tore straight through it, and just like that, we stumbled onto an unexplored maze, Joffrey added. Right after that, we grabbed an item box and this glass ball, too, Joffrey said, snapping his finger toward the side. And look, there's a sword jammed into a slab over there. Don't touch it or yank it out. This sealed, wicked item must stay shut, they warned. Leave it to me. Ichinojo let out a heavy sigh because, yeah, somehow, I'd already pulled it out. Maybe, Elisa said. We plan to tear it out for you, she said. And then why? He and Joffrey erupted in fury. Right there, Joffrey snapped it back to the moment the floor suddenly split open. With that, we dropped down hard, though. Honestly, I pretty much had it figured out, Ichinojo said. Plunge down means straight down from up top, at least. That's what I figured as I stared up at that towering ceiling. You guys basically fell out of some secret room you didn't even know existed. And that's the whole story. Seriously, though, didn't these guys waste time from the very start? He snapped, annoyed to the core. What's up with that wicked sword thing anyway? It's not here to make me furious. So breathe, calm down. I've got to calm down, he told himself. Honestly, chasing the past is pointless. This situation is way better, and with that we'll manage to push through somehow. he said, and hope surged back into him. If Ken Terrace can carry Sebastian, then Haru and I can team up and fight together. So a lodger leaned in and shot a question. Hey, what's your name? Chino Joe, he shot back. I mean, whatever, so tell me, what do you want? And if it's you, I'm sure you'd be the perfect master for her, Oleger said. That's all I wanted to say, so tell me, didn't you mean to buy Haru Ichino? Joe grilled him. And yeah, you heard it straight from her, you rewrite? Oleger just blurted out his confession. I got trapped alone in the maze when a floor slime lunged to end me, but right then Haruwata stepped in and saved me, and he swore it was love at first sight. Are you really going to bring that up? Shinojo thought she was exactly the kind of knight I'd been hunting for, so I had to redeem her and name her my knight, Oleger continued. Haru had laid down a condition no surprise, and Ichinojo admitted the outcome still didn't pay off. Getting here and training with that temptress who I only knew about from rumors was my toughest battle, and yet she got even stronger, and she still saved me again. And look, I know you want to give it your all if you think you're ready to take on what Joe started. But you need to look around first, because when you summon monsters into the city, you're putting everyone with you in danger too. And as for pressuring the guild, I'd never, ever do something like... Ichinojo shook his head. There was no way he'd ever bully the guild, and he wasn't trying to block Haruwata from serving you, but yeah, he'd just been way too quick to brand all royals as clueless idiots. Yeah, I can't lie, I'm still bitter about it. You two done eating, he snapped, calling out to Joffrey and Elisa. Kneel and toss your prayer at the goddess statue, then we'll get out of here. So why in the world is Joffrey asking like he's lost? Prayer takes only a blink, he said. And I'm telling you, maybe it'll unlock some useful item or a skill we can actually use. Either way, there's zero downside. So is this really the deepest level of the maze? Joffrey asked. We tracked down the most buried, uncharted maze out there, right? Yeah, I'm not exactly pretending I knew. Turns out this is Bolasura's maze. He shouted for Torul Sama, right out into the chaos. He yelled, "Come out!" and started hammering the door like it owed him answers. Suddenly, the room exploded with roulette tables, dozens of them, spilling out in a wild torrent. Excuse me, Torul Summer, he muttered. Why are there only roulette tables? He stumbled on a note meant just for him, waiting like a secret. He scanned the list of possible rewards, and the responsibility hit him like a heavy weight on his chest. Haru volunteered to help, but he shrugged, like luck was calling, then figured a casino would hit better than him. He glanced over and realized 6 balls were set out for every single person involved. Sorry, Oleg, he said, and then he chose to kick things off with someone he didn't really care about. The ball dropped right on target, smack into the brush reward. Then he spun hard toward Joffrey and Elise and launched the ball right out of his hands. Then he zeroed in on his own spin. And just like that, a whole new lifestyle magic skill snapped into place. He blurted out, "What kind of magic is this?" and wheeled around to face Haru. He decided to pour every ounce of focus into this next spin for her. "Haru, lend me your power!" he roared like the world depended on it. The ball clattered straight into the slot. "I did it, Haru." I cheered a little too loud. The others huddled up, staring at their prizes with a wild mix of awe and disappointment. He spun toward Haru and demanded to know if she had any clue about lifestyle magic. Joffrey told them it was a kind of magic you used every single day built into ordinary life. He kept clocking how rare it was and what it could do, even as he shrugged and said it didn't impress him one bit. Every last bit of Joe completely got hit with awe. Joe Frey slid his intimacy ring into Elisa's hands. Ichinojo leaned in to check on Haru, and she looked like she was miles away, lost in her own little world. He pitched the whole plan Carol would pull the enemies off his trail. Haru locked eyes with him, determination blazing in her gaze. Sebastian handed Joffre his own personal mission. Joe Free snapped up the offer with pure, unstoppable gusto. 2 groups finally reached the breaking point. Then they started to split and go their separate ways. He hauled Carol up onto his back. He stared at her and thought, "She's light, so grab on tight, don't you dare let go." He ripped down the stairs at a dead sprint. He carved through the minotaurs like a storm, his sword whistling in a blur. Now that he'd leveled up so hard, the battles barely fought back. He ducked, dodged, and sliced through the swarm of monsters. "This is a perfect shot for us," he said. They hauled themselves up to the 24th floor, and the place was crawling with enemies. A brutal horde of minotaurs thundered forward, roaring at them like a living storm. "Watch me launch through that space," he blurted out, firing off like a dare. The beast roared like thunder, charging straight for them. He told her to grip on tight just one more time. The minotaurs charged in close, weapons held high like they were ready to strike in an instant. With a gut-punching roar, he hurled himself into the sky. He rocketed over the stunned monsters' heads like a streak of lightning. He hit the far side and kept sprinting like his life depended on it. He realized the stairs were pointing the wrong way, but he clenched his teeth and kept going, pulling the monsters off everyone else's back. As he sprinted, the whole area started emptying fast. A notification popped up and told him he'd just unlocked a brand new skill. Carol shoved the words into him. "Leave her, run, and never look back." "We're right behind them," she gasped, whipping around and spotting the monsters closing in behind their backs. He tried to calm her down, but a monstrous beast suddenly crashed into their path. She snapped that he was stalling, and that if she was on his back, he'd never reach full power in that fight. "Joe, everyone please let Carol talk." She started to speak. Another level-up ping blasted onto the screen as he pressed her, asking why she wanted to die. They stood alone in a dead, crumbling hall, surrounded by nothing but ruin. She leaned in and told him the truth: her parents had been ripped away by monsters. So yeah, Carol getting killed too felt inevitable to her, and it came out of her like numb words. He said he'd rather blame it on her than admit it was his mistake. She told him that her temptress power finally snapped awake that very night. She poured out the heartbreaking tale of how her parents died, then how her father was taken too. Unable to repay the loan, they snapped her into slavery and sold her off. She looked at her fate and knew this was the punishment she deserved. Tears poured down her cheeks as she confessed in a broken whisper that it would have been better to die back with her parents. He snapped to a halt and whipped his head toward her. He told her the crushing truth: his parents were gone and the reason was him. He spilled the whole plan to her, his birthday surprise for his little sister, ready to blow her away. He'd been determined to give her the most unforgettable birthday of her entire life. But then the accident that tore her parents away turned the whole day into pure nightmare fuel. He admitted he'd already quit on a bunch of stuff, convinced his sister was blaming him for everything. But I was wrong. She was the one crying. And he remembered it like it just happened. He told everyone the wisdom his little sister had planted in him, the lesson that you've got every right to chase your happiness. He remembered the moment she flawlessly recited a chunk of their country's constitution from memory. It was a line pulled straight from Japan's constitution, one he'd never once forgotten. His sister didn't just tell him, she drilled into him that work came with both right and responsibility. She swore that it was totally fine to be happy, even if you'd never done a single bad thing. He offered a soft smile, fully convinced Carol's parents would tell him the very same thing. He stared at her and flat out said, "Carol's never done a single bad thing in her life." He asked her straight up if she still believed she didn't deserve happiness. "Don't worry, I'll make you absurdly, impossibly happy," he vowed, fire blazing in his eyes. He grabbed her hand and ordered, "Slip on the ring, now check your status." Her status screen flashed Temptress Level 1. It even hinted at a job you could switch right at Commoner Level 3. The moment he spotted the temptation skill, he knew he had to switch her job on the spot. He urged her to check her status, telling her it was the very first move toward real happiness. Her eyes shook as she zeroed in on the jobs section of her status screen. It twisted right in front of her eyes, like reality itself just cracked open. He snapped back into the moment, shouting for her to hang on as the Minotaur slammed back around them again. He told her, "Those temptress tricks are gone, but don't relax, because the danger is still right here." Carol stared in shock, asking how on earth her job could have turned so common. He declared that this was the goddess's protection, like a shield wrapped around him. He smirked to himself, convinced there was truth in his lie at least a little. He told her, "Your prayer must have finally reached Rule-sama." He ducked the blow and shot her a quick look. "Save your thanks for the goddess later." In the middle of the fight, he blurted out, "So when this is over, what job do you want now that you get to choose?" "Tell me, what job are you dreaming about becoming someday?" he asked. "You can be anything you dream of," he roared, smashing through another monster as he charged forward. Her eyes snap wide and it hits her like a sudden bolt of truth. "I'm going to be a peddler," she blurted out like it was the only dream that mattered. She vowed to climb to the very top of the peddling world just like her parents had always dreamed. He shot her a grin and cheered, telling her she could absolutely do it. But he made it crystal clear this road won't be easy, and only her own hard work can carry her through. "Be honest, can Carol really find happiness?" she asked, hope practically glowing in her voice. He snapped his guard up and sent the Minotaur's crushing blows skidding aside. Still, he roared, "I can't give up, I'll keep doing something like backing up Carol." The last Minotaurs erupted in a savage roar of pure fury. "Carol, live on and be happy," he blared. A message popped up, urging readers to head over to the translation group's website. On the 23rd floor stairway, Haru stared at the empty bag on her shoulder and wondered what on earth she'd end up eating. Right then, her master burst in. Carol sprawled on his back, and he shouted for his companions to hear him. The whole party finally slammed back together in the desolate dungeon corridor. He told me that ever since Carol's job changed, her passive skills vanished, so the monsters that used to sniff her out disappeared too. His friends stared at him, eyes bulging with pure shock. Everyone burst into relieved laughter, and Haru lit up with pure joy, grateful they were all safe and sound. They made up their minds, use Haru's monster-repellent incense to blast their way back to the city and finally treat Sebastian. Haru clocked the unease on his face and shot him a question. "What's wrong?" He told them about the new move he'd just learned, counterfeit judgment, that let him size up any item at a glance. Carol finally swore she wasn't a temptress anymore, while Alice stared and said the incense was still burning. He made it crystal clear the Centaurus wasn't ignoring Carol because of the incense. It was because it was basically a sluggish donkey-type monster. Elise snapped at her Kenturist. Joffrey caught him eating grass at a time like this, and the scolding came fast. As the others erupted into laughter, Sebastian just stood there, watching, and a cold unease crawled up his spine about his new allies. Elise yanked out a carrot, praying it would tempt Joffrey to make his move. He came barreling down the corridor with a shout, latching onto that lace and jaw as he suddenly bolted forward. He figured it out following them was the fastest route to the surface. They burst up to the Pharmacists' Guild in no time. Inside, the pharmacist leaned in and promised them Sebastian only needed to rest. With a surge of gratitude, he thrust a heavy pouch into the young boy's hands. The boy took it and straight up admitted that if he hadn't, it would have gotten under his skin. He told Haru that she'd picked an absolutely splendid, important-looking owner, and the moment those words landed, a wave of joy made her blush hard. He snapped at the kid to stop acting so high and mighty, then waved them off like, "Go on, scram." The boy straight up promised he'd get even stronger, so when the rematch finally hits, he's ready. He grabbed the challenge without hesitation, swearing, "We'll meet again." Meanwhile, Lila lunged in front of Elise and yanked her back before she could bite into that snake-like gift from the royal. They huddle up and plot their next strike first. They haul Carol back to the slave shop. Then they go hunt down some seriously good food. He started teasing Alice about that preserved food, and Alice snapped back, saying they could trade their rewards for cold cash. Elise and Leela busted out 2 rare medals, each one packed with a jaw-dropping value of 30,000 cents. In the blink of an eye, Joffrey snatched a medal and gulped it down whole. Everyone erupted in panic as the lace woman screamed for the Centaurus to spit it out. Leela stayed cool and calm, saying it was fine, and Elise reluctantly nodded along. She gently stroked the Centaurus, breathless as she told it they were all safe because of what it had done. With that gift money in their pockets, they stayed loaded and sprinted straight into shopping like it was mission time. The cheerful trio blew them a goodbye, swearing they'd meet up again soon. He watched them march off, convinced that loud bunch of troublemakers was all noise and no substance. He couldn't stop thinking about Carol's future, praying she'd carve out a healthy life on her own. Haru clocked his worry, grabbed his hand, and promised, "I'll go wherever you decide." He spun to Carol and hit her with a shocker, asking if she wanted to travel with them. He laid out their plan like it was pure freedom. Go chase the world, rake in some cash, and rack up real experience along the way. He leaned in and told her not to worry. He had stacks of items ready to sell, so money wouldn't be a problem. He swore that the moment she scraped together enough, they'd rip her free from slavery. Carol's jaw dropped when the totally unexpected offer came in so generous, it left her completely speechless. He softly poked her forehead and grinned, telling her she had the whole night to make up her mind. She blurted out a huge thank you, and he promised he'd run over and explain everything to Quinn's son. Then it hit him. He'd lent out that intimacy ring, But Haru shot back that they'd probably cross paths again soon. He peered through the slave shop window, rolled his eyes, and lit a cigarette. He broke down what the goddess's protection really meant, and why Carol's job had suddenly changed. Quince instantly got it. Carol wasn't playing the temptress game anymore. She teased him, and you could tell he was way too pleased about it. She asked straight up if he planned to buy Carol like she already knew he had the money. Quince teased, joking about whether Haru cheated at the casino, and Haru shot back a fast, firm denial. The slave trader stroked his chin, thinking that if someone had skills like that, a casino would snap them up in a heartbeat. Haru puffed out her chest and swore, "I'll be your shield no matter what. I won't let you die." Quince grilled him about why he was so emotionally tied to Carol, and he shot back that he wasn't chasing feelings at all. He was just answering Haru's loyalty. So the answer isn't doing anything special at all, huh? Quince pretty much already nailed that conclusion. With a sudden slap of bold honesty, she blurted out, "I like you." Then went even further and offered to sell Carol for just 10,000 cents. She told him, plain and simple, if he thought Carol was worth more than that cheap price, then just pay what he felt was fair. She winked at him, told him to come back tomorrow, and teased him so hard about becoming a slave merchant. Soon, he and Haru burst into the Adventurers Guild, where a roaring drinking bar was already buzzing with noise and energy. A huge adventurer was losing his mind, screaming at a bunch of loud guild members for going wild with their brand new money. He told Haru, "I'm going to process your reward for taking down that woolworm." He stumbled into that loud, rowdy vibe, and surprisingly, it didn't feel too awful. But he still worried the heavy stink of alcohol would mess with Haru. One of the adventurers ran up to him and said the defense commander had been raving about him non-stop. He quickly waved it off like it was nothing, then realized the woolworm rampage was just a rumor about their breeding season. Relief hit him hard when they finally declared the mess wasn't Carol's fault. So he snatched the reward money with a heavy sigh. Right when Haru suggested they go shopping, he suddenly launched himself into his arms and clung on tight, like he'd never let go. With her voice shaking like glass, she pleaded, "Please don't toss me aside." He pulled her into his arms and swore he'd never pull that kind of move again. She spilled the truth about her insecurities, terrified that once he got stronger, he'd leave her behind and need her less. He grabbed her attention and swore he'd need her for real, saying their recent win happened because of her. As she clutched him tighter and tighter, he felt her body go slack against his chest. He jolted in realization because the air reeked of alcohol, and she was clearly drunk. He flagged down a nearby adventurer, begged for a place to rest, and got pointed straight to the first aid station. He carefully tucked the sleeping Haru onto the bed, then turned to the staff member and thanked them. That big-shot adventurer from before snagged him for a drink, and he couldn't say no, so he agreed to have just a little. He pulled out a King Minotaur's nose ring, pure gold, and revealed he was ready to sell it. The adventurer stared at the number and nearly choked. This was a massive fortune, big enough to feast every single member of the guild. He nodded and promised he'd bring the King Minotaur's meat too for the feast. He swallowed his fear, then rose up and demanded everyone's attention. And the adventurers kept whispering, trying to figure out who he was until one person finally spotted him as the magic-wielding duo. He blared that it was all on him, then dared everyone to throw the party of a lifetime and go wild. The crowd erupted in approval the second he declared they'd be serving King Minotaur meat. A beat later, the impact of his huge declaration finally caught up, and heat rushed into his face as embarrassment flooded him. But before he could even catch his breath, the guild was already roaring, praising him like a legend and cracking open drinks for an all-night binge. He fumbled up his own mug and blurted, "Everyone drink," like he was trying to rally the whole room. The whole bar roared with joy, and everyone slammed their mugs together in one big celebratory toast. That night turned legendary, snapping the guild bar's all-time sales record like it was nothing. He couldn't believe it. Haru was passed out, sleeping soundly right beside him in bed. But then it hit him somehow he'd ended up downing way too much. "This is pure awesome, Master," Carol burst out, smiling wide. He couldn't stop thinking about how insanely convenient his purification skill was. At the inn's front desk, he and Carol hurried through checkout, ready to leave the moment behind. The flustered innkeeper practically pleaded with them to keep it down at night, because the other customers were about to lose their patience. He strode out with pride swelling in his chest as the innkeeper thanked him like he'd done something truly great. A woman stepped up on the street and greeted them with a bright, respectful bow. "Good morning, Ichinojo-sama. Good morning, Haruwatat-sama." She stepped in and promised to lead them straight to Quince. Quince leaned in and greeted them fast, swearing she'd been waiting the whole time. Then the page was totally blank. Quince leaned in and told Carol, "Go ahead, speak for yourself." Carol lit up because he wanted to redeem her. Then his nerve faltered mid-step. She bowed her head and apologized from the bottom of her heart, then admitted she couldn't bring herself to follow him. He swallowed his disappointment and accepted her choice. Haru gaped in pure shock as Quinn stepped up and addressed Carol. Haru spun toward Carol and demanded, "Did you say that to save your master's skin?" Quince laid bare Carol's crushing feelings of worthlessness, like she'd been nothing more than a temptress once. Haru confessed that if her master ever stopped needing her protection, a crushing feeling of worthlessness would creep into her mind. Quinn warned that that kind of thinking drags your worth down even more, and that if you just grind hard, your value will shine through. Carol sat alone in silence, staring at her own worth like it might vanish any second. Quinn said, "If we see value in Carol, we'll buy her, but first, Carol has to prove to herself what she's worth." Quince didn't waste a second. She shot Carol a straight question. Could she genuinely be useful to her master? Carol snapped, "I've studied like crazy and I'm about to tell you everything I learned." She fired off everything she'd learned, line by line, fueled by one goal to earn her dream and become a peddler. He stared in awe, realizing that was knowledge he didn't have, knowledge they'd need on their way to Murray Grill. He admitted that a truly knowledgeable partner would be a huge help because he'd never been a peddler in the first place. Haru shot Quince a knowing look and asked, straight up, if anyone even existed who matched that description. Overwhelmed by emotion, Harold's face crumpled and the tears started to pour. She wiped away her tears, snapped with fierce confidence, and yelled that she could lead them straight to their destination. Carol swore she'd do anything in her power to help them. "Please buy it for me, Carol," she begged. Then he snapped back, "Fine, I'll buy you." Quince lined up the important documents and stuffed a few extra clothes in the bag for good measure. Once the registration was finally done, they snapped everything together and got ready to bolt. Quince handed Carol one last piece of advice while she stood there, beaming in her brand-new clothes. "Step out smiling." Quince pushed her forward like he couldn't wait for what came next. He threw Quince a heartfelt thank you for everything, and the whole crew broke into goodbye as they parted ways. "All right then," he said. "For now, we're heading to the church and I'm going to change your job into a peddler." He told her she'd need a job certification to sell goods as a peddler when they finally reached Murray Grill. Carol told them, "You're taking a boat out of Kobe Port plain and simple." She mapped out 2 routes and pushed the idea that taking one of those countries was the smart move to dodge all the trouble. He snapped his head toward Haru, demanding her take on which route was the smarter choice. Haru stood there, torn wide open, drawn to Daka's mouth-watering meat like a magnet, but tempted just as hard by Koret's ridiculously tasty vegetables. He chose the DACAT way, declaring with full confidence that nothing could ever top delicious meat. Then it hit him his brand-new Jobless skill, and he knew he'd have to spell it out to them later. Terrell leaned in and asked Haru if he could start addressing her more casually from now on. He stared at them, and the whole time Carol tugged at his heart because she reminded him of his sister back in Japan. He checked the route they'd take, then told Haru to grab some preserved food before they kept moving. They realized with a jolt that no horse carriages were rolling south at all. Carol pitched the idea of getting a horse-drawn carriage, then leaned in and asked him to call her just Carol. He froze when she insisted on calling him Ichino, even though he made it crystal clear his name was Ichinosuke. He asked her about the song she used to sing, and she told him her mom had taught it to help her grit her teeth and keep going through the pain. He nodded and said he was sure she'd meet a truly wonderful person one day. Haru's tail snapped forward and swatted him right from behind. Carol told him the only thing that mattered was that he finally got it, no matter how confused he felt. He tried to calm her down about her height, and the moment he did, it hit him like deja vu came crashing back. She let out a heavy sigh, said it was fine if he needed time to get it, then quietly told him to look after her. Haru sprinted back to everyone with the food she'd just bought. They pulled up in front of the church, and he stared hard at the cross carved into its facade. Haru broke it down for everyone, explaining that the cross wasn't random at all. It stood for the bond between the four biggest races across the four continents. She rattled off humans, tiny dwarves, and giant folk, and right then he blurted, "What about beastmen?" Haru jabbed a finger at the star marks on the door and told me they showed the priest's race and rank. Then he made it clear elves and beastmen obeyed the spirit, not the goddess. So the priests were stuck no switching to whatever he wanted unless it landed on their list, and even then the only choices were swordsman or magician. The priest told them bluntly that going from commoner to peddler would set them back 100 mangacaps. He stared in shock at the bill Carol had spotted that cost first. She stared in pure shock. He was really going to spend that much on her. But she gritted her teeth and insisted it was the price they had to pay. Carol bowed so deeply she almost hit the floor, thanking him with everything she had, and swore she'd work her tail off to repay him. While they waited, Aru went straight to the statue of Sethlin Sama and offered up heartfelt prayers. But Carol's nerves shot through her as she blurted, "Can I offer prayers to Torul's Sama too?" He told her, "Don't panic, hurry up and switch your job." She came back in a flash, eyes shining as she proudly held up her brand-new peddler certification. He spotted Haru still on his knees, praying with everything he had, and then told Carol she could keep praying to her heart's content. They barreled into the roaring trading market, where every stall buzzed and every deal felt like a countdown. Leaving the whole horse carriage deal to Carol made him feel a little stranded. Like the moment he walked away, the world got quieter. Since he was her guardian, he slipped in behind her and watched like a hawk, studying how that trading market really worked. They caught snippets of other merchants whispering about this year's massive harvest, like it was the talk of the century. He peppered the shopkeeper with questions, hunting for which items would fetch top dollar in Dhaka. Then Carol cut in fast, saying her plan wasn't to grab the obvious salt. The shopkeeper said the early cold had most peddlers hauling salt all the way to Dakota. Carol told everyone this plan would flood Dhaka with extra salt, so they could grab it there for next to nothing. With the horse race sprinting closer, she figured the city would go wild for fancy spices to cook that meat big demand, right on time. He trusted her instincts so fully, he nodded and agreed to grab the pepper and chili pepper the moment she suggested it. Then he asked her, straight up, how much they should buy, what she'd recommend. She pitched 5 barrels for 25,800 cents, and he nodded along immediately. No second thoughts. Next, Carol rushed in and bought a whopping 34,200 cents worth of iron ore. The shopkeeper clocked the item bag and immediately assumed they must have been rolling in with a huge horse cart. Another merchant lunged in and offered them 7 boxes of eagle arrows for 28,700 cents. The elf merchant accidentally spilled the bombshell. There's a fresh, higher-quality iron vein just waiting nearby. Carol clutched that info and went straight for the kill, haggling hard and offering a total of 45,000 cents for the arrows and iron. The merchant snapped at the lowball price and refused to take it. Carol pressed her advantage hard, warning that once word of the new vein hit the streets, that old iron ore would be impossible to sell. The elf finally caved in, admitting that anyone with sharp ears wouldn't pay for that old ore price anymore. They locked in the final price, and he just stared, blown away by Carol's skill. He jumped in and helped her cram the purchased goods into their item bag. Carol lit up at being helpful and told her, with real pride, that she wasn't bad at all. She declared trading was her battlefield. Then it hit him hard that maybe he wasn't even needed for this part of the journey. He shot her a fist bump and praised her as the most reliable peddler around. Shopping bags finally down, he declared it was time to hunt down Haru, sure as anything she'd picked out an amazing horse cart. They rolled up to a farm on the edge of town, and Carol instantly clocked Haru. Haru flashed a warm greeting to her master, standing right beside that gorgeous white horse. A breathtaking horse cart so gorgeous it looked unreal sat waiting there, ready to roll for them. The farmer didn't just hand them the cart, he threw in the white horse, too. He told Haru the horse was a terror until the second he stepped closer. It snapped into perfect obedience. He grabbed the generous offer with a grin, thrilled they could finally put the money they'd saved to work. Haru turned to her master and asked, "So what should we name our new horse?" He praised Haru for smashing it, then told her they'd take their time and come up with the perfect name, step by step. With his 2 awesome companions by his side, he declared, loud and clear, that they were leaving for the land of Dakota. As they headed for Gomaki Mountain, he leaned in and begged Carol to sing her song for them. And just like that, the adventure for these three kicked off right then, right there. The three of them burst into joyful song as the cart rattled down the road. Haru spent a full 5 minutes trying to inch closer to her master in the driver's seat. Then it finally hit her she couldn't. Just like you'd expect from Ichino-sama, Carol burst into cheers from her spot in the wagon. The wagon wheels clacked out a steady beat as they rolled down the road. Then she glanced at the materials he was busy shaping and lit up, saying, "This is perfect." He raised a freshly purified oar, grinning like he'd just pulled off the impossible, and then she fired back, "So are you an Alkei Magi swordsman?" He couldn't believe how true it was, seriously. It shocked him, and then he added, "I changed my jobs to ones with high magic attack." Because alchemy lives and dies by his magic attack power, he pushed on and couldn't stop thinking how busted his abilities felt, like a straight-up cheat. He thought he could smell alchemy with way more precision than ordinary alchemists, and because of it, his level shot up fast, like it was accelerating out of control. Ever since they tore out of Belastra City, he'd been smelting like there was no end in sight because what else was he supposed to do when Haru wouldn't let him flirt? So the wagon just kept rolling onward. "Haru, if you're worn out, take a breather," he said. Yeah, Fuyun's got serious feelings for Haru-san. Carol couldn't help noticing. He knew that horse would only listen to Haru, so he stayed close, watching her like a hawk. "Fuyun, please get used to everyone soon, okay?" Haru told the horse. They named the horse Fuyun because it was pure white, like winter snow, but when she tried to get its attention, it just stared past her straight up, ignoring her. He trembled at the horse's blunt snub, then muttered, "The village is up ahead," while he pointed straight toward it. "Master, we've got Gomaki village in sight, and Haru swears it's tucked right in the middle of a mountain range." They rode into the tiny settlement and screeched to a stop right near, and then inside right where they needed to be. He was stunned to find out there was 0 inspection and not a single entry fee. Haru leaned in and told them taxes only get collected in the big cities. Then he looked at his crew and asked, "So, what are you guys feeling?" Energetic Carol chirped, raising her arm. "All right." Then he decided before we go, everyone's got to buy mountain shoes first. He also had to hunt down a maid under Kashmar-sama to grill her about his sister. "We're fine like this," Haru said, but the guy wouldn't budge. He grinned and blurted, "So yeah, we're buying them." Then right inside the shoe shop, Carol froze when she saw there wasn't a pair in her size. "Excuse me, where do you keep the kids' sizes?" he demanded, and the employee pointed him straight to the right spot. "Check this out," he said as he dropped to his knees to help Carol, and she waved it off. It's okay," while her eyes were still lushing. "Carol can do it herself," she insisted, though she admitted those strings were a nightmare to tie, but he jumped in anyway, and she stood up to give them a test. "Perfect fit," she beamed. "Looks like Haru's is good to go already," he said, swinging his gaze back to her. Haru stared down at her boots, mumbling to herself about the strings. Then Carol's head snapped around in full panic. "Hold up. Are you telling me you think Haru-san can't handle those strings?" she stammered. "Carol, please show Haru-san how it's done," she begged. "Yes, please." Haru blurted it out, eyes sparkling, and he dropped to one knee to help her, secretly hoping those brand-new shoes had made her smile. Her tail wagged like crazy as he grinned. "It's done," he said, and finished tying the knot. "What is it, master?" she blurts, pushing herself upright. Then Haru shoots back, "Yeah, it looks good on you." And before the moment can breathe, Carol suddenly wraps her arms around Haru in a tight, explosive hug. Haru's eyes go wide as the sudden affection hits. "So we're actually ready, huh?" he says, looking at them both now that they're dressed properly. "All right, let's hit the maze," he shouted, and right after that they reached a rocky gap in the cliff, stamped clearly with the words, "Maze Entrance." "Whoa!" He blurted it out, stunned by what was hidden inside, because this maze wasn't walls at all. It was a stack of stairs climbing straight up. "Yeah, it's wild," he said. "I heard some mazes are built like towers," Carol gasped. "No kidding, there are so many kinds." "All right, listen up, both of you. Don't check your status until we're done exploring," he ordered. "Got it. We'll move carefully and no funny business," he said. He lunged one step onto the stone stairs, and right then, Haru's ears snapped back as if he'd heard danger. The monsters froze. He tried to shout a warning, but something cut him off. A spider-like beast shot at him, and he slammed his blade through the air to cut it down. Haru-san was just insane, and Carol couldn't even finish her. He watched Haru flick her blade and drop another monster in an instant, and the three of them kept climbing up the ancient stone steps, step by step. Yeah, not many people live anywhere near that dungeon, so he just shrugged and said it straight. Carol leaned in and told them that mazes don't just confuse you, they suck in the miasma and cleanse it. As the miasma piled up, it thickened and turned into a monster. Haru said, "And if we go deeper into the maze, those things will keep getting stronger." She kept going. "That's why the church preaches joy, so people learn to live with a smile." And then she paused, remembering the demon lord's words about monsters. He insisted monsters don't just crawl out of some foggy, evil in human hearts nonsense. And when I heard his wild theory, Harold couldn't help but lean in, totally intrigued. He realized it all fit. Most mazes were built near crowded towns. Carol wasn't even shocked by the demon lord stories anymore, because she'd finally accepted Haru's past. From a shadowy corner, a nasty rustle snapped their focus. "Ooh-ah!" he screamed as a giant frog monster exploded out of the dark and launched straight at them. Big, he roared, then he locked in instantly and realized it was a red toad. Because it's got lethal poison coating its skin, don't even think about closing the distance. He snapped, then he shoved a hand into his pouch and hurled a punchy stone. The projectile crashed into the toad with a nasty splat, and the impact ripped through the air as a brutal shockwave. The monster got completely smashed by that raw force, and then, right when it hit, he got a system message telling him his level had jumped. "Yeah, I've got a skill to cure," he muttered. Then he snapped his eyes to Carol. "What's wrong?" Her worried face answered first. "My level jumped," she said, "but it feels weird." "I'll break it down the second we're out of this maze," he told her while Haru snapped. "Master, watch out," and jabbed a finger at a slick puddle of mucus right by the edge. "So it's one of those drop items, no wonder it never vanishes," he realized, and she snapped, "Touch it barehanded and you'll get poisoned." But since your hunter level is high, she promised you'd get a skill called Dangerous Item Pickup. Then she warned him if anything gets poisoned, you've got to slam those medicines or cast cure magic right away. He yanked out an empty bottle, and that's when an idea lit up. "What are you doing?" Haru snapped, alarmed. He jammed his bare hand down and yanked the poison mucus into the bottle, then raised the vial like a trophy and said, "I got the poison mucus. Ah, my hand's gone numb," he screams, his whole body shaking, while his hand lights up with a gentle glow. "It's all right," he grinned as the numbness drained away. "See, this is a bit of magic I just learned." Both girls let out furious sighs. I'm sorry," he blurted, while Carol tore into him. "Ainon-sama is the one who should be telling us the truth," she snapped. Then Haru begged, "Master, please, don't you dare do anything reckless." "I just wanted to test my cure magic," he confessed, and Harold hissed to Haru that she absolutely couldn't lay her hands on any boys either. Blushing hard, he realized just how deeply they cared for each other. Then Carol snapped, claiming she wouldn't be any help in a fight. "Then let Carol be the guinea pig," she blurted out. And he spun toward Haru, apologizing again like he couldn't stop. He swore, "Next time I'll get it right," because the thought of Haru hating him was enough to crush him. "I won't hate you," she promised softly. Then two worm-like monsters tore up from the stone floor like they'd been waiting. He whirled and snatched one mid-motion, blasting it apart with a surge of dark energy. Then it screamed like nothing else before it disintegrated into dust. Then he yanked out his sword and sliced the second monster clean in half. Carol's jaw dropped his sword, and magic combo was exactly what she expected, and it still blew her away. Then Haru roared, "Watch out, something's coming from above!" "Then it's all on you," he said. Backing away, she snapped, "Got it," and launched into the air. She cut the monster clean in half before it even had a chance to hit the ground, and then boom, a hulking golem-like beast lumbered into view. Whoa. "From my side, Carol's looking at you both like absolute legends," she cheered, "and you could tell your leveling was cruising along perfectly." The loot the monsters dropped. It was insane, just as good as the hunt itself. Haru said, "Master, this way the boss's chamber is right ahead." And they finally reached that massive door. She figured it wouldn't take long, just 10 floors, and told him the maze's boss was a 3-headed snake. So he decided it was smarter to drop it with long-range blasts, and he wrestled with the poison gas like it was the real enemy. "I guess we can deal with it using wind magic." He decided it was Haru first, then he snapped, "I'll use wind magic," and dove straight into his strategy. Then you'll test whether fire can slam the poison gas back into the air right, as that massive stone door starts clacking open. "Yeah," Haru nodded and jumped in, unleashing a brutal combo of wind and fire magic. A blazing tornado tore through the air, and before the boss could react, it swallowed him whole. The boss got obliterated in the blink of an eye. He stared in disbelief as it finally ended, blown away by how wrecking his attack had been. And then a system notification flashed, boom, his level had gone up. Another message hit, and it revealed his alchemy had jumped to level 2. True to every master's reputation, Haru stared at the golden snakeskin that had fallen and said, like he'd seen it coming, "Isn't it usually impossible to juggle more than one kind of magic at once?" Carol asked. "Yeah," Haru confirmed. "Normally," he flashed a grin, blaming it on his so-called jobless skill. Then out of nowhere he felt a weird presence creep into the air. "Watch out, there's one more in here!" He barked right as the floor started to clack, and a huge statue of a goddess with orc-like features burst out of the wall. "Yeah, got it." He let out a tired sigh. "It's just our usual goddess joke, but hey, Master can always go meet Goddess Sama after all," Haru said. He joked that Orc-sama would be way happier once we had a routine. Then the statue suddenly split, unleashing a blood-chilling killing intent. "All right, are we seriously supposed to pray to this damn orc statue?" he wondered. Right as a furious voice snapped back, "So who the hell is an orc?" An apple ricocheted off his head, and boom, 2 goddesses materialized right in front of him. "All right, enough of this wasted chatter," the silver-haired girl sighed, then hit back. "If this is about your skills, it's because you can juggle multiple jobs at once." "Oh, just like I figured," he snapped to the truth. "Being jobless is a special case, and I'm still digging into it too," she said, pressing the pressure down on him. He felt completely swamped, and she told him, "If anyone stumbles on this, just say it's a blessing from Goddess Sama, then they'll drop it and walk away. Then your sister starts talking, and it sounds like she hikes Mount Fuji because the goddess tells him about it." "Mount Fuji," he blurted in shock. Then the goddess carried on, saying it looks like she's doing fine at least. "Is that so?" he shot back then. She exhaled, stepped closer, and shoved a box into his hands. "Here, take your clear reward." This time, it's a lottery. 3 of them stood tall and proud right outside the dungeon entrance. We tore through the Gomaki village maze. Herald erupted in cheers, and there it all was, their prizes laid out in front of them. Carol's skill breakdown, the bow of wind for Haru, and even lifestyle magic for him. "All right, then let's rip back into the city. Hino-sama's secret." Kashmar-sama finally showed up and said, out of the blue, that it was rare for him to say her name. She shoved him hard and snapped, "Go, just go already!" He kicked things off by dropping a jaw-shattering truth right in front of his companions. Carol mouthed the same word again and again, her breath shaking in a stunned whisper. She couldn't stop giggling because the moment she met him, her whole life flipped upside down. He told me the divine blessings he'd gotten turned his experience into 20 times the usual amount. Carol soaked it all in, muttering about the 2 blessings as he geared up to spill the next part. He swallowed hard, and suddenly the next part felt impossible to get out. With a strained look on his face, he admitted, "Yeah, I'm out of work." He shot her a surprised look. Then she just smiled like nothing fazed her. He tried to explain it wasn't not working, but it only made Haru even more confused. Haru leaned in and told me the crazy truth. "This world stamps a job onto you the moment you're born." "Then what does jobless even mean?" Carol blurted out. And that's when he launched into the explanation of his crazy, one-of-a-kind talent. He confessed he had a secret second job setting skill, and it let him juggle multiple jobs at the same time. "Honestly, it moves way faster if you just watch it with your own eyes," he said. And right then he decided, yeah, a live demo was happening. He told them both, "Pop open your status screens." Both girls freeze. staring at their status screens like they just saw the impossible. He told them that with this second job skill, he could assign an extra role to each of his comrades. Haru couldn't believe it. He somehow had 5 jobs all lined up for himself. He added that he could even rewrite their jobs, reminding Carol how she went from civilian to temptress. He swallowed his pride, apologized for hiding it, and asked if she was disappointed. Carol erupted with joy because the master who treated her with respect had finally proved he was her true lifesaver. "So that's my secret," he said with a grin. Because the moment anyone wanted, he could switch up their jobs right then and there. As they walked, Haru leaned in and demanded to know what skill he'd gotten as the clear prize. Carol blurted out that leveling up his lifestyle magic to that level was absurdly rare. Haru leaned in and told me that lifestyle magic 2 is so rare it only has a one-shot at being obtained. He couldn't resist, so he decided to put the Room of Serenity spell to the test himself. "All right, I'll try it," he said, convinced it couldn't be that dangerous. A glittering sheet of light snapped into place around him in an instant. He realized he could shrink or swell that glowing sphere with a snap whenever he wanted. He whipped around to ask Haru what the spell would do, but she looked distracted, like her mind was somewhere else. Wobbling through the spell's aftershocks, he realized both of them had straight up dropped him like he didn't even exist. Haru finally clocked his panic and sprinted straight to his side. "No way am I ignoring Master," she snapped. Then she watched him point straight at Carol. He stared as Carol flailed and gestured wildly from beyond the sphere's glow. She said the magic fully shuts off sound, sealing everything inside from everything outside. He suddenly saw how powerful that magic was as they geared up to head back. They pushed through crumbling ruins, not slowing down for a second, racing along their route back to town. Back in his inn room, he flopped onto the bed, staring blankly like his mind had gone numb. He blinked, and suddenly he was alone, with Carol and Haru gone off to do their own thing. With nothing else left to do, he fired up his alchemy and started smelting ore, chunk by chunk. He caught the sound of footsteps and snapped his gaze up. Haru was back. He leaned in and told her it felt unreal seeing her in casual clothes was the perfect kind of refreshing. It's not just one bit. "Hey, you look cute," he said, throwing up an enthusiastic thumbs up. She flashed a bright smile at him, thanking him for the compliment right on the spot. She slid onto the bed beside him and shoved smoked meat from the inn's owner his way. Without warning, he lunged forward and clamped his hands on her shoulders. He yanked her into a tight embrace and whispered, "No one's here, not for a little while." She flushed hard and nodded, saying she was totally fine with it even if the walls were paper thin. Her tail thumped with excitement as she talked about picking up new techniques. But he yanked back hard and shut her down, saying they just couldn't. His sudden rejection hit him like a flashbang, leaving him flustered and utterly shocked. She softly patted her lap, flashing a gentle smile like she already knew what was coming next. "Put your head right here," she said, warm and inviting, like she was about to save you. She offered to clean his ears, and he snapped that deal up without hesitation. The door exploded inward, and Carol staggered into view, trembling so hard she couldn't stop. Haru snatched some clothes and bolted after the girl who was fleeing. She slipped back in with a captured taro, and it swore it saw nothing at all. Cold sweat poured down his face because Carol had come back right at the absolute worst moment. He watched as Haru fought to soothe the shattered girl before panic swallowed her whole. Haru's lightning-fast thinking and a tiny white lie about a bug snaps the whole mess back into place. He couldn't stop asking himself, was the whole misunderstanding truly cleared up? Or was it just that Carol accepted the story and moved on? Carol hauled him in and lectured him to check for bugs next time, and all he could do was awkwardly nod like, "Yeah, sure." Next day, he spread their whole plan on the table and said they'd camp right at the base of Gomaki Mountain. That night, he pushed the idea hard. Everyone was getting a real, proper bed and a full night's rest. The very next morning, he got trapped right in the middle of them, wishing he'd booked 3 rooms instead of playing himself. They tore into their descent off the mountain, pumped and ready for whatever waited next. They finally spotted the perfect spot to set up camp for the night. Right before dinner, he slammed down the plan and said they'd practice how to secure their own food. He told them, first things first, split up to test their own powers and hunt down food. Plan locked in, the 3 of them split up and launched straight into their assignments. Ichinojo tried to fish by hurling a massive boulder into the river to smash his way in. His plan blew up in his face. He got nothing back from the water. Meanwhile, Carol put her massive knowledge to work, and hunted down edible mushrooms and sweet ripe fruits. She stumbled onto a huge patch of mushrooms and her joy burst wide open. Meanwhile, Haru Prowl hunted for meat, nose twitching as he sniffed the air for any sign of nearby prey. Her sword blazed with dark fire, and the moment she heard that rustle in the woods, she was ready to strike. Carol strutted back to camp first, grinning as she lifted her basket packed with mushrooms for Ichinojo to see. She also hauled out the mana grass she'd tracked down. She told him that it's deadly stuff, but when you're out of options, it can pull your MP right back in an emergency. He flashed her his prized catch, an unconscious oracle turtle, right there in his hands. He cradled that rare monster in his hands, and he couldn't stop himself from blurting out what it would taste like. Carol warned him it was famous for being disgusting, so he shrugged off the risk and tore into the valuable shell for now. Right then, Haru burst back in, yanking a gigantic boar by the hide. He and Carol locked eyes, both stunned as blood covered her. She hurriedly swore it wasn't her blood, then let him fire off purification to scrub her clean. Terrell spotted the creature and shouted it was a dash pig, a rare monster feared for its lightning-fast speed. After Haru pulled off a flawless hunt, they were ready to chow down because dinner was about to turn into a full-on barbecue. Right after dinner, they dropped off to sleep like a switch flipped. Carol snapped that night watch was usually a man's duty because Ichino-sama was treated like a slave. He settled beside the crackling campfire, staring into the flames like they could finally answer the problem. Haru-san also reminded everyone that tomorrow he'll have to drive the carriage. So please just rest, he begged, voice cracking with need. Carol lunged a step forward. Yeah, Ichino-sama, what's wrong? She demanded. In the end, they settled it. Carol and him would take turns, rotating the spot back and forth. He unleashed lifestyle magic and scrubbed their bodies clean before they climbed into the carriage to sleep. He flopped into bed, but sleep just wouldn't come. When shift change hit, he slipped out of the carriage without a sound and leaned close to Carol, whispering that he was coming. He yawned wide like it was the only thing keeping him awake, then realized, he was even more bored than he'd expected. Then bam, Carol was suddenly right beside him, and he practically jumped out of his skin. She grinned and told him, Hey, I'm a peddler's daughter. I've dealt with this kind of hassle forever. All right, grab a seat, he said, pushing the chair toward me like we had a story to start. They huddled by the fire, and Carol laughed that this was way better than an accident happening. She tilted her head back and stared at the sky, whispering that the stars were absolutely breathtaking. She admitted she never imagined she'd get to stare at a sky full of stars like this ever again. Even if it was only a bug I screwed up last night, and she snapped that she wanted him to just forget it. And right now, Carol's face lit up with pure joy because he'd finally welcomed her into the party. He exhaled in relief, and she promised she'd show him more than just the night sky. He told her to live it up and soak in every moment so the pain she'd been through would fade from her mind. First things first, he had to figure out exactly when the bugs were going to show up. The fire crackled louder as the night dragged on. The sun crashed up over the horizon, lighting everything like it meant business. Haru leaned out of the carriage and let out a mischievous little giggle. She caught Carol dozing off, her head slumped on his lap like the whole world had gone quiet. Master Carol, it's morning. Haru blared the news with his loudest voice. Both of them snapped awake in a jolt, totally caught off guard. Later, the carriage growled over the paved stretch, rattling closer and closer to their destination. They finally tore up to the border city, and that giant gate towered over them like a warning. Carol told me the Dacket Federation Kingdom isn't huge at all. It's got just 3 cities. He couldn't believe it, an entire giant country, and yet it felt like there were barely any cities at all. She kept going more than 20 nomadic villages scattered across the land, and the map refreshed every single day, flashing their exact locations. And on top of all that, she told me there's a fortress on the kingdom's west side built for one job, shoving back invaders. He couldn't take his eyes off the White Wolf. Nothing about Kate Sith grabbed him nearly as much. So turns out we're really heading to that border city, he confirmed. He suddenly remembered the cruel rule that even slaves had to pay an entrance fee. Haru chirped, all smiles, that she's having a blast paying her taxes. He paced and pondered where to bunk for the night, locking in on the Dakat side. Carol pointed out that Arendelle was famous for fish, while the cat ruled the table with meat dishes. He clocked Haru's tail twitch, just a tiny jolt most people would have totally missed. "All right, tonight we're staying on the Dakat side," he said, smiling like he already knew what was coming. When they reached the gate, they spotted a mile-long line of carriages packed with people. He figured the security was way stricter because this was a border city and trouble loved borders. He shoved over the carriage permit and dropped the tax payment right there. Carol couldn't believe it after everything. The experience didn't blow up by 400. She leaned in and asked his civilian level. Then he grinned and proudly declared it was 72. Carol's gasp tore through the room when she realized the civilian level was that sky high. Haru blurted that he wanted to play with Gorza again, and Carol immediately panicked like she was staring down a tax that cost millions. He figured it would probably be fine if we just played along, no need to chase the money while we're at it. Haru praised him, claiming it was all Master's idea, and Carol stared at both of them with pure awe. Haru offered to teach Carol, but deep down he figured she'd never be able to pull it off. They finally shoved through the gate and burst into the real city beyond. A guard leaned in and told him to march through the inspection point, because if they ditched anything in his item box, they'd get flagged for tax evasion. The guard flicked through his status, saw his civilian level jump to 73, and warned him, "Stay sharp, don't get careless." He couldn't stop thinking about what the guard meant when he warned, "Be careful." They strode onto a crowded bridge packed shoulder to shoulder, with bustling market stalls lining the whole way. "Man, there are way more shops here than in the city. Can you believe it? Even though we're standing on a bridge," he blurted. Carol said that because that place was basically a lawless free-for-all, nobody was paying taxes when goods got traded there. They ditched their horse at the stable first, then hurried off to explore the place. He whipped his head around, eyes blazing with wonder as the bustling market roared all around him. He couldn't shake the feeling that this bridge was basically a whole city floating on its own. A towering beast man stared him down and barked, "Go check under the bridge, you'll find where the merchants live." He leaned over the railing and spotted boats cutting through the water far below. He couldn't believe it. Every single one of them clung to their boats and hauled themselves up using nothing but ropes. Then he whirled around to the girls and shoved some money into their hands. They both blurted, "This is way too much." He told them, "Just go have fun, do it for yourselves." They lit up with pure joy, thanked him on the spot, and blurted out that they were hitting the stores right away. "Oh yeah, Carol, stick with me, or Haru, okay." Haru flashed a mischievous wink, basically saying, "Don't worry, your master's not mad, he's just worried about Carol." "I'm really worried," he confessed. "Haru is so adorable, and I can't stand the idea of other guys coming to flirt with you." He yanked her into a tight hug, and she swore no matter what that she'd never cling to any man except her master. "All right, let's roll together," he said, slapping Carol on the shoulder while she kept pouting like a storm was coming. He pointed straight at a stall far off in the distance. They sifted through the shop's wares, and he finally grabbed a few adorable gifts for them. He stumbled on a stall where a dare hung in the air, "Pull the legendary sword if you dare." The owner swore it was a legendary blade so impossible to draw that it had blasted the rock around it. His metal inspection skill kicked in and screamed the truth. It was only painted iron, and the fine print made it clear the challenger had to buy it for 1,000 cents. The shop owner clocked his face and quickly confessed, "Yeah, that was a fake." "This one's just a test to figure out if you're worthy for the real thing," she said, and her eyes flickered with pure fear. Then she unveiled what she claimed was the legendary staff of Asclepius. The moment Haru saw the shop owner's warm smile, he was instantly hooked. Suddenly, a fresh voice ripped through the air. "Wait, isn't that the staff of Asclepius?" He spun around, and there it was, a masked stranger wearing his hat like it belonged to them. The stranger threw out a quick apology for the shock, admitting she never expected to stumble into a treasure this amazing in a place like this. Marina stood tall, chin up, and declared, "I'm the greatest magician in the world, and my name is Marina." Marina snapped around to the shop owner and shoved all her money into the moment, begging to buy the staff. He watched this weird girl in a pointed hat and mask spin in dizzy circles, and he couldn't stop thinking, what the heck is wrong with her? That self-proclaimed Miss Great Magician strutted up and declared she'd take on the staff-buried hero stuck in the ground because only a real legend could pull off a move like that. While the blonde woman cheered, he couldn't shake the feeling that this whole thing was just some staged skit. The magician girl shot forward and snatched for the staff, totally brushing off his hunch that it was probably a fake. She shoved herself to the limit, gritting and groaning as the effort drained out of her. Then she finally collapsed with a heavy sigh, insisting she truly gave it everything. Downcast, she muttered about the $0.50 price tag, then snapped at him not to look at her. He caught the blonde girl, Carol, whispering to the others that they'd still pull in a profit. The magician sprang a free try on him out of nowhere, flashing a promise of 100,000 cents. Then it hit him the two were teaming up. The Oath women started hounding him to yank the staff, and it drove him nuts. He couldn't shake the doubt that she was the real deal, so she stepped in and promised to prove her special summoning magic right then. His companions perked up right away, because this was a rare, one-of-a-kind skill they'd never seen before. Breathless with excitement, the magician declared she was about to unleash her greatest magic on them. She whipped her hat off and hurled it to the ground, then snapped that her magic was only just beginning. She yanked a cloth over the hat, then started chanting an incantation straight up at the sky. Doves suddenly exploded out of the hat, and his friends erupted with loud "wow" cries. He calmly shrugged it off and said it was just a trick, though. Yeah, a damn clever one. The magician's eyes freakishly flipped into swimming fish as she sputtered, and Haru leaned in, demanding to know what that trick was supposed to mean. He said it was nothing but sleight of hand, like the trick where you tuck a whole dove in your sleeve and make everyone believe it's gone. Right on cue, a dove shot back into her sleeve, and Haru's eyes snapped to the slave's necklace hanging around the magician's neck. He snapped the puzzle into place and realized the whole scam hinged on one brutal rule. A slave's contract is worthless unless their master signs off. He snapped to the two women that they were awful liars. Carol flung her hands up in surrender, wiped her hands of it, and admitted she was beaten because in the end, nobody got hurt. She let out a heavy sigh, still fuming that the dumb couple from earlier got played for fools, while the magician trash-talked them as garbage. Haru clocked it instantly. The two scammers didn't even look an ounce guilty as they backed off. The magician Cannon suddenly lost track of her luggage, and Carol frantically kept him busy with quick wordplay about the staff. Kanan's heart slammed as she noticed her bag of matatabi was gone, maybe stolen by some sneaky donkey. She clocked the thieves' silhouettes, three goofballs she knew all too well as Jofaliris. Kanan shouted that it was in the bag, and Carol snapped back that this whole area was a lawless free-for-all. Carol warned that if the thieves stumbled on it, they'd be walking straight into something brutal. He and his crew felt it instantly. This whole situation had secrets lurking under the surface. Carol offered him the staff she'd pay him to help, but he tried to slip out anyway until she grabbed his attention and practically begged him to stay and wait. She begged him, saying they were in real danger, and though he didn't want to, he finally gave in and listened. Once the truth got laid out, his party went right on the spot and stood there, flanking the two scammers. He snarled through a grimace, ready to smash the thieves after he'd tried to talk them down peacefully first. Kanan huddled on the ground, mortified that anyone could see her mask-less face, and she kept muttering about her crazy superpower. Carol shoved him to hurry, but he just stood there, staring hard at his own item bag like it held all the answers. Carol threw him the exact staff they'd been trying to con people with. Now that their new mission was crystal clear, the crew sprinted through the market, tearing after their target. After they finally got this mess under control, he decided they'd jump right back into shopping, then roll straight to the Dakat Kingdom. Just like that, they barreled into the Dakat Kingdom border city, massive, loud, and impossible to ignore. The crew hustled through the city streets, hunting down an inn before night fully set in. He strode up to the front desk to book a room for 3, then chaos erupted behind him. A pack of priests in their entourage blared their demands, ordering the mistress to clear rooms for them right this instant. He stared at them, baffled. What's with these guys acting so damn high and mighty? As the innkeeper shepherded the priests out, one of their attendants flicked him a sharp, nasty glare. He muttered that they'd get lousy service at an inn that takes demi-humans, but Haru shot back that she was totally fine. The innkeeper stormed back with grim news every single room was booked solid now. He couldn't swallow it. This was the only inn, the only option he had left, and somehow the stable was the one place that was actually free. Outside, Carol fumed at the irritating priest and made the point that with a crowd that huge, they should have booked ahead. No roof, no plan. So he gritted his teeth and told them to hit the Adventurer Guild first, sell the items, and figure out the next move. The guild floor was packed to the brim, and the receptionist snapped, "Drop your stuff in the bin and wait, someone will call you." While they waited, a heavy unease crawled up his spine, and Carol quickly calmed him by patting his shoulder. While his two buddies patched him up, he couldn't shake the nagging truth every time he stepped into an adventurer guild. Trouble somehow yanked him in with it. His bad feeling nailed it. Two rude adventurers came marching up, bragging about his cute female slaves. A quick glance showed just how low their numbers were, and he figured guys like them probably weren't all that skilled to begin with. He shot a quick glance at the cat user job one of them had, then locked in and pushed hard to calm the whole mess before it exploded. He stepped forward, declaring the girls were his precious comrades, but the men just mocked him and wouldn't budge. Rage started to boil in Haru, but Carol yanked her back and ordered her to breathe, trust her master, and stop before things spiraled. He let out a heavy sigh, told the men they were worn out and wanted nothing but to be left alone, but they all braced themselves and squared up like they were ready to throw down. The axe user came in swinging, and with a frustrated sigh at their stubborn refusal to listen, he smoothly ducked the hit like it didn't even register. With a lightning-fast swing, he retaliated, pummeling both pesky adventurers with hard, no-nonsense blows. The two men collapsed onto the floor in agony as he faked the injury, throwing himself into the act and wailing, "I'm dying," with pure sarcasm. He snapped a quick healing spell on one of them, then barked, loud and clear, to stop messing with everyone else. The adventurers stared, shocked to see he wasn't just powerfully strong, he could heal with magic too, and it made him feel mortified to the bone. Aru and Carol puffed up their chests with loud pride, straight up grinding his nerves. Two men sprinted down the hall. Then one of them yanked the trigger, dropping a book right as they ran. A cat-eared girl barreled up to him and demanded to know what that strange thing even was. Then it hit him. This was a doujinshi, and he swore up and down it wasn't his. Even though he fought it, he couldn't stop himself. He devoured that lewd book, page after page. He hacked up a harsh cough, steadied his voice, and swore he'd take charge of the forbidden item. Haru told him she'd heard all about the book's author from somewhere. Turns out it wasn't just romance, it was a full-blown love story between two goddesses. Heat rushed to his face as he begged, "Please stop telling me all those details." Carol couldn't help but be blown away by the iron will of her master. He decided to take a seat for now, gently stroking Haru's head with an affectionate hand. He couldn't help but wonder who on earth was this ridiculously fearless author. Haru guessed it was probably Daijiru-sama, and the moment he said that, he blurted it out in pure disbelief. "She told me Dajuro straight up confessed he'd been drawing manga, but under a totally fake name." Carol leaned in and whispered that the author had secret fans, people who actually got those super specific words. Carol started rattling off the genres, and the second he heard it, he snapped, "Stop talking about this." He tried to dodge the topic, blurting out that curious job idea, cat user, like it might save him. Both girls shot each other confused looks, like they couldn't figure out what they were seeing. It was like neither of them had ever heard a whisper of it. Carol grinned and said it felt adorable, then straight up admitted he wanted to know what the requirements were. Thinking it would take a while, Carol took a deep breath and volunteered to slip into town alone to dig up answers. He warned her to steer clear of anything dangerous, but she grinned and promised she'd sprint the second she sensed trouble. He finally gave in, telling her he needed her help and banking on her to pull the information before she walked off. He spun toward Haru and barked, "Come here, brace my arm." She burst out with a bright, happy yes and went along without a single doubt. Behind the counter, the receptionist clocked just how close they were, then thrust a massive pouch of money into their hands. He let out a heavy sigh and said it was best to lock in at the inn for the night. He caught Haru squirming in place and demanded to know what was wrong. He couldn't resist scratching her wagging tail and blurted out how ridiculously cute she was. Right then, Carol came charging back, fresh off her information hunt. Haru's face went red. She flailed her hands and blurted that what she wanted to say was totally, absolutely nothing important. He demanded Carol's report, and she shut it down fast, saying it had nothing useful to offer. But one juicy rumor hit her. People were saying a priest-sama was coming to town. Carol snapped and said everyone was buzzing that the hero's party was finally on the way. The news hit Haru hard because after the hero's victory, she was sold off into slavery. He tried to calm her down, telling her she didn't have to show up to them. Then she clenched his hand and insisted, "I'm fine. Haru blurted out that she'd meet them, and made it crystal clear she already knew exactly what the hero looked like. He figured the biggest crowd was the perfect hunting ground. They sprinted for the shopping district, hunting down the hero's party at last. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the noise, shouting for their attention. He and the girls spun around wearing confused looks like, "What's going on?" 4 adventurers crowded the doorway, ready to kick off the night. The young man at the front beamed a bright, fearless smile at them. He stepped forward and announced, "I'm Suzuki Kuda, the hero of this world." He eyed the kid with sharp suspicion because the boy looked absolutely nothing like Daijiro. Kuda's eyes lit up as he recognized the Japanese name and he blurted, "So you're a wanderer too." He unleashed his appraisal skill and immediately clocked that the boy's class wasn't just special, it was Holy Night. He kept pressing, demanding to know why the kid would dare lie and pretend he was a hero. Kuda just laughed it off, basically confessing he was all swagger and no substance, overconfident to the bone. The Holy Knight said, "If I'm going to call myself a hero, then I've got to rush in and save anyone who's suffering." With a heart-pounding flair, Kuda blared his intentions to everyone. Then he slammed down his demand and ordered them to free their 2 slaves right then, no delay. Everyone stared right back, utterly stunned by that wild accusation. The self-proclaimed hero dug in and stood his ground, braced and ready for the confrontation that was about to explode. The young man leaned in and spoke with a voice so earnest and clear it felt like the truth itself. The pink-haired girl clung to her companion with all her might, while the fox-eared girl grilled the newcomer about his motives. He told them straight up his companions had picked their servitude, and that's exactly what they chose. Each of his 3 slaves leaned in and told him, in their own words, exactly why they'd sworn their loyalty. "See this? Every one of them stepped up and chose to become my slaves," he snapped, then jerked his gaze back at the rest. Carol and Haru burst in to defend their master's honor, but the hero wasn't buying it. He clamped a tight grip on his gauntlet. The hero shot a sharp, accusing finger at him, refusing point-blank to let himself be fooled. Then he snapped his hand toward Carol and yanked the guy's shirt in raw, seething rage. He tried to lay it all out, but nobody cared. His words just bounced right off like they were invisible. The hero, burning with certainty that he was right, snatched his sword and stared forward like he meant business. He declared he'd save them by force, bulldozing past Haru's pleas for him to calm down. He knew he had to shut this down fast before the whole thing blew up and put his friends in danger. He laid out a bold plan to prove once and for all that they were truly loyal. Without breaking stride, he snapped a direct order to his 2 companions. He ordered them to throw out every past command and finally speak their raw, true feelings. Both girls doubled down on their vow, staying his slaves no matter what. He spun back to the stunned hero, and you could see his sure confidence crack on the spot. The hero finally saw the slave necklaces click into action like they should, proving every word they said was real. Shame crushed the hero, and he bowed so deeply he nearly touched the ground, apologizing for the brutal mistake he'd made. He took the apology, but you could still feel that sharp exasperation hanging in the air. He patted the hero's back softly and slipped in one sharp piece of advice for what came next. Once the tension finally snapped, both sides let out a huge breath because somehow they'd dodged a full-on fight. He leaned in close to the hero, eyes sharp, dying to find out who'd poisoned the air with those nasty rumors. He leaned in on the hero, grilling him hard, asking if someone spreading lies should really skate free. The swordswoman, his loyal companion, stepped in, cut things off, and demanded the 2 men talk alone. He forced the hero to swear right then and there that he'd never tell a single soul what he was about to confess. The swordswoman straight up told the girls it was all a misunderstanding, then took off with him and Suzuki. He tossed his crew some cash for lunch and ordered them to hold their position while Suzuki's party went on ahead. As they walked out the door, the girls fired off warm wishes for Ian Suzuki, like they were cheering him on. In the guild cafeteria, Suzuki's crew rushed to apologize for every bit of mess their leader had stirred up. The 2 men strode through the city streets, eyes locked forward like they had a mission burning in their blood. Suzuki stammered that whoever bad-mouthed him had a certain item in their hands. He leaned in and demanded, "Suzuki, are you the one I've been hunting this whole time?" Suzuki snapped the attack aside, face burning red, and then grilled the protagonist about what his connection was to that item. The hero finally confessed that this item had been a lifesaver for his everyday life. Suzuki dropped his gaze, gloom settling in like a heavy weight over his love life. He snapped into tears out of nowhere, burning with envy over how close the protagonist got with that pretty girl. He tried to steady Suzuki's heart, urging him to chase after one of his own companions instead. Suzuki admitted that the swordswoman, Chanti, was shamelessly making her moves right out in the open. Her tribe's brutal monogamy rules turned any relationship into a mountain she didn't know how to climb. Those union terms were so brutal and tight that he just couldn't bring himself to agree, but all he could see was Haru. Then Suzuki clocked the young shaman, Schleil, and started weighing her like she was the key to everything. His fist clenched hard as he recounted her traumatic past, packed with regret. He ended it by saying he just wanted her to chase happiness in the future. Suzuki rushed in to apologize, admitting he'd been thrown off by the false rumors and that his agitation wasn't justified. As they strode on, he boiled over the mess this caused, while Suzuki stared in awe at the heroic kindness he'd shown. They finally burst through the cracked doors of a crumbling, run-down building. Inside looked just as battered as the outside. A voice thundered from the inside, screaming that they'd arrived. Two men welcomed Suzuki with big smiles. Then their faces crumpled the second they spotted who had tagged along. It yelped in pure shock and betrayal, but he just shot back a chilling grin. He calmly insisted he wasn't there to get revenge, no matter how intimidating he looked. Then he tossed up a tiny booklet and finally spilled the real reason he came. He pressed the two men hard and demanded to know if they had any leads on who wrote the doujinshi. One of the men blurted out an apology, admitting he'd lost his temper the second he saw his stunning beast man companion. The protagonist's cheeks flared with a blush because somehow, even with that man crossing the line, happiness still burst through anyway. The two men bowed, totally blown away by the guy who'd just gone from virgin to legend. They told me the building used to be a magic scroll factory. Now it's just a hidden spot where they secretly print doujinshi. He couldn't believe it turns out other artists were actually walking right behind the legendary second sensei. One of the guys leaned in, praised the doujinshi's art, and casually revealed he knew exactly how those beastmen's ears should look. His eyes went wide when he realized the guy standing there wasn't just some random, he was the artist himself. Suzuki couldn't believe it. This guy's cat user job was insanely rare. The artist burst into bitter wails, swearing he'd been duped into this job by the Kate Sith. He thought about using his jobless skill to lend a hand, then shut that idea down. He figured the guy's everyday life wasn't really hurting, so he decided there was no reason to step in. The artist spilled his petty revenge plan, turn cat-eared beastmen into the hottest thing around, just to make Kate Sith seethe with hatred. He snapped that they were stupid, not monsters, then immediately offered to buy their work as a real apology. He tried to play it cool, but the artist clocked him instantly. The artist came back with a magic scroll in hand like it was built for instant communication. He told her it was his niece who'd asked for more ink, and the deal was simple, 2 small coins. The moment he pulled out 2 silver coins instead, the artist froze in shock. Pumped by the generous payout, the artist vowed to craft a true masterpiece. Suzuki pushed him to tell the girls he'd be back in a flash. They clasped hands tight and swore right there that they'd keep the day's events locked away. He stormed back into the loud, bustling guild tavern. He spotted his party huddled at the table, and Haru was out cold, fast asleep. He rolled up to the group, greeting everyone, and then dropped the bomb Suzuki had other business to take care of. Suzuki's companion leaned in and tenderly brushed their hand through Haru's sleeping hair. Schleil leaned in and quietly noticed Haru's tail wagging in his sleep. He made it crystal clear that the money he handed them was way more than enough to pay for the food. Schleil slid in, breathless, and spilled that Suzuki's companions finally realized he wasn't a bad guy. With shaky nerves, he blurted out, "So what were you guys talking about?" He hauled the sleeping Haru back to rest, then told the others they could stay put. Right before Suzuki could walk out the door, his companions grilled him about what he did for work. They leaned in, totally baffled. Carol kept dodging the whole conversation like it was a trap. He squirmed and admitted, sheepishly, that he didn't have a steady job at all. The girls gawked in shock and demanded to know how he somehow pulled off paying for everything. Aru and Carol jumped in, bragging about their help, and somehow that made everything spiral even faster. The girl locked eyes with him and suddenly got this terrifying feeling like he was a broke gambler with nothing to his name. He wrestled to find the right words. anything that wouldn't spill the truth that he was jobless. Carol lunged in front of him, chest puffed out, and boldly proclaimed, "You're the savior of my life." Her smug grin didn't stand a chance now the other girls were staring at him like he was a total scumbag, someone who used to exploit the very people he'd saved. He panicked and rushed to set the record straight about the taxes, trying to stop the new misunderstanding before it spiraled. Right then, Suzuki sprinted back to pull his whole party together. Without a second thought, his companions snapped, "Let's go!" and they were out the door. Suzuki forked over the money for the whole group, waved them off, and still hadn't managed to clear up the mess of everyone thinking he was some kind of good guy. He yelled at them to stop. He had to clear his name, but they were already out the door. But right there, Haru started squirming in his arms, like something inside him was waking up. She jolted awake and instantly locked her arms around his neck in a fierce, crushing hug. Heat rushed to his face as she nuzzled against him, and he didn't know whether to freeze or reach back. She kept nuzzling her face into him, soaking up his affection like it was the best thing in the world. He got totally flustered by what she did, leaving Carol absolutely stunned. Carol's nerves exploded, so she blurted out a quick excuse and bolted away. Haru kept sniffing at him with unstoppable curiosity, her tail wagging like it was celebrating his presence. He knew this tavern wasn't the right spot anymore, so he bolted the moment he made up his mind. After dragging the drunk Haru out, he shoved himself into a quiet spot and took a quick breather. He chose to put Haru's wants first and went from there. He stroked her head softly and told himself he was on top of the world until her face lit up in pure, undeniable bliss. Her ears twitched, and she leaned in close, sniffing his neck like she'd found something she couldn't ignore. Heat crept across his face, burning hot with emotion. She kept sniffing him non-stop. And yeah, he knew this wasn't exactly the perfect moment, but it still didn't feel bad at all. He ruffled her with a soft rub, and she slid down his side, still sniffing his shoulder like she couldn't get enough. He figured he only had one move left, sniff back, and he basically admitted to himself that he couldn't tease Joff Ellie anymore for being a foolish couple. He'd foolishly fallen hard for Haru. Then out of nowhere she gasped, bowed low, and wore regret on her face. I'm really sorry," she stammered, and somehow she snapped into clarity so fast it shocked even him. He rushed to reassure her, telling her she was fine and that he'd never do a single thing she didn't want. Then she looked up and blurted, "Master, don't you like it?" Her straight-up question left him stunned. Then he blurted out, "Yeah, I do." "Of course I do," he said, and a grin cracked across his face like he already knew he liked it way more than she ever imagined. Then he leaned in and asked, "So how was that?" Haru tore her gaze away, her cheeks blazing red, and she clutched her skirt like it might keep her from breaking. "Yeah, I get it," she said, eyes blazing with resolve. "Haru, are you ready?" he asked. "I'm more than ready," she declared, straight-faced and fearless. He was totally lost, blurting out what she had in mind, and she smiled and said that if he felt that strongly, she wanted to handle his emotions the right way. Then his heart started slamming in his chest. He still had zero clue what she meant, and then she yanked her hands up over her head like she couldn't believe it. "Even if I'm still not ready for whips and candles," she muttered, asking if he'd please start with only verbal abuse, and then he realized something was seriously off. "No," he snapped, flinging his hands around like, "What are you talking about?" "I'm not into anything that'll hurt you," she remembered him saying when earlier he'd seemed pretty curious about that kind of doujinshi. Then she opened herself up to him, and hot tears spilled as her eyes filled. He told her he'd only hesitated because the book's contents blindsided him, then urged her to calm down, insisting he'd never take pleasure in hurting a girl. Then Haru jumped in and asked whether she could hear what he really wanted. Cold sweat broke out as he realized, straight from the way it hit his eyes, he could spot exactly what he liked. And then he paused, thinking hard. He leaned in and told her she was perfect exactly as she was, confessed he loved every single part of her, no matter if she was drunk or spiraling in her own head, and Haru's cheeks burst into a deep, helpless blush. He let out a nervous laugh and admitted that if he had to choose, he'd want her to be a bit more assertive. Then Haru straightened up, eyes sharpened, and swore, "I'll do my best." He blushed as he confessed he couldn't wait, then said Carol was waiting too, so they had to head back to the stable. Night fell. The three of them jolted awake in the stable, trading bright good-morning grins. He swallowed his pride and apologized for making the stable so cramped. Carol told everyone the stable was packed with people the priest booted out of the inn, and Aru grinned as he claimed that sleeping while clinging to each other was the best part. Carol snapped up the chance with a huge grin, and the moment it was clear they loved it, he finally let out a breath of pure relief. He caught himself thinking it wasn't so terrible to get stuck like that every once in a while, and then the memory hit him trapped between all of them the whole night. He let out a nervous laugh and confessed he couldn't sleep at all. Everything going on was just too much for him. Me and Carol passed both pairs of hiking shoes over. Then he leaned in and told the girls they looked incredible in their brand new kicks. Carol thanked her master. He told them to hand back the sheets and move, then they hurried into the inn. He thanked the innkeeper for the sheets, and the innkeeper bowed her head, apologizing for forcing them to sleep in the stable. Then she sweetened the deal with a free breakfast on the house. He leaned in and demanded, "Are you sure?" The innkeeper pushed the food on them, begging them to dig in, and Carol practically urged him to give in. East Side, still fuming about that priest who left perfectly good food untouched, said, "We can't just let food go to waste." Carol snapped, clenching her fist. The dining area was packed and buzzing as Carol dug into a free meal, all while Haru's shout rang out to him. She jabbed a finger at the wanted poster on the wall, and he stared hard at it right at Joffre, Elise, and Kenteris's faces. Haru stared at the poster and realized this thing was stamped and crafted by the goddess church. He couldn't shake the feeling that the priest from yesterday had already put in that request for the poster. Hiru nodded and said, "Yeah, it could be." Then she underlined it fast. "Just look at the price. Kenteris is clearly the main target." A voice snapped from behind, asking if they knew anything at all about the donkey. He spun around and found Malamia staring back. He stared in shock, thinking, "Is she okay, and why is she here?" Then she smiled and introduced herself as Malamia, a deacon sent to take care of Kenteris. She started spilling a secret scheme the church had been hiding. They tried to forge a man-made hero by grafting a hero's cells into test subjects only for countless animals to die in the process, until at last they cracked it, and somehow birthed the hero Alexio. But while everyone else got hit by those cells, one stubborn creature laughed it off Kenteris, a slow donkey. Malamia finally blurted out that she was the one who let him out of the stables, and he let out a heavy sigh because that was a dangerous secret to say out loud. Malamia said it was fine, and shrugged that the innkeeper was so stingy he'd be worth sacrificing if it ever came down to it. He was left speechless by her cruelty until she smirked and said her punishment for letting Kenteris go was nothing but a demotion. She had no clue why the church suddenly started hunting down Kenteris now, but Malamia was sure Priest Limestone Sama wanted her dead, and she snapped, asking what he planned to do to the people traveling with Kenteris. He said he only wanted to keep her safe under his wing, but she snapped back that if the priests of Limestone caught them, they'd almost certainly be executed. Besides, it felt unbearable to walk away while people they knew were left to die. He leaned in and asked Haru to track their scent, praying for some clear, standout smell like that catnip they'd found before. Looking for catnip. "We've got some right here," a cheerful voice chirped, and Marina and Cannon burst onto the scene. Marina blurted that she came to hunt down the folks on the wanted poster, and he groaned because he could feel the mess getting way more complicated. Marina flashed a grin as she dangled the catnip and asked if they needed help, so he had no choice left but to talk to her. He ordered Haru and Carol to stay right there. He thrust the item bag Dai Gerodono gave him into Marina's hands. Kanan realized the exact same doom had already caught up to them. Marina's eyes bulged with pure, shocked disbelief. "So you're a wanderer too, just like Marina," she blurted out, then demanded to know if he was Japanese. He snapped a glare back. He was done letting anyone dig up his real origins. Marina told him it was fine because Cannon already knew everything about his situation. Then he grumbled, "You damn swindler." She told him, plain and simple, not to spill a single word to anyone. Then Cannon snapped into a wild, maniacal burst of laughter. "Marina, the sun will set if you keep yapping like that," she cackled, then snapped, "Speak normally," and ordered Cannon as her eyes blazed while she asked if he was Malimia's master. Cannon nodded and admitted she'd stumbled into this world 3 years ago. And that's when she landed her introvert job. She said this job feels like pure hell with her personality, like she can't survive a minute of it. As he offered his condolences, she stared off, wondering if her whole life could have taken a totally different turn if she'd met the goddess Toralul first. She spilled her whole ordeal, how it spiraled into crushing debt and ended with her being sold into slavery. Right when it looked like everything was over, Marina swooped in and saved her. Marina cut in and swore, "I didn't save you, I just snagged you for cheap." Then she shoved a magical mask into Kanan's hands like it could seal off her two wildly different personalities for good. Kanan paused as Sakura Marina boldly declared she was unbeatable. Then Marina leaned in and asked Kanan straight up, would he finally trust them now? He let out a sigh and said he finally got it. Then Sakura Marina leaned in and asked just how important that catnip really was to them. Then she totally nailed it. She knew the real prize was the locket hidden inside. She swung it open, and there it was, a photo of her parents staring back at her. She told him it was the only thing she had left from Japan. And then he leaned in and asked, "Can I take you home?" She admitted the goddess never told her she couldn't go back, so she's clinging to that thin hope, trying to stay calm, while he lets out a heavy sigh and agrees to team up with them to hunt down the locket. They hustle back and link up with the rest. He couldn't shake the weird feeling that now he'd be chasing Jaffar's crew, so he told Haru and Malimia they'd stick with them for the moment. Then he shot a question, "Where's Carol?" Carol came sprinting back, panting out an apology for making them wait. She told me most bounty hunters had vanished south, but there was zero proof that Joffrey ever crossed that bridge. He couldn't believe it now they could actually forecast their route ahead of time. He finally confessed he'd been panicking about her. Carol swore she wouldn't touch anything dangerous. Then he grinned and patted her head, thanking her for always being there for him. Carol lit up with pure happiness, and Marina tried to reel the girls to her side, yet they clung to him instead. They tore through breakfast, then slipped out of the border city like they were on the run. Haru sniffed the catnip hard, using every whiff to hunt them down, and told her he was counting on her. The wind came barreling toward them, pushing the scent trail straight into their path, and they rode shoulder to shoulder in the carriage. He leaned in and whispered to Malimia that the deacon was spitting out the funniest lines, and Sakura Marina boldly declared the skies were beautiful right on cue with her blessing. Marina snapped at her to shut her mouth. Kanan mumbled that she was a walking natural disaster, then said he was thrilled, because it was the first time he'd ever seen someone actually hit it off with Marina. Marina couldn't stop thinking, what if letting the cannon out of its shackles was the only way? She tugged Kanan's cheek and shot back that rich folks wouldn't dare hurt a slave they could pay back for. The chat suddenly turned to one brutal topic: how slaves were treated in Dhaka. Marina insisted that this continent's treatment hits harder, and it crushes what you get anywhere else. The Eastern continent was the worst. She leaned in and said, "Out there, they don't even see slaves as human anymore. They treated the slaves like disposable merchandise, nothing more, nothing less. They got shoved into the fight like tools, then tossed aside the second the battle was over." Carol couldn't shake the feeling this continent once fought demons, and that's why priests here wielded so much power. She pressed for answers, asking if anyone knew anything at all about demons. Carol snapped back that the church swore the demon wasn't just evil, it was a vampire. Malimia tossed in a handful of classic vampire folklore to spice things up. And yeah, people said the master-slave chain could flip if the one beneath actually drained the one above. So when the carriage lurched to a stop, her eyes went wide with shock. Hold up, how the heck does Kanan even know that he blurts it out? Totally stunned. Carol steps into the spotlight and holds herself tall, arm raised high as she declares she'll take all the attention. Then she proudly whipped out a map she'd somehow gotten back at. "When did you snag that?" he asked, flashing her a solid thumbs up, eyes lighting up at the awesome cover. Kanan squinted at it, suspicion roaring in her chest, and demanded to know where this girl had dug up a map packed with military facilities. "Then you won't tell me," Kanan snapped. And Carol fired back, "I can't give you answers I don't have." She leaned close and hissed to Ichino, "You saved me, Carol." And he only shrugged and told her, "Don't bring it up." With a confident thumbs up, Harold blurted out that Ichino-sama was the most important thing in her life, shocking him even as the words left his mouth. "Me too," Haru blurted, gripping the leashes tight because to me, Master is the most important thing in my whole life. Melemia grinned, soaking in the fact that everyone was clearly looking up to him. They followed the map straight to a watchtower perched right where the borders of Randall, Dackett, and Collet all slammed into one point. Back when a treaty was signed 15 years ago, the place was left to rot into an empty shell, but even now, nobody was allowed to enter. Kanan demanded what he planned to do with Joffrey-san and the rest of them too. Ichino watched Kanan casually drop the big secret of the hero general like it was nothing. "All right, I'm taking a breather, everybody. Pause up," he declared to the group. He grabbed the petite water and splashed it into the bucket, soaking the horse with a sudden burst. Suddenly, Kusunoki snatched the water jug right out of his hands. So she grabbed at his clothes and snapped, "You're a magician, huh? Does magic feel any good?" "Sure, you call yourself a magician," he fired back, "but you can't cast a single spell, so spare me the magic act." Melemia balanced an apple on her head while Kusunoki drew his bow. Then he twitched like he couldn't stand still. "Please, don't make me watch blood is the last thing I want to see," he muttered, his eyes refusing to stay on her aim. With her eyes squeezed shut, she unleashed the arrow into the air. The arrow spun wildly through the air, mid-flight. It shot straight at the apple sitting on Melemia's head. Kusunoki leaned in and grinned. "So, how about that? This is my real ultimate magic." Haru burst into laughter and told me she could talk to the wind spirits, so she rerouted the arrow's path. The picture captured her, yanking a string that bent the arrow's path in mid-flight. "Hold on, just practice your archery like normal," he pleaded, even though he was certain she'd pulled off something amazing. "Come on, if you can shoot a bow that well, why don't you just become an archer already?" he demanded. Melemia told him straight Kusunoki couldn't switch her job at all, and she had zero bow skills, so in a fight she was basically dead weight. "Yeah, even if I'm not planning to switch classes, though, I could." Kusunoki straightened up with fire in his eyes and declared, "I'm gonna master it." Yugelt sat there, staring into the void, wondering what it would feel like to finally master his own damn unemployment. Aris insisted her archery skill was far too deadly to waste, even if her firepower was low. Melemia then offered to loan him the magical bow she'd gotten as a reward. Kusunoki's hands shook as he accepted the weapon, then he aimed it straight at a nearby rock. She yanked the string back and the bow lit up like it had swallowed pure, unstoppable power. The arrow tore through the air, blasting out jagged bursts of energy as it raced forward. It slammed into the rock and shattered it into a dozen jagged pieces. The bow's brutal power blasted Kusunoki backward. Bam! Her hands shook hard as she gripped the powerful weapon, like it might explode the moment she blinked. Then she crumpled to the ground, all her magic drained to nothing. Melemia heaved the unconscious girl onto her back and tore into first aid. As she moved, Aru's ears snapped awake, and the ground started to rumble under the stink of monsters. A pack of giant ants exploded out from under the rock like something had just torn a hole in reality. He finally understood Marina's power had smashed the army ant's nest to pieces. "Master, I'll be the vanguard," Haru blurted out. Then he told her to trust him and get out of the way. He decided to switch it up and poured his magic power into a power boost spell, blasting his magic strength way higher than before. He hurled a power-up fire spell straight from point-blank range, scorching everything in a tiny burst. Flames exploded out of his hand. The moment they charged, the flames snapped around the ants like a hungry trap. The creatures shrieked as scorching heat swallowed them, reducing them to ash in an instant. His companions could do nothing but freeze, staring in pure, jaw-dropped disbelief. He stared out at the colossal, smoking crater his attack carved into the world. He froze in shock, realizing the power stretched way past anything he'd ever imagined. He'd only tried to shrink the range. "Whoa," Haru blurted, stunned by the sheer wrecking power we all expected from Master. He stared at the scorched land, already sure he'd finished the job. "So yeah, I guess this is the price for dumping 10 times the usual MP." He sighed as it hit him. He'd totally overplayed his hand. "Master Ascent is closing in fast. Haru already warned you that smell. It's the priests from yesterday." He stared at the problem since they couldn't duck into a carriage. He was left wondering what on earth they were going to do next. Just then, Kanan showed up, smiling softly like he knew exactly what was coming. A priest and his men urged their horses ahead, convinced the roar had to be coming from somewhere close. They froze dead in their tracks, staring in shock at the massive crater ripped into the ground. Those voices fade like they're miles off. Haru clocked it the second the men walked out. and he finally let out a breath. It seemed safe now. With a sharp swish, a cannon burst out of the thick mist that had been hiding them. "Hide mist is some next-level magic," he blurted, utterly stunned. Kanan said it was basically a room of serenity thing with the magic locked away, so he wouldn't call it good magic on its own. "Master," Haru snapped, whipping his hand toward the exact way the deacon had just come from. "Malimiya-san, Haru, come with me," he barked, and then he shouted, "Everyone else, stay right here and wait." They sprinted toward the tower, closing the gap fast. They spotted a whole camp springing up right at the base of the structure. From the bushes, they watched and verified it. Those priests were on the right trail, and they'd set up camp just outside. "All right, what do we do?" he whispered. Then decided, okay, we're heading back for now and we'll make a plan. Safe inside the thick mist, Carol tapped into her half-mini human trait and pulled secrets from a distance. If Carol and Malemiya come back from their scouting mission, Carol raced to the priests and blurted out everything she'd heard. Haru checked the tower and confirmed Jefferson's scent still hung inside, meaning they were almost certainly still alive. He couldn't shake the question, why did those priests act like they were already dead? Sorry, Carol blurted, yanking him out of his thoughts. "I've got an idea." She laid out her scheme. Go in solo, hunt down Joffrey and Elise, then leave 2 of them behind as the perfect diversion. "Please use Carol right now," she begged, fiery resolve burning in every word. The moon climbed into the sky right as night swept in. A lonely tower jutted up at the sky, standing tall like it was daring the world to look away. As Guard roared about a monster swarm, he grabbed Haru's attention and shouted that it was time to move. From the edge of the tree line, Carol and Cannon glare as they march off, disappearing into the distance. Earlier, he'd already mapped out the whole plan for them. Marina started off unsure about Carol's role, but Carol was dead set on leveling up as the ultimate temptress. He couldn't stop thinking that once she mastered it, her skill would turn into something terrifyingly powerful. A guard thanked Carol for stepping in, even as he admitted how brutal her job class was. With the plan locked in, Malenia and Haru would ride the chaos as their blind spots slipping into the tower while everyone else was too busy to notice. Right then, Kenteris blurted out that he wanted to join them. Even though she feared she'd only slow him down, he still nodded and let her join them. She swore she wouldn't slow them down, and her fierce grit hit him like a reminder of her parents. Joffrey yanked him aside and whispered that there was something huge he needed to talk to her about. In the present, the guards dug their heels in and fought tooth and nail against the last monster still standing. With the plan nailing its mark, Carol and Cannon grinned and decided it was finally their turn to strike. His party stormed up to the tower and there was zero sign of anyone inside. The room was pitch black and somehow there wasn't a single trace of an ambush waiting to strike. He took the gamble and fired off a tiny light spell, hoping it would all work out. With the hall blazing under the lights, Haru charged ahead, chasing a scent only she could smell. They tiptoed down the long, empty corridor like trouble was lurking around every shadow. A tiny sound snagged his attention, and he snapped his gaze toward a little gap in the wall. A massive shadow lunged out from the doorway up ahead, and he blurted a warning at the top of his lungs. A towering, steel-armored giant slammed into their path, cutting off every escape. Jaffer went pale because his presence detection failed completely, and Haru just stood there like, "It reeks of iron." He stared at the automaton and realized it was the church's commissioned guard doll. Trapped with no other move, he yanked his sword and swung to finish it off. He hurled his blade forward with everything he had. The sword snapped off that doll's thick armor like it hit a brick wall, doing nothing at all. He gaped at how little it did, then the doll jerked its arm up to land the strike. Haru launched over the automaton, her blade already cocked and ready to strike. She snapped her sword down in a perfect arc, slicing the doll's head clean off. The helmet clunked onto the floor, and when it landed, the truth hit hard. It was totally empty. With the headless body still twitching along, he kept watching, sized everything up, and told Haru, "Get back now." Then he unleashed a brutal bolt of lightning that tore through the air. The doll crumpled into a burst of sizzling smoke, and his theory was right on the money. Lightning was its true weakness. But their relief lasted about as long as a blink. Then Marina screamed a warning right from behind him. A whole squad of armored dolls stood right there, blocking their path like living steel. Haru yanked his arm tight, because there was no way they could take on that many. He snapped into a fresh plan and blasted the dolls with a heavy splash of water. He shot right after it with a blast of ice, and the wet automatons froze solid where they stood. His companions gaped in awe as he laid out the plan. Immobilize them, no matter what. Run now. EL snapped to everyone, admitting retreat was the smartest move. Breathless and sprinting, he finally skidded to a stop, thinking the danger had to be over for good. Haru swallowed his pride and apologized because he couldn't sense the iron dolls at all, so he forced the team to hunt them using nothing but their ears. Joffrey seized the moment to drop a chilling tale 2 demons sealed inside the tower. He told me how a vampire and a devil were trapped, sealed in place with a hero's blood, acting like the spark that made it all work. It hit him like a punch. Maybe a hero's blood could shatter that seal, too. Haru cracked the truth open. He believed the priest needed Tentorus's hero blood to break the seals and set the demons loose. Once he made up his mind, he figured they'd do one thing above all: lock down Kentorus, no matter what the priest was plotting. Just as another doll lunged at them, Marina snapped into action and blasted it with a light spell. When the Ottoman lunged with his weapon, he snatched Haru out of the danger zone. He quickly obliterated the enemy with another tiny thunder spell. Millennia shot him a grateful smile and thanked him for rescuing Haru. He waved away the thanks and shoved the group forward, yelling for them to keep moving. He couldn't help but wonder, did Joffrey really slip into that deadly place by himself? Spotting Haru's tired eyes, he slid her some dried meat to help her power through. Haru's nose twitched. Dried meat wafted from behind that wall, so Marina snapped into action and started hunting for a hidden switch. He warned her not to press random bricks. Then the moment he finished, she stumbled onto one. A hidden chunk of the wall slid aside, and boom, there it was, a secret room waiting in the shadows. With his eyes blazing, he swept the others inside. They stumbled on Joffrin Kentorus, passed out cold, sleeping peacefully right there among the supplies. He couldn't wrap his head around how they could sleep so peacefully in a place like this. He snatched awake Jaffra by shouting, "Jaffra!" at the top of his lungs. Outside the tower, Carol leaned in and demanded to know what Cannon was up to. Kanan leaned in and promised her it was safe, because those monsters weren't hunting her. They were locked onto the priests. They slipped behind the tower's back, vanishing from sight as they moved in. Kanan flat out told Carol they weren't climbing, then pointed her straight to a perfect spot on the wall. She shoved the loose brick aside and, boom, uncovered a secret entrance lurking beneath. Kanan told me the tower's architect loved to tuck secret doors into the walls. She broke it down like this: her kind could sniff out everyday knowledge with ease, but tons of secrets were still hiding, waiting to be uncovered. She declared loud and clear that they were right at the entrance to a black market of information. Without wasting a second, she yanked the confused Carol inside. Said, Carol couldn't believe it. Cannon was cutting through the darkness like it was nothing. Kanan just shrugged and said she'd grown used to the dark, and Carol couldn't help but feel crushed by how brutally he'd treated her. Kanan kept teasing her, saying she didn't need to worry, he already had Haru. She claimed the dark made her feel safer, and it still worried Carol to death. A sharp clank rang down the passage, and Kanan instantly knew it came from those mechanical dolls. The moment the doll showed up, Kanan snapped, "Carol, step back, this one's mine." Carol's heart sank as she stared at her own blade, just a cheap knockoff from her scam days, because now she couldn't trust a single swing of it. He shrugged off the insult and ordered her to just watch as the doll barrels forward. She thrust the sword to the sky and cried one fierce word, "Awaken." The moment she screamed its true name, the blade exploded in a blinding surge of power. A brutal blast of power erupted, smashing the automaton to absolute dust. Carol stood there, jaw dropped, staring at the scorched wall where the doll had been. Kanan flashed a smug grin and bragged that the magic sword was officially off the market. She finally dropped the truth: she was the Magi blacksmith, the very one who had forged that sword with her own hands. Carol's jaw dropped when she learned that the Magi blacksmith class wasn't something you just picked up. It demanded mastering 3 other jobs first. Kanan just shrugged and said, "Don't judge, every single person has a reason behind the choices they make." In the hidden room, the newly awakened Joffrey blared a full-on alarm as everything finally kicked into motion. Panic hit him as he realized the power he had from Excalibur had slammed into Kentorus. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would they come to rescue wanted fugitives like them? Marina cut in fast. her only mission burning in her eyes, get her bag back. He told the others straight up that he'd figured Kenteris had bought that weird sword. Jaffer swore he'd lashed the bag to Kenteris. Then the second he turned around, she was gone. While everyone stared around, Haru suddenly pushed a note into his hands, the one she'd found. Then it hit her. Millennia was gone too. The whole crew froze in pure horror, staring at the empty gaps where their friends had been standing. Haru flung his arm out in panic, pointing straight at the empty stone room. "Everybody stay put," he shouted. Then he bolted down the hallway by himself. She told him straight up that hide was high-tier dark magic, something a member of the church had no business touching. As he sprinted, Cannon's warning slammed back into his mind. What on earth was that deacon plotting? He sprinted up the stairs, mind racing. How could that priest know the church's secrets, and why did he let a vampire slip away? Haru slammed into him, demanding to know where he was headed, right as he realized Millennia's whole story just didn't add up. "Hold up, Haru!" he shouted as she desperately tried to catch his eye. He told me he couldn't spot a single trace of them, so we had to hit Priest Linesdown's place first. Kanan cut in fast, saying she could spot the priest on the rooftop and lead him right there. "No," he snapped, pushing Haru to stay with the others. This place was far too dangerous. She spun around with a wild glare and roared, "I'll go with you." "Yeah, it's downright dangerous, isn't it?" he shot back, still totally confused. He begged her to hear him out, but she just marched straight past him like he didn't exist. With tears streaming down her face, she snapped, "I'm done being my master's slave," and it completely stunned him. She snapped back fast, saying she'd follow orders, but the caller still better know he's messing with her pride. "I'm the master of sword and shield," she blurted, tearing her collar as she said it. Tears poured down her cheeks as she begged him to take her with him, because she knew plain as day this was going to be deadly. He yanked her into a tight hug and swore that unlike a sword or shield, she was irreplaceable. He gripped her by the shoulders and stroked her head with pure affection. "Will you come with me?" he demanded, and she swore she'd follow him to the end of the world. He grabbed her hand and asked her to lead, and then they took off together. They sprinted up the steps, racing straight for the rooftop. When they finally reached the top, Millennia lay on the ground, trapped 2 armed guards pinning her in place. The old priest and his bald goons loomed over their captive, then snapped their heads toward the newcomers. "Who are those guys?" he demanded, and he instantly clocked them as the same lowlifes he'd seen at the inn. The priests shot smug smiles at the guards, thanked them for the job, and instantly figured the wanted poster had brought them straight to this spot. Turns out the whole thing was a setup to snag this guy, and the priest beamed with open arms like he'd already won. He jabbed a finger downward, and the boy froze as the truth hit. Millennia isn't just a monster, she's a vampire. The priest slammed his foot into Millennia's back, sneering that he was nothing but a total dud too pathetic even to count as a lower-ken vampire. Millennia snapped her gaze upward and made it clear he was the one who told the priest the hero's blood was the key to shattering the seal. "Do it!" the priest roared, snapping his hand as his men closed in on the crystal shard. The guards drove their spears in with ruthless force, stabbing straight through Millennia's shoulders. Millennia screamed in brutal agony, and as Haru watched too, the 2 of them were left frozen in terror. His whole body started to shake, and a creepy laugh slipped out of his mouth. His sudden shift in attitude hit like a shockwave, and everyone froze. "Now you've really messed up, you foolish humans," Millennia gasped, "and that seal is about to break." He hurled the donkey's blood vial onto the sigil, then poured in his own blood as a catalyst, igniting the whole thing to bring his king back to life. A magic circle on the ground burst into blinding light, roaring with immense power. A blast of raw energy detonated out of the circle as Millennia let out a terrified scream. Then the rooftop suddenly swallowed every sound, and a freezing silence crashed down. Millennia stared at the guards every week, yelling the donkey's name like she was daring them to listen. The priest broke into wild laughter, called the result perfect, and Millennia started trembling, totally lost, like she couldn't breathe. "Do you honestly think that donkey is carrying the hero's blood?" the priest jeered. He admitted that Millennia cared for a non-aging donkey, but that was the whole truth, and nothing more. "We cooked up that report just to shut down idiots like you," the priest sneered, like it was nothing. He ripped the words open and said their research proved the demons locked in that tower were already gone for good. The priest declared that Milameo would wipe out his sin of pretending to be a deacon by paying with his life, because even a failed vampire's blood was still too precious to waste. Lee V. Malamia shrieked, watched as a guard plunged a stake straight into his back. He unleashed dark power like a storm, and the guards got blasted flying. The priest let his crystal slip, then snapped up a dazzling shield around himself in an instant. Sure enough, even a weakling doesn't drop without a brawl. While Malamia twisted her own blood into something dangerous, the priest watched, wide-eyed. Malamia's eyes went wide, panic flooding every inch of her face. He burst forward, snapped a cruel kick to the fallen vampire, and shoved the words in, "Stay alive. You've got to hang on." Milamia raged and slammed his fists against the barrier again and again, but it didn't budge. The priest smirked and bragged that his pendant supercharged his magic, forging a barrier so unbreakable it would outlive Malamia's last blood. Don't you get it? Everything you're doing is pointless. The priest sneered as Malamia's desperate scream shattered the barrier. Blood suddenly erupted in a wild swirl at the priest's feet, ripping up from beneath the barrier. Below the barrier, Malamia stared in stunned silence, the twist hitting her like a sudden wave. The priest shrieked in pure agony as spikes of blood burst up from the ground, skewering him right through his own shield from the inside. When the priest crumpled, Malamia snapped, "Don't worry about them, keep healing." The dying priest begged for help, but he slammed the door shut, because if he stopped, Malamia would die. He clenched his teeth as the priest's body finally crashed onto the stone floor. Malamia groaned as he slowly pushed himself up, then started trudging forward. He lunged down and snatched the glowing pendant straight off the priest's lifeless body. "Milamia, stop retreat, please," he roared, then quietly told Haru to move and take care of the injured. "Don't you dare call me that, human!" The vampire shrieked, teeth bared. He gripped the pendant and blurted that he'd waited his entire life for this moment, because once Valfsama finally saw him, he'd be granted a name. He stared at the pendant, grieving like a man who'd blown it, still a nameless failure with nothing to show. Despair crushed him, convinced he'd be a failure for the rest of his life. He fired back, yelling that the priest had said the tower was empty now. It would leave me with one brutal choice if blood couldn't break the seal, then he'd tear the whole tower down instead. Normally that feat would have been impossible, but Malamia gripped the pendant that could crank his power to impossible levels. He snapped to the truth. If he didn't smash that pendant right now, it would start soaking up so much magic power that everything could blow up. He shot his hand forward and blasted the air with a roaring wall of fire. He dropped to one knee, gasping hard with every last ounce of magic drained. Then the pendant hit the ground and survived without a scratch. Malamia's grin snapped across her face, like she'd just found the perfect opening. Malamia leaned in and blurted out, "While we traveled together, I've been draining your power. Yeah, it's a vampire skill." He raised the glowing energy orb high above his head, daring himself to witness Valfsama's resurrection. He just stood there, horrified, and all he could think was, damn it. A hulking suit of armor snapped into place in front of them, and the hallway went dead silent, packed with pure, silent menace. "Be honest, are you guys actually strong?" The girl in the witch hat blurted out, nerves shaking her voice. "Lay, yeah, strong," she declared, flashing a thumbs up and striking a pose right beside him. "Don't panic," he yelled, and then boom, he slapped down an exorcism item, a massive bottle of holy water, right there in his hands. "It's a machine. There's no way this could ever work yet." The witch-hatted girl screamed the words anyway. To her total disbelief, the armor screeched to a stop the second the water hit it. He practically shouted, "Holy water is the ultimate weapon," because he was dead sure it would slam the evil spirit for good. She leaned in over the helmet and boom, found a tiny paper talisman tucked inside. "Wait, now it all clicks," she said, and you could practically see the answers light up in her eyes. "Keep chugging that holy water," he shouted, totally missing the fact that the doll wasn't cursed at all. It had just glitched, because the talisman got drenched. She sighed, admitted the outcome was the same, and tapped its neck like that was the real weak spot. He dove into their item bag for another bottle, then it slipped right out of his grip and smashed into a million pieces. "Joffrey, are you all right?" they blurted, sprinting over to make sure he was okay. He stared as the spilled water didn't just sit there. It slithered across the floor, racing straight toward the wall. He grinned and said, "Finding secrets, that's my specialty," then shoved the stone and cracked open a hidden passage. He burst into the empty chamber, dancing like he'd won, riding high on the instincts that saved him. She blurted out, buzzing with excitement, asking where the hidden treasure was. Then all they uncovered on the far wall was weird, cryptic writing. The three of them hunched over the script, and their faces slowly morphed into weird, blank grins. They all blurted out together that not a single word made sense to any of them. Right when they started to wonder what the text meant, she suddenly heard familiar voices drifting from nearby. "Yahoo!" A booming voice shouted as Karen and a little girl slipped into view in the doorway. "Where's Ichinoken?" Karen blurted, whipping her eyes around the room, desperate to spot him. Sheesh. Even after I told him to look out for Marina, I still slapped a high five with the witch-hatted girl. They laid out their whole mess, and she shot back that Carol might crack the meaning of those words. She clamped her hands on the little girl's shoulders, yanked her back and forth, and demanded, "Can you read it?" Carol shyly straight up admitted she had a mind-blowing decoding skill that could leave the whole group speechless. After a tense beat of focus, Carol snapped her head up and declared, "I cracked it. I'm done deciphering the text. It says, 'I've taken the sealed girl lying here.'" And when she read it aloud, the truth hit hard. Those words carried the Demon Lord's autograph. Suddenly, the whole room started trembling like it was about to shatter to pieces. The moment the ground started to rage, she screamed as the shaking only kept getting worse. "Don't you dare shovel candy like that right now," Karen snapped. The girl in the witch hat snapped into motion, reciting earthquake safety rules to everyone around her. As the shaking intensified, everyone's footing vanished, and they all slammed down in a chaotic tumble. Violent tremors ripped Marina's mask right off her face. "Damn it," she hissed through clenched teeth, clutching her face. And Karen snapped her gaze up, dread crawling in. Way up in the skies above Ichino, his body suddenly went lead-heavy, his mana nearly wiped clean. He stared up at the twisting dark energy vortex, and the terrifying truth hit this whole tower was about to get obliterated. "Run, Ibeg." Haru grabbed my shoulder and don't let go. "I won't ditch my master and run off alone," she snapped, refusing to leave him behind. "Haru," he swore, "I'm going to smash my Lemia and end it all. No one's stopping me." "In moments like these, you can always lean on me," she said, eyes blazing with pure determination. Then she exploded forward like a flash of lightning, charging straight at their enemy. She sprang off the ground and launched a thunderous kick straight at my Lemia. Her attack crashed into a brutal wall of dark, blazing energy. My Lemia snapped back, and dark, twisting tendrils shot out, whipping toward her. "Damn, you're fast," my Lemia thought, because he knew he had to close the distance to that pendant, no matter what. Ichino broke into a sprint, desperate to shut the gap himself. Haru twisted, dodged, and surged through the dark flurries of attacks, slipping between every strike. Mylena slammed a cage of darkness around her, cutting off every path she had nowhere left to run. She tightened her grip on the staff and planted herself like she expected the hit to come any second. Those tendrils crashed into her body with a brutal, earth-shaking force. "Ah," she gasped and staggered from the hit, while Ichino screamed her name like it was tearing him apart. Just like any white wolf would, my Lemia slid in behind her and you dropped your guard. Haru froze in place, deadpan and terrifying, and reminded her he was only half human. "My Lemia, why are you doing this?" Ichino snapped, staring as the sphere above them throbbed with raw energy. "Valve isn't in this tower anymore. My Lemia says it like it's perfectly clear." Ichino barked, "You should have seen that coming." But Lemia snapped back, "No, you don't understand." Ichino just stood there, completely shell-shocked, staring at the blood-soaked kid. "This is all I've got left," my Lemia yelled, his body swaying like it could snap any second. He tore off the mask of mystery and confessed his past half-vampire, forged by Valve-sama and a human. Valve-sama's link was the only thread keeping him breathing, until the second his master got sealed. Despair crashed over him like a wave. Do you have any idea what I felt when he ripped out that scream and his power exploded around him, wild and out of control? "My Lemia, wait!" Ichino blurted. "Stop, your body can't take this." "I'll gladly give my life for him," Lemia vowed, stretching her hand up toward the sky. "If this Valve guy actually cared about you, he wouldn't want you dragging yourself through all this," Ichino fired back. He told me Haru, someone he truly cared for, had said the same words, and that she was ready to lay down her life for him. "I don't want that," he yelled, rage spilling out because the second I imagine Haru getting hurt over me, I can't stand it. "It's already over," Mylymia said, voice cool as ice. "Because my secret art is already activated. Heroes always show up too late," a new voice snapped as the cannon rose into place, sword already in her grip. "Awaken," she snapped, blasting Ichino with the truth he only had one job: smash that tower and stop them both. She whipped her blade through the air and blasted a monstrous beam of light X-geyser straight into the fight. Every single one of them stared as the devastating attack rocketed toward its target. "Arya," he blurted, stunned because she suddenly popped up right beside him. "Kanan, take another shot," he yelled. "We've got to hit that gap." "Well, I'd love to, but I can't," she said, shooting an awkward smile like it might save her. And she told her that the attack needed time to recharge, so Mylymia snapped at her to wait right then. "Don't fixate on me, keep your eyes forward," she teased, grinning as she warned him. A wild laugh ripped across the rooftop, bouncing off the night like thunder. Marina's voice cracked with fury. "The real hero is here!" as she leveled her demonic bow at the pendant. I won't let you," Mylymia shouted, charging in to block her path. "Dee, don't you dare twitch!" Carol squealed, swinging her sword straight at Kanan. Mylymia paused, staring hard at that little girl, wondering if that toy sword was secretly real magic. Kanan leaned in and told Ichino the truth. This heavy sword was just a plain one she'd loaned him for self-defense. Even with that blade weighing her down, Carol dug in her heels and slammed the enemy with relentless pressure. Mylymia's eyes shot wide with shock when he saw that battered white wolf, trembling and still pushing herself to move. He clutched his bleeding hand, feeling the strength drain away like the end was coming fast. He made up his mind he had to wipe out the first guy who tried to break the pendant. He lunged forward, but Kanan and the others slammed a block in place. He slipped right through them and snatched Marina from behind. He grinned and demanded we all stand still while he waited for the tower to fall, then held Marina hostage to make sure we obeyed. "Oh my God, he's such a total wimp," Karen said, sounding ice cold. She softly patted Marina's head and urged her to slow down and take it easy. "No, without my mask," Marina blurted out, tears spilling as her voice shook. Karen flashed a grin as if to say, "I've still got one mission: get back to my country." "Don't get mad even if I mess up," Marina pleaded, staring him down like she needed reassurance. "All right, I'll do it," she said, snapping her attention to the target. Just as Mylymla pushed in, Ichino snapped, shouting for him to look his way. "I'm running out of blood," she realized. Then she slammed her choice into place and poured her own life force into the fight. She loosed the arrow with everything she had, voice cracking as she screamed for one thing: bring her back to Japan. A blazing projectile tore straight through the night, aiming dead on for the dark pendant hanging in the sky. Cannon shattered the air with a roaring storm of magic, swirling into a wild vortex. The terrifying spell tore through the air like a blazing meteor. "Damn," Mylymia muttered, eyes dropping to the girl closing in. "I've harvested magic itself," Hainan roared, and a crushing dark aura started to crawl all over Mylymia. The scattered magical arrows began to pull toward each other, snapping into one blazing spot. With a fierce shout, Cannon snapped her fist forward and blasted a tight surge of energy straight ahead. Marina shot to her feet and stared as the attack tore across the sky. She smiled like victory was finally hers until Cannon crashed against her. Kanan cheered her on and said she'd done great, then admitted the truth. Those pendants' magic was already flooding inside her, and it was a losing fight. Dark energy surged around her as Lemia declared, loud and fearless, "As long as I'm still alive, we'll finish the secret art." She sneered at him, saying he'd collapse because he had 0 mana potions left to refill. Still, a grin spread across his face, and boom, he flashed a fistful of managras. He told her that, sure, his mana was back, but the grass tasted like garbage, and that poison had his mouth going fuzzy. Mylymia shot forward, blocking him from charging his magic, but he still hit the switch. Magic power boost. A white, fluffy tail suddenly whipped into the shot. Haru shot in front of him, slamming her own blast into the attack to stop it cold. "Did you really forget?" he snapped, then he grinned and said, "I've got Haru with me. I'm my master's shield," Haru blurted, and Lemia froze when a blazing wall of white flame slammed into her. He declared loud and clear that he had friends who'd stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Kane and Bid drove home one last goodbye to Mylymia. He unleashed his own attack boost. Thunder ripped through the air. He couldn't stop thinking about Mylemmia. She never tried to end their lives. And to him, that made her feel just like any other normal human. Master Aru blurted out in shock the second he spun around to face her. He snapped his eyes open and everything spun like a blur. He suddenly found himself sprawled across Haru's lap and blurted out, "Are you okay?" Aru flashed him a bright, fearless smile, swearing that a priest had already healed her. Carol rushed over and told him she'd caught him fainting, so she thrust one of their mana potions into his hands. She said the fake beacon was drinking the blood of a limestone priest, using it as bait to drag out anyone with a bounty on Kintoro. She kept laying it out. This deacon was hunting demons just to climb the ranks with the priests, and that's what kicked off the whole wild racket. Carol wrapped it up by saying the real deacon died 3 years ago, and nobody had a clue how that half-vampire ever dug up the truth. He blurted out whether they'd actually get slammed with punishment for pulling this off. Carol mocked him for that terrifying mug, and joked they should have demanded cash for taking down the fake deacon. Marina snapped bolt upright with a blood-curdling scream that jolted everyone out of their seats. Carol asked if she still had to wear her mask, and Marina ducked her head and nodded shyly. "I'm back," Marina blurted, panicking as she rifled through the crowd for her bag until Carol thrust her mask in front of her. Carol leaned in and admitted she'd kept it for herself. Marina beamed, slid her mask back on, and swore she'd never drop it again right the way he told her to wear it. He nodded along with her, and in his head he vowed to guard her memories like they were life itself. Carol warned Haru that Joffrey and Elise were still trapped inside the tower, and Haru immediately said he'd track their scent. He ordered them to push ahead, but Carol was already gone. She'd bolted before he even finished talking. He and Marina headed back, and he kept grumbling that running out of mana felt brutally awful. He turned to Marina and begged her to talk to Cannon because he already knew that goodbye was going to hurt like hell. Marina's cheeks flared red as she blushed and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. He asked if her photo was safe, and she shot back that it was perfectly secure. He told her, straight to her face, that he'd been dying to talk to her in private ever since Haru and the others started worrying. He laid out his scheme to go find Daijiro, the guy digging up a way to claw his way back to Japan. He pulled her into their party and told her the trip to Malay Galuri was all up to her. She'd decide. He told her that the second she's back in Japan, she should hand-deliver a letter to his sister. When Haru and Carol came back, he told Marina she could just leave it all up to Cannon and let that decision land. Marina could feel it. Cannon wouldn't ever find real happiness if she stayed, because her friend had been hurting in the shadows. She swore that Cannon lit the courage in her chest and pushed her all the way to Malay Galuri. Tears streaming down her face, she begged him to bring her and Marina along on the journey. He flashed her a warm grin and promised he'd happily take them both. He shot his hand out and clasped hers in a firm, decisive shake. Marina grinned, and yes, she officially joined the party. Elsewhere, Joffrey and Elise tore through a dusty room hunting for something they couldn't see yet. Elise cracked the old script and realized the payment for the sealed girl was stashed nearby. Joffrey shoved against the wall and a secret door swung open. They dug up a strange jewel, shaped exactly like a comma, and it was just sitting there waiting to be discovered. Right when they were about to grab it, Carol burst in, calling that she'd found them. Aru and Carol showed up with Kenteros, and in a heartbeat he started guiding them straight toward the upper ground. They burst into the light, shouting for their master like hope just ignited. Haru said that Jaffer and Elise spotted another way out, slipped away, and grumbled about the wind like it betrayed them. He let out a frustrated sigh, annoyed that he never got to uncover what Kantoros truly was. Sunlight ripped through the forest canopy in blazing streaks. The party stared up at the sky, finally realizing they'd been battling through the night without even blinking. He let out a shaky breath of relief, locking in that everyone was safe and that the others' charges had finally been wiped clean. He thanked Haru and Carol for everything they'd done, then swore he'd repay them in the next city. 2 girls stared at him, eyes wide with pure curiosity. Both of them burst into cheers, praising him for how wildly generous he was. He strode toward the carriage, fretting that his level wouldn't rise like Mylemmia was already written off as dead. He decided, before we do anything, we're eating breakfast first. The tower loomed in the morning light, deadly quiet, as if it was holding its breath. "All right," Cannon muttered with a tired, heavy sigh. Ichino practically pleaded, "Please look after Marina and Cannon for me." "Don't cry now," Cannon snapped, trying to lift Marina's spirits with a grin. "I can't thank you enough." Marina sobbed, choking back tears as she told him. If I'd never met Canon, I swear I would have been trapped in slavery for the rest of my life. Ichino leaned in and said, From this point on, you and Marina have to grind no excuses for both of your futures. Canon confessed that if she stayed one more second, it'd make her crave jumping in with them. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. She burst out laughing, trying to shake off the tension and make it feel lighter. All right, I'm going to have to head out now, Canon finally blurted. I've got to check one thing in the tower, she said, eyes locked on the prize. As a blacksmith, she declared, striking a pose, I need to see the tower's architecture in all its breathtaking glory. Then she hurled her item bag into Marina's hands, grinning like it was a sweet parting gift. Marina burst out, thanking him with tears streaming down her face like she meant every single word. Tynan stormed off without so much as a single look over his shoulder. Ichino stared at him, shocked. You never even glanced back. Marina spun around to face him and the rest of them too. From this moment on, you'll take care of me, she said, dropping into a deep bow. Gratitude crashed over her, and right behind it, embarrassment hit just as hard. Yeah, welcome aboard, Ichino said it with a grin. The whole crew cracked up laughing while they stood right beside the wagon. All right, Ichino blared, let's head out. He declared their next stop was the country's capital, Farut. Their ultimate stop was Malay Goluni, the magical city where Daijiro was waiting. Don't worry, our journey's not over, he shouted as the wagon rumbled forward. Marina stared at Carol's alchemy in pure disbelief, blurting, Kusunoki-sama really is an amazing person, after all. Still, our wild journey through Dakot is just getting started and Ichino can't stop thinking. Meanwhile, Canon dropped to one knee at the tower's base and scraped a blazing line through the dirt. She couldn't stop wondering whether Valve had really died, replaying the priest's warning that no one ever got sealed there. A terrifying shadow suddenly swallowed the space behind her, and the thought hit, what if he'd never been sealed there at all? A razor-quiet hiss slipped out as her body locked up mid-freeze. I'm a vampire master of the night creeping through the shadows until the truth finally claws its way into the light. He shoved his hand over his eyes, snarling, Damn this wretched sun! Kanan froze in terror as a storm of dark energy spiraled around him. He told him that breaking his seal wouldn't be easy because he'd taught the sealing technique to its casters with his own hands. She finally clocked it. Count Valve hadn't truly been sealed at all. He'd been faking it just to watch the war unfold from the sidelines. Whoa, that title hits like a wave from the past. Valve Muse just feels weirdly nostalgic. When he saw her pull off the sealing technique, he finally admitted he'd been terrified for her. You're a real scumbag, Canon. What you just did is pure trash, spat in the face. Then he looked her dead in the eyes and called her straight up, Kanan the Devil. A chunk of the Demon Lord's seal just shattered. Did you feel that too? He asked. That's why he could then it hit him like a lightning bolt. His own people had been fighting to break him free all along. I don't need a kin that gets wiped out by a human. Valve said it with a stone-cold stare. Did you kill him? She blurted, horror snapping through her voice. Yeah, my shadows cloaked themselves in his dark robe, and he verified it. Then he snapped that she should rush to the kingdom of Arendelle and dig up what broke the seal. Who's even gonna listen to you? Hannon snapped back, yelling through sheer defiance. The Demon Lord's army isn't crumbling yet. He barked that correction to her. Miles away, Marina jolts and gasps as she feels a distant explosion of power rip through the air. They call her Marina, right? Valve said. Cannon went way too protective over her. No! Cannon blared at the top of his lungs, the scream ripping through the air. Please don't do it, she pleaded, her voice shaking like it might snap. All right then, Valve snapped, twisting every word as she answered. I'm using that word as my contract, so you'll serve me again, he declared. Hinan crumpled to her knees in searing pain, breathless as she whispered Marina's name. She slumped to the ground, defeated, and stared up at that lonely tower like it was the last thing she had left. Back in the border town, Ichino's party crashed at an inn and finally let their guard down. With the others gone, Ichino said Haru's name echoed in his head. Then loneliness hit like a cold wave. He figured this was the perfect moment to crack open that book he'd finally gotten his hands on. But he told himself he still had a mountain to climb if he wanted to master everything he needed for his research. A sudden knock blasted through the door and he practically jumped out of his skin. Marina burst in, fuming that she couldn't get a wink. Something was gnawing at her and wouldn't let go. Wait, aren't we supposed to pause and look back on my story from my own eyes? She demanded. Ah, forget it, Ichino snapped, waving the whole thing off like it was nothing. But she pushed him to her status screen and demanded he see it for himself. He had a million things screaming in his head, but he clenched his lips shut and decided to stay quiet. Yeah, I'm a genius, just look at my unlocked jobs, Marina declared, grinning as she pointed them out. Ichino couldn't resist reading one of her titles out loud, and the instant she did, she gasped like she'd just been hit. She told him it was an insanely rare title, one of the kinds you almost never see. You actually scored Tawashi a perfect 5 out of 5, huh? He just stared in shock, like, I can't believe it. She bolted in a rush of pure embarrassment. Then he offered to rip off her slave collar on the spot, dangling the key from the cannon so she could see it with her own eyes. He clung to Tannen's advice, leave the collar on, because it would be the safer move. Marina stared at Haru and Carol's smiling faces in her mind, and a quiet thought hit her. You're a good person, aren't you? I don't think I have the right to answer that, he said, straight and honest.
Promise me you'll take good care of me, too,
she asked, voice trembling with nerves. He swore he'd take her to Daijiro's place exactly like Cannon demanded. Sure, I sounded like some big shot, but the truth is, I can't do a damn thing on my own, he admitted. Maybe one day I'll need Marina's strength, he said, and he flashed that look like, come on, let's grab a drink. As she turned, a tiny slip vanished from his clothes and hit the floor with a soft clatter. Marina froze in flustered shock, staring straight at the R18 book like it just lit her whole world on fire. How am I going to face Haru and Carol with this? Panic hit him, and he bolted out of the room. He bolted down the hallway, not looking back. In the divine realm, Mary fumed with impatience and demanded to know exactly how long that transfer would take. A goddess slapped patience into her, then dropped the name of another transferee, Sakura Marina. The goddess remembered moving Marina right after she tumbled out of her apartment, and that one terrible fall felt like it wiped both Marina and her brother clean out of the world. So what about her? Mary demanded. Mary admitted she had a gut feeling there was a bias behind the whole incident. Are the folks who stumble in here really dead, or is someone pulling the strings? She dared the goddesses to prove it. She snapped, My brother didn't die, rage hit him, and then he just vanished. We didn't die, she snapped. So that's why you goddesses call it transfer instead of reincarnation. Then tell me, what did you do? The goddess pressed, staring right at him. Mary snapped her eyes away, muttering that she really owed that one after all. Just then, another goddess crashed into the room, yelling that someone had slipped out. Sheesh, everybody's running wild doing their own thing, and the head finally takes his side. Mary, the former demon lord Larity, couldn't stop thinking how much longer was she really going to wait. The goddess started panicking the moment she imagined the absolute worst if Miri and Ichino Joe ever crossed paths. She realized she had to tell Libra goddess of order and balance no matter what. Libra got pulled in and was briefed on what was happening with Kusunoki Ichinojo and Kusunoki Miri. A report warned that the jobless skill transfer had to be handled right away, no delays. Libra leaned in, furrowing her brow, then paused, staring at her choices like they might bite. The three goddesses stared ahead, faces set in grim, unshakable seriousness. Back at the inn, Ichino dropped to his hands and knees, trying to talk through an R18 book to a totally shocked Haru and a wildly curious Carol. Mary wore grim determination like armor on her face. They were racing toward Farid, like the whole world was one countdown. Now he's on the road with three new friends, Marina from Japan, Carol the Halfling, and Haru Watat of the White Wolf tribe. He told me Marina's alter ego, Marina herself, was born from a blessing granted by this world's god. He leaned in and asked, If you couldn't change your job, what would you do? When Carol demanded to know why she'd refuse, Marina snapped back, You're too loud. She told him she'd already locked in her dream she was going to become a master street performer. She still hadn't even scratched the surface of what her job could do, and the rush of casting magic just to turn everyone's faces into smiles was absolutely intoxicating. He leaned in and asked what she'd do if she could land a second job. Then she stared back like, Wait, you can do that. He told me, Since my blessing left me jobless, I can keep hopping from one job to the next. Marina shot her hand up, eyes sparkling, and begged him to jump in. She straight up said she wanted Hunter as her second job because without the right skills, her bow just couldn't land the high damage hits she needed. When she finally tore herself away from Cannon, it hit her. Combat technique wasn't optional anymore. He told her, "I just slotted civilian as your second job, now go check your status." Marina screamed that her secret power had finally awakened, like the goddess's blessing had burst to life inside her. She warned him, "Don't obsess over every tiny detail, or you'll go bald," and somehow still managed to call him a poor thing. Haru and Carol swore they'd still love him even if he went bald, but he snapped at them to cut the pointless chatter. He snapped back at Marina and swore he'd never shed his hair. She warned she'd curse him bald if he kept calling her magic a trick, then vowed she'd take down monsters and earn fresh skills no matter what. Carol and Marina were chanting, "Go bald," and he begged them to stop because it felt like it might actually happen. Suddenly, Haru screamed for her master, and she warned him monsters were already crawling into the area. He scanned every corner and found nothing, so Haru snapped, "Look up!" A huge flock of giant vegetarian birds erupted through the sky, filling it edge to edge. Carol warned everyone that those birds could trigger a famine, and she was sure the guild would come demanding a subjugation request the moment they heard. He clocked it instantly. Their position was way too high in the sky, and that was absolutely disastrous. Marina asked when it would be her turn with the bow, but he ordered her to hold up because Haru's bow comes first, and if she rushes now, she'll drain her MP dry. He chose to unleash his own magic, because that 20 times EXP blessing wouldn't kick in any other way. He snapped his arm up, locked onto the sky, and aimed for it like his life depended on it. He raised his hands and started casting Boost Petite Thunder. A thunderous bolt of lightning ripped out of the sky and slammed to the ground. A brutal electrical blast slammed the flock of birds dead in its path. With every defeated creature hitting the ground, Haru and Marina cheered him on, praising him for that flawless shot. He admitted it wasn't too shabby, but Marina huffed that her magic was way better. A notification blasted in saying he'd leveled up and unlocked a bunch of fresh skills, and Haru wasted no time. She confirmed she'd leveled up too. She unleashed her fresh Blood of the Beast skill, and suddenly her power and speed skyrocketed for 10 wild minutes. Because her side hustle as a lumberjack had finally leveled up too, she went straight to the system and demanded a change. She wanted to become a fighter. Then he turned to Carol and grilled her about her progress. She shot back that both her peddler and gatherer jobs had leveled up, so now she could finally become an apprentice pharmacist, and she was counting down the days to process managras instead of choking them down raw. He spun toward Marina, and the second he asked if she was listening, she snapped to attention. She blinked like her eyes were playing tricks. Her civilian job had shot up to level 8, and she'd even unlocked a brand new throwing stone skill. He shouted at her to stop right as she got ready to show off the skill. An iron ball slammed and ricocheted violently around the inside of the carriage. Carol stared in awe at the street performer's wild skill, but the moment he saw Marina, he snapped, stern as steel. "Never do that inside the carriage again." Marina stared in awe at her awakened power. Then he cut in fast, claiming it wasn't magic at all, but the leveling speed he'd loaded into her through an unfair blessing. She laid out his wild perks 20 times EXP, a second job, and 3 gorgeous girls taken as slaves, then crunched it all and called it an indirect 40 times EXP. He confessed he had a cheat blessing, but swore he earned everything through hard work. Yet Carol took it as him trash-talking them. He told them his jobless skill let the whole party run double jobs in a crazy 20 times EXP rush, but for him, it was a totally different story. He laid out his custom multipliers, and suddenly his growth rate skyrocketed, smashing past normal people by a mind-blowing 2,000 times. He snapped that once his whole jobless scheme was locked in, it was 1,600 times faster, but yeah, it was still a cheat. Marina stared in shock when she realized her second job turned into hunter, then immediately pressed him. How did he pull that off without ever going to the church? He admitted it wasn't some miracle blessing at all, it was his own skill, and that twist left the girls staring in shock. He finally admitted he had way too many secrets, then swore he'd spill everything later only if they promised to keep it from absolutely everyone. Just then, Haru shot a finger forward and blurted, "Farut, look, we've got the town in sight." Elsewhere, a young boy leaned into a door slot and talked to someone burning with the drive to change the world, even if he couldn't do it by himself. The door swung open and the boy was beckoned inside. Inside a secret society, the members huddled for a meeting, grumbling like crazy because the password kept changing on them. In the town of Furut, people whispered about a ruthless anti-government gang they called the Massacre. A hush swept through the crowd the second the president stepped in. A masked kid stood right in front of them, rallying his comrades by dragging up centuries of bloody wars with their neighbors Korat. He admitted that some were grieving because they couldn't win, but others felt proud because they hadn't fallen yet. The whole crowd erupted, yelling that they knew exactly what was going on. The president snapped that Korat wasn't a real enemy at all, just a fake threat cooked up by a corrupt government to hide its own blunders. When he asked the crowd what a life of luxury really meant, one man burst out with an eager answer. He said it tasted like women's sake plus rich, buttery meat that came loaded with pepper. The crowd suddenly thundered into a chant for pepper, and the president just stood there, stunned. The man kept ranting, demanding justice, and tearing into the corrupt government like it had to be stopped right now. Right out of nowhere, a giant brute filled the doorway, and the young president's stomach dropped, because he knew they were about to be in serious trouble. The man stormed into his warehouse, seething with rage when he found a pack of brats there. The president screamed at everyone to bolt. The moment the man screamed for them to return, the kids bolted in every direction, snatching up sacks of goods as they ran. The president and his vice president dove into a nearby alley to escape the danger. Vice President Tsukino sighed. The old man was here, while President Julio sat there thinking, "Our speech went way better than expected." Sachino fired off the news and leaned in, asking Julio, "Hey, did you hear Uncle Narubi got arrested?" Julio remembered those whispers he'd heard about a rebel hero who'd fought back against the country, and now he'd just been arrested in the northern city of Florence. He clenched his fist so tight it shook, swearing he'd never forgive Ichinojo and Haruwatat for snatching his hero away. Sachino blurted out that he had to go, like death might still be crawling toward him, but he was standing right here, still alive. He told me he'd just gotten a job offer he needed to dig into, and he was already hoping to pull Julio out for a drink. Julio backed off, whispering that his dad would rip into him, so Sequino turned and kept going. Right near the labyrinth by the town of Belosra, two figures pushed forward through the wild as if something out there was hunting them. The hero groaned that he had to slap on a disguise because everyone already knew his face. His companion, the mighty sorcerer Hag, shot back with a nasty grin. "Alessio, the hero must be wildly popular, right?" The hero cringed and apologized for the comment he'd made, insisting it was never meant to happen. Hag blurted out with a hint of desperation that maybe going bald had a silver lining because his hair was vanishing right before his eyes. The hero cracked a joke. "Good, right? Then nobody'll spot me as the hero's comrade." Then he grinned and admitted it was all a joke, right? As he pointed at the spot and said, "We're here." They faced the doorway where the seal had finally been shattered because the jewel that trapped the demon lord's power was gone. Hag scoffed at how basic the seal was, but the hero shot back that swords are built to be drawn, not shoved forward. They realized the trap had snapped shut too, and the jewel's magic power was getting smothered and cut off. The hero cursed the fact that they didn't know who found the broken seal, and prayed the Pope could finally speak straight to the goddess. Laughing, they realized they still had to track down a Japanese person with Toru Osama's blessing. He grumbled that Goddess Toriel's Sama always caused trouble, and that set Hag on edge. Hag's skin broke into a cold sheen as he finally clocked the meaning behind what he'd just implied. The hero asked if he was about to call her a total pain in the ass, and Hag panicked so fast he practically blurted, "No way." Hag remembered the rumors of a kid blessed by Toru Osama with a street performer gig, then realized there was only one way to find them: check everywhere. Once they locked in the plan, the hero snapped that it was break time like the journey had earned it. He smirked like Trouble was his middle name and said, "Come on, let's hit the tables and gamble." Hag pushed them to hit Quint-san's place for answers, and the hero lit up at the thought like it was exactly the move they needed. They burst back into the party and charged straight for the gates of this massive city. They got stuck in this endless line at the capital's checkpoint, and Marina's hopes just sank. Then the group edged closer to the city where security had been cranked up hard. "The trading post shuts its nose and doors at this hour, so we're stuck waiting until tomorrow," he said. He decided they'd hawk their wares to bring in cash, then jump straight into hunt missions to crank up their levels. Oh, wait, I almost forgot, Marina blurted it out, and Kinnan asked me for a favor. She told him that Cannon had her haul a package straight to the inn's landlady the moment they showed up. He craned his neck toward the end sign and realized the bar on the first floor was about to be loud. As they climbed the stairs, the landlady couldn't stop wondering where her employee had vanished to. He leaned over the counter and greeted her, then told her clearly that the four of them wanted to stay. Marina held up a gift from Cannon, a razor-sharp kitchen knife, beautifully crafted to gleam. He demanded 2 rooms, and the landlady swept them down the hall like it was already decided. She tossed him the keys and told him this Cannon had sent a letter, saying the knife wasn't a weapon at all. It was the payment for a full week's stay, and food was thrown in, too. The landlady leaned in and told them they could cash in any leftover days on their next visit. Everyone there was like, Cannon's a total sweetheart, he actually cares about people. Carol asked the price, and the landlady tossed back a shockingly huge number. Turns out the festival was still running. Carol gasped. That kitchen knife costs that much. Marina puffed out her chest with pride, while he raged about how he didn't grab one of Cannon's swords back when he had the chance. The landlady lit up and praised that knife, saying its magic keeps any sliced food fresh for a whole day. She leaned in and said, "All right, I'm going to whip up a meal with this magic knife, so get ready for what's coming." Then he threw out the idea of who was getting which rooms. Marina shot off a firm, "I'll take the room just for me," and totally blindsided everyone else. He slipped into the other room and told him straight up that it was already purified. Haru shot after him into the double bedroom, her tail wagging like crazy with pure excitement. Meanwhile, Marina hauled Carol into the twin bedroom and declared, loud and proud, that they were about to level up their relationship. Haru let out a happy sigh, finally sinking into a real bed after all that time. "What are you doing?" he demanded as she padded across the bed. "You must be wiped out. So why don't you take a real rest?" "Let me take care of you tonight," Haru said, locking eyes with him like he meant it. He clocked her tail twitching nonstop, and that little tell screamed that her mind was racing with something she couldn't hide. "Haru, tell me what's weighing on your heart," he asked, voice soft but urgent. She nailed his secret dark-haired women were his type just like she said, and he admitted it. She leaned in and demanded to know if he came from the same country as Marina and Daijiro. Haru leaned in and admitted she'd been wondering forever because in his country, almost everyone seems to have black hair. "If Master wants it," she blurted, cheeks burning, "tell me to dye my hair black and I'll do it." "Don't buy it," he shot back, then pointed out that her gorgeous white hair was one of the biggest reasons she was impossible not to notice. Overcome with emotion, Haru suddenly tackled him into a tight hug, her tail wagging like crazy. Right then, Marina swung the door open and froze to the bone as she saw them locked in a tight embrace. "Are we seriously going to get stared at by every new member?" he muttered, then gently caressed Haru's head. Marina eased the door closed, acting like she hadn't seen a thing. She swung her head back in to pass along Carol's message meet after dinner and start gathering the info. Now that everything was settled, the 3 of them hooked up and headed straight for the bar. The first floor was packed wall to wall and crackling with non-stop energy. He hunted for a seat by the most well-ventilated window he could find just to keep Haru safe. He couldn't believe his eyes when the adventurer party they'd run into before showed up again. "It's been forever," he blurted, then threw out the question, could his group jump in with them? The warrior woman shoved a drink into Haru's hands and smiled, saying the treat was all on her. A sharp, hostile stare pinned him down from the other 2, like they were quietly judging him for showing up with yet another new woman. One of them even said their master was a wanderer, Suzuki, and that name hit Marina like a punch, sending her into full panic. Haru gave a respectful bow and introduced herself as Kusunoki-san's slave. Marina blurted out that she was from the same country as them, and the whole room went silent with shock. I watch him capture a girl from the same country, and the shock hits. Then the warrior slams her mug down with pure disgust. Marina shot to her feet and blurted something about the weather, desperate to dodge the conversation. He snapped at her to stop blaming him, and she bowed low, pouring out non-stop apologies. He stole a quick glance at the other adventurers, and they stared back like he was pure scum. With a heavy sigh, he admitted it was a long story, and then he snapped, asking where Carol was. Just then, Carol burst back in, grinning wide as she proudly announced she'd tracked down the info and had it all. When Carol said she'd met Miles San and the others, a cold shiver ripped through him. The adventurers shot daggers at him, convinced he'd ditched another girl again. Carol dropped a mug on his head while calling him the worst, and he realized there was no point trying to fix the misunderstanding. He tried to dodge the question and blurted, "Where's Suzuki?" Carol told me Kuni marched into the Adventurers Guild to help train a brand new batch of adventurers. The adventurers sized up the heroic Suzuki, then stared at that jobless slob who ate like he had nothing to worry about. All three of them let out heavy sighs, their disappointment with him hanging in the air like a punch to the gut. "Oh, please don't stare at me like that," he begged, drowning in frustration over being stuck with nothing but unemployment. An awkward silence crashed over the table until Haru slammed her empty glass down like a warning. "My master's a hard worker," she shouted, then swayed, clearly drunk out of her mind. She staggered and he snapped to it right away. Marina was asking if she was okay, but something felt terribly wrong. He snatched her empty glass, lifted it to his nose, and sniffed deep. "This is cider," Carol declared, as a woozy Haru swore, breathless. "I'm fine." "But listen," Haru stumbled and said, "I've got to tell everyone Master is an amazing person." She kept blasting her shouts, and he leaned in and promised he'd lay out all kinds of services for me tonight. Her legs snapped up into the air so fast it stunned him, Carol, and Marina. She stood up and declared to the whole bar, "We're about to serve each other." In his arms, she mumbled his name, then slid her leg against his head like she was clinging to the moment. I mean, the misunderstanding's already beyond saving, he thought, his defeat settling in like a weight on his chest. He told the others, "I'll take Haru to her room, then you guys bring food up later." He shoved some money into Carol's hands, then told her and Marina, "Relax, take your time with dinner." He slips a girl drinks, drags her into a room, and even she can't ignore it. His reputation keeps going lower, bit by bit. As he hoisted the sleeping Haru in his arms, she melted against his chest, snug as could be. Then, out of nowhere, she clamped onto him with a tight hug, and her tail thrashed wildly as it wagged with pure, unstoppable energy. "Yeah, that's how it is," he stammered, then bolted off like he couldn't get away fast enough. Later in their room, Haru jolted awake, her ear twitching like she'd heard something in the dark. "Are you awake?" he demanded. Then gently patted her head as she blurted out another sorry because, yep, she'd gotten drunk again. He leaned in and told her, "Don't worry," then admitted he honestly liked her better that way. "Come on, take a proper break," he said, gently patting her on the back. He figured cold water would snap him back, then slammed his magic down and conjured a giant chunk of ice. "I'm still not controlling it worth a damn," he confessed, while Haru stared at his power like it was pure magic. He slammed down Room of Silence, then whittled the ice until it finally shrank to something he could handle. "Here you go, Haru," he blurted, shoving a chilled glass of water into her hands. "Honestly, I like you even when you're drunk," he admitted, grinning like it meant everything. Her cheeks flared red as she stared at him and begged, "Master, please give me." With that, she snapped out of doubt and shoved the last bit across the line with pure, unwavering determination. The title page slapped me with Chapter 31, and it screamed loud and clear that this is all for training. Haru clung to him like he was her lifeline, her warm breath pressed to his chest as she begged, "Start my training, please." He mused that sure, you could toughen up your liver and build a tolerance to alcohol, but the other brutal side effects were too dangerous to ignore. She locked eyes with him, pleading that she didn't want to be a burden, and he gave a steady nod like he finally understood. He pitched dried meat to her, and the second the idea landed, her cheeks flared, her voice stuttered, and she blurted that it wasn't what she meant. He raised the jerky and told her it was the same alcohol-sterilized meat that had gotten her drunk the first time. Then she asked him to rub her belly, and it instantly yanked him back into sweet, warm memories. He figured they were sealed inside a soundproof room, then cleared his throat and asked, "Ready to start?" He chose to give in for now, refusing to fight her pull because he figured he'd face the fallout later. He clenched his resolve and issued the order, convinced that if he couldn't resist, he'd just swap his second job over to Playboy. He told her to calm down, and if she even felt sick or dizzy, to tell him right away. She shot him a grateful nod, then tore into the dried meat and started eating. All at once, her chewing ground to a stop, and a weird, uneasy expression snapped across her face. He asked what was wrong, but she just blurted that she was burning up and demanded he take her clothes off. She thanked him again and with a quick breath slid her dress off her shoulders. Feeling the heat rise, she demanded a belly rub to cool off, and inside, he panicked like crazy. He tried to play it smooth, saying training was exactly what they needed right now. He couldn't believe it. She only drank a little alcohol, yet somehow she still ended up looking totally fine. He cheered that he finally had permission to grab Haru's belly any time, then smacked his own cheeks to knock those wicked thoughts clean out of his head. He pushed for the training to go on dried meat and all. The door slid open and boom, Carol and Schleil stood there, taking him completely by surprise. He shot out a fast explanation, waving his silent skill like a calm-down spell to stop them from jumping to the wrong conclusion. "Relax, we weren't doing anything dirty," he stammered, throwing both hands up like, "Look, I swear." He fumbled for words, desperately insisting that nothing sexual was going on. His mind snapped to a dead stop, and panic slammed in as he hunted for any believable excuse. He finally blurted out the truth this whole time. They were training to boost Haru's resistance to alcohol. He snapped his head to Haru, praying she'd have his back. And to his horror, Haru was sprawled on the bed fast asleep. He snapped his head back to the doorway, and pure panic froze his face. A crowd of women filled the area, their faces twisting with suspicion and boiling anger. Under a moonlit sky, two young men stood alone in a quiet clearing, staring at whatever came next. Sakino, the one everyone pointed to, confirmed the job was legit and told them he'd already pocketed the advance payment. He said the total reward hit 100,000 cents, then admitted the whole request was downright weird. It was the easiest job in the world: slip into a military-guarded maze and plant a glowing ball right at the base of a goddess statue. Julio whipped around to his companion and demanded, "So what kind of person is our client?" Sachino nervously confessed that the reward had him buzzing so hard he barely bothered to ask any questions. He figured it was a no-brainer since only 2 guards usually stood watch. That place was prime real estate for adventurers with military ties to rake in easy cash. He leaned in and told Julio with total confidence, "It won't be dangerous, trust me, we'll finish this request." Julio nodded along, making it crystal clear whatever happened to the military next wasn't their problem. As he spit those cruel words, a girl lurking nearby froze, then gasped hard at being called out. Their childhood friend Milky stared ahead and realized men's friendship is pure gold, and she didn't want to waste a single bit of it. So Chino stared at Julio, utterly stunned by what he just said again. Milky's boots crunched over the grass as she closed in on them. Julio immediately pressed Sakino, demanding to know why the heck he'd brought Milky along. Sachino told them, "Sure, I've got my own tastes, but if Milky's coming, my cut of the money doesn't shrink a single bit." He even promised she'd tag along for free like the labyrinth monsters were a cakewalk. Julio caught Milky mumbling about cat ears Dogen, then grilled Tsukino to please not pay attention to her. Sachino admitted he only invited Milky to get her help for free, but he needed Julio to snag a big enough slice of the reward so he could line his own pockets. Then he burst into laughter, telling Julio, "I'll lock you out anyway." And it instantly earned him a razor-sharp glare. Sachino tore his gaze away, thinking maybe he should just stand back and let Julio die inside the labyrinth. Their plans got cut short as night monkeys shrieked from out of nowhere, charging straight toward them. Sachino shouted, "Milky!" and tossed a book up, declaring it was her turn. As the pages fluttered in the air, the book exploded into a giant snake, snapping shut around the night monkeys and pinning them in place. One monkey snapped free and hurled a massive chunk of wood through the air like a missile. Tsuchino juked aside at the last second, and the projectile thundered into the dirt beside him. He screamed in agony, gripping his arm so tight he swore his bones had cracked in half. Coolio sprinted to Tsukino's side, ready to patch up the wound, but Tsukino snapped him away with a wave. With a grimace twisting his face, Tsukino swallowed his pain and asked, "Can I get a bigger slice of the reward for my treatment fee?" Dulio reluctantly gave in, and he couldn't help but notice Tsukino's hands looked totally fine. Milky snapped into a sudden scream as blood started blasting from her nose. The boy screamed her name as she swayed, then stumbled and slammed backward. They loomed over her slumped, unconscious body, stunned, trying to piece together what the hell just happened. Milky sprang upright, shouting for brush and paper like her ink would vanish if she didn't catch it fast. Julio recoiled in disgust and snapped that it wasn't ink at all, it was a nosebleed. She snapped, swore she had zero regrets, then collapsed again, passing out for the second time. As the night monkeys finally got free from the snake, they just stared in stunned disbelief. Cecino grinned, then taunted the bewildered creatures like it was all a joke. He shoved Julio ahead and barked that he'd use him as bait. Julio's eyes went wide as he rode toward them on horseback at breakneck speed. The riders tore through the night monkeys in a split second, dropping them defeated and still on the ground. Julio and Tsukino locked eyes, frozen in stunned silence, and burst out whispering, "Awesome!" In reality, the brave rider was gripping for dear life, clinging to that stubborn, donkey-like beast as it fought every step. When the two adventurers slid off their mounts, the man scrambled to soothe his misbehaving steed. Sulio snapped his crew together, hurriedly introduced everyone, and pressed his gratitude onto the pair who had just saved them. Then he leaned in and asked, "So are you famous adventurers?" Joffrey puffed his chest and demanded, "Tell me, can you feel those overflowing auras?" Joffrey snapped into a heroic pose and declared himself a hero, while Elise stepped forward and introduced herself as a monster master. Julio couldn't take his eyes off Joffrey in awe, while Joffrey acted like it was nothing, and Milky was still out cold under that donkey. "So wait, you're both are your uncle's underlings?" the boy blurted, eyes blazing with awe. "Since you're this strong, you've got to be Uncle's right-hand man." "Right," he blurted out, eyes shining with real excitement while he and Elise just gawked, totally thrown off by that sudden claim. With his right hand raised, he muttered, "Yeah, sure, we're still in debt to that old man." Then, grinning, he shot out a quick improv. "That's right then. We were just out there living like chivalrous thieves, plain and simple." "Wasn't that the truth, Elise?" he asked, bumping his companion with a shove. And the boy. He was completely blown away by what he'd just heard. He admitted to himself under his breath that he'd never actually talked to the unconscious man from that first meeting, only stared. "He's so cool," the boy blurted, and his fists tightened with pure excitement. He shot his right hand up and cheered, blasting the air with a punch, and he couldn't stop himself from shivering with pure joy at that praise. Idle life doesn't feel half bad, he thought, snapping into this jaw-dropping pose, and then it hit him. "Ah, Julio, I remember now." The boy blurted it out as the words exploded from his mouth. "So what's a chivalrous thief supposed to do?" Julio blurted it out, jabbing a finger against his chin, then leaned in like, "Wait. What I'm listening to right now is Aniki's insane stories, and I'm loving every second of it." Then he leaned in with a grin and told the boy, "Don't point at Aniki." And that's when it hit me. Julio was right there on the bounty poster. He told us the bounty poster got yanked in just one day, and then he chuckled, "Oh, that? Yeah, it's a long story." Julio gasped, utterly blown away. He shrugged it off with a laugh. Oh, it was nothing. This guy was a total hotshot, and Julio felt his respect grow with every word, and he could wipe it out in just one day. No sweat. Julio fired the question at Jafar-san. "So are you rubbing shoulders with nobles?" He remembered that moment, saying I'd saved a nobleman's life in the labyrinth before, no question about it, Julio said, nodding like he absolutely knew. "All right, good news, the kid wasn't hurt." "Got it?" Then it clicked. The nobleman was that chubby kid. "You even saved the butler. Jafraniki." Julio started, then waved it off. "Let's split ways for now." "But I can't let my cut of the reward get chopped anymore," Julio blurted out. Then a plan sparked in his head. "I can use these guys." "Hey, what are you—" he started asking right as Joffrey suddenly snatched his shoulder. "All right, we're heading into the labyrinth to finish that request," he declared. "So, you coming with us?" Then he grinned. "Don't sweat the reward, we'll split it, sure, but I'll help you out for free because you're the old man's nephew." "Yep, we already grabbed a whole bunch of bread from the church anyway," Elise said with a grin. "Stop it, Julio." The other boy cut in. "They already said it's fine." "Wait, don't we need money?" Julio stammered, eyes wide. "But if it really comes down to it, we can just sell that item we already grabbed from the demon lord." He grinned like he'd already won. "You got an item from the demon lord!" Olio burst out, stunned, and when the guy said it casually like it was nothing, Elise went wild cheering. Coolio froze in pure shock as their other companion lurched into the dirt, her nose pouring blood against the horse. A total love triangle between two men, she giggled like it was the funniest thing on earth, totally lost in her own little world. Can you stop that nosebleed every few minutes? He snapped, completely exasperated, and Aniki Julio barked, pointing straight ahead. All right, lead on, he shot back. Then the whole crew kept charging forward beneath the endless open sky. He was already plotting to stick around this town for a quick 2 or 3 days. I'm good as long as this misunderstanding between us doesn't blow up, he thought, and then Marina hit him with it. So you're not planning to see the horseback riding festival? Relax, he said, spinning toward Haru. We're not racing, so you decide. Haru grinned sweetly back at him. So yeah, it's gonna be chaos with horses everywhere, he said, staring off into the distance. Turns out he hated them because a horse once kicked him and killed him. Then Haru leaned in and asked, did you want to eat the dried meat they served at the horseback riding festival? Nope, I'm taking the dried meat that'll be on sale a month after the festival, he shot back. And then, hey, Haru burst into a giggle, cheeks burning. You're so lovely, he murmured, and his face softened instantly. I'll buy that one, Haru swore, her tail whipping with pure excitement. All right, like we planned, we're heading to the trading post to sell that request item for the Adventurers Today Guild, he declared, and Ichino-sama and Carol hurried after her as she pushed them through the town. Yeah, please lead the way, Carol, he said, and the smile on her face screamed excitement. Maybe it's because she's about to start making serious moves. I told Haru and Marina to sprint to the guild ahead of us, he said. The shopkeeper leans in and says, Welcome, brother, are you a peddler? And then he pushes for that request that sounds too good to refuse. Relax, I'm not the peddler, Ichino shot back. I'm jobless, so I'm no use hanging around. Then it clicked. So it's the half-mini-human, huh? The man bowed his head and gave Carol a gentle pat. Carol's smile burned with pure determination. Yeah, I'll handle the negotiation with you, she snapped. Then Marina burst out from the doorway, laughing like, it's hilarious watching him call Carol's sister. Carol stared the shopkeeper down, still acting the same toward everyone, and then she heaved a tiny crate onto the counter. Time to earn my keep, she muttered, as the shopkeeper cracked open his focus and inspected the tiny vial. That's some serious quality, he said, eyes lighting up like a top-tier alchemist polished it to perfection. Yep, Carol beamed with pride. Wow, you really do see everything, she said, grinning wide. Then the man leaned in and asked, So did you buy it straight from the iron ores in the beginning? Yep. We grabbed 7 boxes, and once the refinement was finished, she repacked everything. We've got pepper and chili, too, she added. And that last box is only half full, so we've got 5.5 boxes total. Then the shopkeeper leaned in and asked, Wait, you didn't bring any salt? Nope, Ichino didn't bring a thing, Carol snapped, and the shopkeeper locked eyes with her like the room was holding its breath. Big brain move, selling salt right now won't bring a single profit, the man said, then patted Carol's head like he'd solved everything. Nice work he's praying for you, you're always so dependable. I'm your slave after all, Carol murmured, soft but certain. Ichino's heart slammed in her chest at those words. Let's sign the papers, and she spun back to the counter like the moment was on fire. Leave it to me, she chirped, and Ichino flashed a thumbs up. Yeah, that sounded like a solid deal. As they stepped outside, Ichino said so. Carol rattled off the numbers 035 for the pepper and chili, 085 for the iron, and that shellfish brooch we grabbed for 0800. It's now jumped to 015. He couldn't believe his eyes. Was this really happening? For real? I worked on it, and the price still exploded, more than doubled to 120,000 cents, while Carol smiled like she'd just won. And guess what? My peddler level just jumped by 1. Hold up, you only leveled up by 1, Ichino blurts out in pure shock. Yeah, if it was a trip from the neighboring country, it would have shot up that much, she clarified. Right, he asked. Look, if EXP just comes from buying and selling, no matter how far you trade, then team up with a trading post and flip goods non-stop to farm levels fast, she said, and he couldn't help thinking, so then does tax even exist in this world? Carol, you absolutely crushed it, he blurted out, and she just kept repeating, consumption tax, because only a handful of countries even use it, and in DOCAT, the only people forced to pay are those stuck with customs duty. But the trading post still has to scrape a trade fee from the peddlers the trade guild demands. So yeah, even if EXP drops no matter how far you go, this way would still make EXP farming painfully slow, she figured. They tore down the road and made it to their destination at last, Adventurer Guild. Ichino stared at the sign and boom, he spotted a massive crowd packed inside. "What the heck is going on here?" he demanded. Carol muttered, shielding her eyes as she leaned in what could have happened. The market's packed, every peddler's stacked with power, and he kept darting through the list, checking their statuses. He shoved through the crowd like a storm, forcing his way toward the throne.
Ichino-sama, what's going on?
Carol blurted out in panic as he suddenly snapped into motion. Where the hell is Haru, he wondered, scanning for his crew Marina too. Then Carol cut in, saying, "Something's up. Ichino-sama." "The southern cliff just crumbled," she said, "and the main road into Port Cove is now completely blocked." "Yes, I hear you," he replied, eyes locked in, listening like it mattered. "Hiring bodyguards, monsters in the forest, so that's what you're hiding," he blurted, and with Faroud's weapons and armor being the talk of the town, she started explaining. "Good news, we already sold the iron," she said, letting out a huge sigh like a weight had finally lifted. "Why would iron suddenly lose value?" Ichino pressed. Then she snapped back. "Like it was obvious weapons and armor are the big trade staples, and that's why the price swings. Turns out their warehouse space is capped, so with Ichino-sama's item bag making iron less necessary, demand fizzles out fast, and the market price plummets right on her graph." That's when it hit him. These people already knew about the landslides before Carol ever did. "Then he shows up at the guild to hire bodyguards, huh?" he murmured while gently patting her head. "Master," Haru's voice snapped from nearby. He spun around just in time to see Haru and Marina sprinting toward them. Then he blurted, "Did you find a good request?" Yeah, basically Haru was panting hard. So many people were begging to hire bodyguards, but most of those requests got ignored. One order was about getting meat and fruits, and she said, "I'll take that." "Was that okay?" he asked, rubbing her ears, and from Haru's back Marina snapped, "But why are we getting food?" He said they'd seen the food shortages coming and grabbed at the high reward, but the town of Farout had been living off imports from Port Cove, and now that lifeline was cut off. With all those merchants flooding into town, the supply shortage would get even worse, and on top of that, most of the adventurers got snapped up as bodyguards just to tear down what Haru had piled up in the rubble. Ichino just made it sound like he finally got the whole picture, and honestly, I'm ready for something sweet. So I blurted out, he declared, "Yeah. If we get enough together for the request, then we can roll right into the rest." Haru nodded. "All right, let's do it." The whole crew erupted into a loud, unified cheer. "I'll fire my invisible arrows and knock them out," Marina bragged as she pointed at the forbidden fruits hanging from giant trees. Then Kusunoki acted like he wasn't listening, and she snapped, "Invisible doesn't mean impossible. I heard it twice." "Invisible, huh? Not impossible arrows, right?" He brushed it off like it meant nothing. Then, before they knew it, they were standing outside the city gate. We slipped through the gate in a flash, and even with that insane crowd pressing in, he couldn't believe we made it. "That's because you've got me," Carol bragged with pride. "And hey, since the guild put in a written request, if we tell them we're going to hunt for food, I'm betting they'll bump us to the front of the line." "Haru and Marina are rock solid," Ichino said, laughing as the party plunged into the nearby forest. Marina was struggling, and then out of nowhere he blurted out his comment like he never saw it coming. Even back when Marina was in Japan, she never skipped muscle training to keep her stamina sharp, and she muttered under her breath while staring off at nothing. "Tell me, wouldn't you feel crushed if some elementary schooler said that to you?" Then she snapped around. "If you ever kill yourself, my brother will be crushed and regret it." She remembered the girl's words. Then he let out a heavy sigh. "All right, let's not keep talking about the moment we die." But I ended up plummeting off the top floor of the apartment. Then it went quiet. "Master, there's a monster up ahead," Haru blurted, pointing straight at it. "All right, step back," he snapped. And right before them, that creature lurched and staggered like it couldn't handle what was coming. He took one look and went, "Yeah, this thing's in a bad, weak state." I'll admit it, I'm hesitant to swing at some monster that's not even fighting back, and he goes, Yeah, I can smell the ground moving. Haru shoots back. Her ears just perked. On the ground, he asked, confused, and she snapped back, "Let's retreat for now." "A sludge worm's about to crawl up," she warned. "And yeah, I know how deadly Master is, but even so, we have to get out of here right now." "All right, Haru, you win," he muttered, then snapped, "Everyone move head for that hill over there." Right where they'd been standing, the ground exploded and a massive worm burst out like it was hunting them. The earth rumbled like it had no choice because this thing finally broke through with pure, unstoppable power. Marina erupted, so big while the whole group froze in stunned disbelief. Haru blurted, "I don't remember sludge worms being this huge." Then she shot back that it was originally called a furut sludge worm as the thing settled in. Then it shrank down into a sludge worm, and that thing couldn't see a thing. Haru kept going, because sludge worms see through the heat and temperature around them. So they hunt down dying monsters and chow them up to power a beneficial one, and yeah, he just realized that's why the soil gets richer. He wondered if his magic could actually bring it down then. That giant worm slowly crawled back into the hole it had come from. "Do you know it digs this massive hole, though, then what? How do they usually plug it up?" he asked Haru. "Crew." Haru froze with nerves written all over her face. Then she answered the question by pinching her nose and proudly letting out dung. "It totally stinks, I can smell it a little." He said it, puffing out his cheeks. "This is going to be brutal for Haru," he worried, thinking about how sharp his nose is. Wait, that's a poo," Marina blurted, totally thrilled, and pointed right at it. "Let's go. We're out of here straight to the forest," he snapped, desperate to escape that stench. Marina spotted a sleeping creature, raised her bow, and steadied her aim like she was ready to strike. Everyone else managed to scoop up the fruit and fill their baskets without missing a beat. "We can't get enough meat no matter how we hunt," he growled, scanning their haul. "Turns out there are way fewer monsters than we thought," Carol said. Then she snapped up 2 fingers. "So how about we split into 2 groups? He split them into 2 groups, staring at her as Haru and Marina both snapped their eyes to Carol, faces blazing with questions. "Split us into 2 groups," Carol snapped, eyes narrowing. She laid it all out, breaking down exactly who had which skills and why it mattered. She pitched the whole idea to the group right from the start. Yeah, that actually sounds smart, he had to admit it. Haru suddenly grinned and pitched the idea, turn it into a competition. He shot his hand up and boldly announced that the winner could demand anything from him. Marina stared at his offer, and he knew it would light a fire under her. The word anything hit Haru and Carol like an electric shock. He froze, stunned by the bone-chilling intensity in their scary faces. Sparks practically crackled between Haru and Carol as they glared each other down. Both of them erupted in loud shouts, pledging their allegiance to the competition right then and there. Carol seized Marina and Haru in both arms, snapped, "Hang on tight," and braced herself to move. Marina's fear of heights hit instantly, and she started thrashing on the spot. With a thunderous leap, Carol hurled her team into the treetops, snapping the moment away and leaving him and his partner stuck behind. He watched them disappear, and it hit him. Haru was finally taking this dead seriously. As his crew finally took off, he couldn't stop thinking if they actually pulled off the win. What crazy things would the girls dare to ask for? He prayed it wouldn't turn into some wild, over-the-top mess, especially after their rivals vanished out of sight. "Ichino-sama, get it together," Harold barked, spotting how lost and distracted he'd become. "Yeah," he stammered it out, and you could tell his words had him rattled, like he couldn't stop worrying about what he'd just said. A brutal slash tore through the forest ahead, and Marina's terrified scream ripped the air right after. Marina was getting shoved into this against her will, and he couldn't help feeling a little sorry for her. Carol snapped at him to speed up, and he just shouted words of encouragement to the other team instead. He told Carol she didn't need to push herself, and then he leaned in like, "Just ask me for what you need, like it's normal." Yeah, I know Ichino-sama's got that "how is she this oblivious" vibe, but the second she trailed off with that knowing look, I felt like something big was being left unsaid. He just let out a shaky, nervous laugh like it was the only thing he could manage. As his laughter faded, she admitted she couldn't bring herself to do it unless the timing was crystal clear. He stared at her, totally baffled by that cryptic line she just dropped. He told them to use the quiet hours to train her for the temptress role, and she nodded so fast you could practically hear her excitement. A feathered beast drops out of the clouds out of nowhere, and he has to scramble and dodge on reflex. Right after they wiped it out, he leveled up on the spot, and Carol burst in to announce she'd just learned charm magic. He tipped his head and demanded to know what kind of magic this was. She spotted 2 more monsters perched on a branch and decided to put on a show for him right then. The moment the charm took hold, those creatures tore into each other with ruthless fury. She told him there's a magic that hijacks your will, forcing your enemies to throw hands with their own friends, all on purpose. Right after they crushed one monster, the other didn't even fight, it just bolted and flew off into the sky. Terrell figured the magic wouldn't stand a chance against top-tier monsters, so he lifted the spell anyway. He flinched at the thought of brainwashing magic, but she leaned in and told him, "Don't worry." She told him, clear as day because she was his slave, magic itself chained her hands, stopping her from ever casting a single harmful spell on him. "I've been thinking about it for a second." "Yeah, I know," she said, pouting a little like it mattered. He turned crimson at her teasing implication. Desperate to break the tension, he jabbed a finger into the forest at random. He spun her toward a tree packed with fruit, wondering could he actually eat it? Carol took one look and called it delicious. Then he grinned and insisted she climb onto his shoulders so she could grab it. She looked totally unsure, so he leaned in and told her, "You've got to be the one to grab it, only then will you get the EXP. He dropped to one knee and urged her to give it everything she had. "Come straddle my neck," he ordered, and she shot up, starting to climb right on. She balanced herself on his shoulders with total care. He leaned in and warned her, "I'm about to stand up." He staggered up, wincing as he told her, "Don't tug my hair or yank my ears." After a breathless moment, he steadied himself, then let out a heavy sigh. As they closed in on the fruit-heavy branches, he shot her a worried look and asked, "Are you okay?" She shot her hand up, snatched the fruit from the tree, and dropped it straight into the pot he held out for her. "We fit together so perfectly," she giggled, cheeks blushing bright with pure joy. Suddenly, his footing betrayed him, and both of them crashed backward in a messy tumble. He snapped his arms around her and cushioned her fall as they slammed into the ground. He rushed to ask if she was okay, and she barely whispered that they could stay like this just a little longer. He figured she was only shaken by the fall, agreed on the spot, and threw in a frantic apology for the whole dangerous mess. "I've been begging you don't treat me like I'm a kid," she snapped, staring up at him. Then she let slip that her 17th birthday was only 3 days behind her, and it completely threw him. He kicked himself for never thinking to ask about any of the girls' birthdays. "Treat me like I'm an adult," she snapped right after he apologized for not celebrating with her. She confessed that being hoisted up on his shoulders was straight-up embarrassing, and it even left her a little stunned. It hit him out of nowhere that had to be the real reason she'd been ditching the third-person she talk lately. She couldn't believe it somehow. He clocked the shift. "There's just no way I wouldn't catch it," he said, flashing a grin. Then he finally admitted it. He was a little biased toward the old her. He leaned in and said, "Just be yourself," then apologized again, like he couldn't stand the fact he'd been treating her like she was still a kid. He ruffled her hair with a warm smile, swearing she'd get her juice later until she snapped back, grumbling that he still treated her like she was a kid. Then she admitted that even with everything, his moves still pulled her back to his sister. Suddenly, she shoved him to the ground, swung her legs over him, and made him remember the promise he'd made earlier. "I need your love, Aichi-no-sama." She declared it loud and fearless. He froze on the spot, words tumbling out as he blurted, "Of course I cherish you." She leaned in and made it crystal clear if he wanted to kiss her, that was exactly what she meant. His mind went blank for a split second, and his face froze in pure, blissful joy. "Snap out of it?" He shot his hands up, begging them to calm down right now. His thoughts spiraled into a full-blown panic, kisses flying everywhere, fish in the mix, and his virginity suddenly feeling way too real. He took a deep breath and forced himself to steady his nerves, ready to answer like a grown-up. But right when she leaned in for the kiss, his composure shattered. He jerked back with a loud yell. He scrambled backward, ducking behind a tree and peeking out like something was about to pounce. Overwhelmed, he yelled at the top of his lungs and slammed his fist into the tree, then instantly regretted it when pain lanced up through his hand. Carol shot to his side and slammed a healing spell onto his bleeding knuckles. He swallowed his pride, apologized to her, and couldn't stop thinking about how stunning she was. He just couldn't bring himself to return her feelings. It felt wrong. The moment his promise hit him again, Haru's face flashed through his mind like a warning. He pictured their bond and realized they'd already tackled the stairs of love together, step by step. He tried to argue that cheating was totally off limits in Japan. "I'm really sorry I've already got Haru," he said, easing the words out like he didn't want to hurt her. "Aru-san already told me I'm allowed to be loved by Ichino-sama, and she answered me calmly like it was nothing." He stared at her, utterly stunned. Haru suddenly grabbed your hand, gave you permission, and yelled, totally stunned. Carol told them plain and clear in the White Wolf race, the strongest males often run polygamous relationships. He stared in shock, and once again, the common sense he'd carried over from his past life proved totally useless. Even so, it still felt totally wrong because Haru had always struck me as the jealous type. Carol told him, "Since I promised I'd rank below Haru, you don't have to worry about jealousy." She flat out warned him if he crossed that line, Haru would snap with jealousy. Flushed with embarrassment, she admitted Haru promised her he'd be gentle the very first time. Then it finally hit him. She'd been pushing him all day for a reason. As she pressed forward, he stumbled back, and she declared, "I don't care, being Harusan's second is fine with me." He and they trudged down the path. Then he froze, snapped his head upward, and stared. Everyone else snapped their eyes to where he was staring, and there, up in the sky, a shape was soaring like it owned the clouds. A winged beast swooped in from the sky, and the closer it got, the clearer its monstrous shape became. He snapped to it someone was actually clinging to its back, riding for real. The creature dove out of the sky, streaking straight for them like a missile. Dragons even nest in the advanced labyrinth near Florence, and Haru says it like it's no big deal. She said, "Yeah, that's probably just some lesser species, a wyvern." And as she spoke, the beast kept circling high over their heads. "So this is my first fight," he muttered, tightening his grip and bracing like it might break him. The moment the party hit the battlefield, they snapped into formation. Marina held the rear guard while Haru surged forward to back her up. "I'll be up front," he shouted, then yanked his sword from its sheath. "Hold that thought," a voice thundered down from above. The wyvern crashed down with a brutal thud, and he froze in stunned disbelief. Did that beast just talk? The armored figure leapt off the wyvern's back like a strike of lightning. He stared in shock as the rider yanked off their helmet and revealed a face he recognized instantly. A girl in armor stepped up and greeted him, telling him she'd heard from miles that he was coming. He whipped around to Marina and demanded, "Is this the girl we were waiting for?" The newcomer stepped forward and introduced herself as Sakura Suzuki, another Japanese girl who'd been trapped in this world for 3 whole years. Marina lit up and announced that the heroes had finally all come together right under the watch of the 3 pillar goddesses. He yanked her mask off in one ruthless move, and her real face stared back. The second that mask snapped back into place, her confidence surged right back, like it never left. Ian Suzuki opened up about her past as a hero, and honestly he was still trying to wrap his head around being in that spotlight. He leaned in and demanded to know how she ended up becoming a hero, a paladin, and somehow a dragon rider. She told him she'd hatched her wyvern from an egg and raised it herself. Suzuki yanked the attention away from everything by declaring, with a grin, that her wyvern was just too cute to ignore. Marina leaned in, eyes sparkling, and guessed that the creature's name was a chunabuish. Suzuki puffed with pride and declared, "My name is Pochi." The moment that simple name was spoken, the whole group froze in stunned, breathless silence. Suzuki couldn't help but gush as she remembered Pochi was the reincarnation of her puppy, even back when she was still just a hatchling. She said Miles and the rest thought the name was cute, and they flat out refused to let her change it. Then he snapped his gaze to Suzuki, face hard and focused, and demanded to know what she really knew about what was unfolding. He grilled her about the landslide, but she couldn't give him a single clue. She did know one thing for sure: monsters had been spotted west of town, and a whole flock of them was out there. Panic ripped through furry people, scrambled and sprinted, desperate to flee the city before it swallowed them whole. He told me he was heading straight to investigate that exact spot when, bam, he collided with them. Suzuki told everyone she was keeping her wyvern light by flying overhead and investigating from the sky. She sent him off with a warm wish, sure he'd turn that information into something that truly mattered. With one last heartfelt thank you, she told him the Adventurers Guild was short on hands. Then she shot into the sky. He watched her rise into the sky, soaring away on the back of her wyvern. Once Suzuki was gone, he snapped to attention and said it was time to haul everyone back into town. They stomped down the stone streets of the city, soaking in every clang and shadow like it was alive. Carol told them the townspeople felt completely safe. Those walls had never once been broken. Haru said it was monsters, not an army, so this should be totally fine. Marina stewed over it, convinced this whole mess was just a mastermind's grand scheme. He snatched off her mask in a flash, shutting down her guesses on the spot. He snapped at her not to say stuff like that right now as they pushed forward toward the adventurer's guilt. At the reception desk, Haru slammed their finished request onto the counter. Marina clocked that trio of wannabe adventurers, the same troublemakers who'd already turned her world upside down. One of the men jabbed a finger at him and screamed, "Hey, you!" He completely shut the guy out, barreling past him and keeping his focus on the receptionist. He leaned in and asked if it was okay to slap the monsters they just hunted right onto the workbench. He just stared, jaw dropped, as they dumped bag after bag of monster parts right in front of him. The heap kept swelling, piece by piece, until it hit a jaw-dropping total of 130 pieces. The man's face drained of color when he realized they'd hauled in more than he managed to hunt in a whole half-year. The receptionist stared in disbelief, then demanded, "Wait, did you really hunt down and tear apart every last one in the East Forest?" She flat out admitted that his dismantling skills blew every other hunter in the guild out of the water. Their party's huge haul would save the day in the emergency, even if it threatened to throw the whole ecosystem off balance. He wheeled on the stunned guy and barked, "Roger that!" When he asked if the man had anything to say, the guy bolted, screaming that the town was safe as long as he was still there. He pointed it out like, "Yeah, people like that are everywhere." Then the receptionist burst out the news, Haru's promotion, and congratulated her for climbing from F to E. Haru's cheeks flared red as the others showered her with praise. They got the news because of the emergency. The reward and promotion ceremony got pushed back. For a second, he battled the urge to celebrate Haru's win. With the town in the state it's in right now, pulling that off today was a real fight. Still, he didn't back down. He told Haru he just wanted to celebrate her. Carol snapped to it that her birthday was right around the corner, so they decided to smash both celebrations into one big, unforgettable night. They raced back to the finish line, sprinting straight to the very end. Inside, he couldn't stop thinking about Julio-kun because the man still hadn't come back. As they headed downstairs for dinner, he stepped up and greeted the innkeeper like he meant business. The innkeeper grinned and ushered them in, telling them dinner was already waiting, hot and ready. While they ate, Carol leaned in and grilled the landlady about that monster flock. The landlady snapped that she'd only heard whispers about them said to crawl out of a labyrinth, and she was seething because the higher-ups kept hogging every single detail. She stormed in with their food and told them to dig in and enjoy it. He leaned in and told the girls he'd be right back, then warned them to stay sharp. Then he kicked his skill on and stepped right into my world, like he owned it. He burst into the quiet, empty landscape like he'd been summoned back to where it all began. No matter which doorway he slipped into, he somehow always ended up in the exact same spot, his own chosen home. While he stared at the blank page, a chilling thought hit him. He wasn't alone anymore. He jumped up and greeted the unexpected visitor like they'd just crashed into his life. The woman stepped forward and introduced herself as Libra, the goddess who keeps order and balance in perfect check. He froze in shock, staring at the impossible. How on earth had a goddess just appeared here? I couldn't believe it. Somehow a goddess slipped into his world like it was nothing. He quietly realized she wasn't just a goddess. She was the purest one he'd ever met. Libra told him she'd studied his book of creation, and then said he could summon his friends right here. He couldn't believe it. His book had a totally awesome name. He dug his heels in and refused to call his friends until he finally figured out what she was after. When he stared at his shattered abilities, one thought hit him hard. She was here to fix everything and bring the world back into balance. He braced himself, fearing the next second would end him for good. Libra said with total calm, "I'm not here to punish you." She told him straight up she was there to make him see just how useless he really was, and to draw a hard line around the life he thought he could have. When he realized she wasn't trying to hurt him, he nodded and agreed to move forward. She handed him permit creation stickers, stick them the right way, and suddenly other people could access the place. He snatched the stickers and nodded to promise he'd hand them to his friends while she stood there, waiting. He raced back to the inn, and his party immediately swept in, welcoming him like a hero home. He leaned in and told them, "Stick these on your bodies if you want into my world. That's the ticket." They tried the stickers out, and boom, turns out they clung like crazy, yet peeled off clean with zero hassle. Marina couldn't wait. She snapped it onto her face like a star. He told them they were under a guest's authority and ordered them to obey her every command. A sinister portal to his world tore open in front of them, swirling like the universe had finally cracked. The girls showed up and froze, standing on the dead, empty ground of his world like they'd stepped into a nightmare. Libra stepped in front of them, regal as ever, gripping her staff like it meant business. Marina instantly knew she was one of the pillar goddesses. He finally introduced Libra-sama with full ceremony, and the girls dropped into deep bows right then and there. The whole group stared up at the goddess, eyes wide, hearts pounding with pure awe. He tried to correct the goddess on her mistake, then threw his hands up and decided it honestly didn't matter. Libra told them the name swap to Ichinojo wasn't random at all. It traced back to the customs of his old world. She pushed him to go straight to Minerva, the goddess of magic and sorcery, and demand every last detail. He couldn't stop wondering if fate would ever hand him the chance to meet her. Libra swore that the moment they stepped into Minerva's labyrinths, they'd set up a meeting right away. She leaned in close and hissed that what she was about to say was strictly confidential. Libra realized he'd already peeled back the truth of the spatial realm. She told him his world was basically cut from the same cloth as the goddess's divine realm. Luckily, his instant creation of the star and all its strict rules snapped the chaos back into balance for everyone. Then she leaned in and demanded he admit did he really grasp what his item bag skill could do. Even though the planet he built was just one Ozaworld, his item bag's storage was basically bottomless. She told him his bag could swallow an entire universe. Like his power was so massive your brain just couldn't wrap around it. Haru hesitated, then slowly lifted her hand like she was terrified to speak in class. Carol and Marina leaned in and demanded to know if their master had somehow turned into a god. Libra snapped, "I'm just the door someone else messed with the Jobless skill and wired it to this world." She snapped that as long as this planet was his to wield, she'd slam down barriers across it so the planet's original creator couldn't lay a hand on him. With a thunderous swing of her staff, she sparked the miniature world into life, and suddenly he could wield the book of creation however he pleased. He and his friends stood there, stunned as the goddess's power swallowed his whole world. A colossal dark sphere suddenly materialized in the sky, hanging ominously over the observation tower. Ichino and his crew stared up at it, their faces frozen in pure disbelief and shock. He replayed Libra's final words in his head the way she built that base just to watch this world unfold. "Thank you for your cooperation, Ichinojo-san," she said with a soft smile, then waved them off. Then, with a smooth snap of motion, she slipped through a shimmering portal and disappeared. The memories crumbled away, and Ichino finally let out one deep, trembling breath, like the last of the tension ripped clean out of his body. "Everyone okay?" he demanded, spinning around to face his friends. Carol just stood there in pure awe, eyes popping wide like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Just like any master would," Haru murmured to himself, while Ichino could only stare in disbelief at how Libra popped in and vanished so fast. Haru stared at him, her tail flicking like it couldn't wait for what came next. He couldn't take it anymore. He opened his book and tried his power, summoning spring water even with his MP in the red. The book slid across a blank map, and he shrugged like, "I can drop the spring anywhere and it'll work all." He felt his magic get ripped away, and then a savage blast boomed somewhere out in the distance. He and Haru snapped their heads around at the noise, totally startled. With one hand shielding his eyes, he stared as geysers blasted into the sky miles away from where they stood. That delayed sound wave slammed into Carol's friend and knocked her clean off her feet. He thought the parched ground would gulp the water up fast, leaving no pond to form. But the girls could only stare in shock, completely overwhelmed by that insane show of power. He rushed to clarify it wasn't his power at all. It was Libra's. But Carol and Kuro were already plotting a trip to buy seeds. That night, right before sleep, they scrubbed up and wiped themselves clean. He waved them away, barking for them to hurry up and finally get some sleep. Collapsing onto his bed, he confessed to Haru just how wrecked he felt after burning through all that MP. Haru closed the distance with a bottle gripped tight in both hands. She perched on his bed, eyeing the moon's glow, and then leaned in close like she couldn't resist the moment. Before he could even flinch, she leaped onto his lap and clamped her arms around his neck. "You, a master," she breathed, her face mere inches from his. That sudden closeness snapped him back to the competition they'd just battled through that afternoon. He made a promise no matter what the winner demanded, he'd do it. "I can ask you anything, right?" she blurted, cheeks flushing hot. Far in the distance, the city loomed beneath a heavy, cloud-choked sky. The night before the state of emergency, a crew of adventurers slipped into the sealed labyrinth under the cover of darkness. "By some miracle, we slipped in safely," one of them murmured as we did. Their leader, Joffre, raised a hand to signal them forward. Then Julio blew that plan up with a loud shout. A monster's right ahead, he shot the warning at the top of his lungs. "Stand back," Joffre snapped, yanking his sword free as he declared his next move. He cut down the slime with one bold, heroic slash. His companions erupted into cheers, blown away by his raw strength. Sachino goaded him relentlessly, but Joffre waved it off fast, saying it was nothing, just a beginner's labyrinth. They barreled forward, wiping out every last monster that crossed their path without breaking a sweat. Jaffer whipped into a dramatic pose, soaking up every ounce of praise. But Julio couldn't shake the gut-twisting sense that something was off. He pointed out, loud and clear, that there were way too few monsters around here. While the younger kids didn't notice, Joffrey and Facina traded a sharp, creepy grin like they were in on something dark. Jaffer couldn't help thinking, this makes everything way easier. He snatched Fastenna with a grin, clocking that the other two didn't give a damn about money. Sachino stared at them, eyes blazing as the story unfolded right in front of her. Julio could only stare in total confusion like his brain just hit a dead end. Finally, they tore through the last stretch and crashed into the labyrinth's deepest heart. "You should be able to one-punch it," Aniki Julio blurted, way too pumped. But the second they saw it, every single one of them froze eyes wide, mouths hanging open in pure shock. The huge stone door to the boss room got totally ripped apart, like it never had a chance. Aren't the doors to the boss's room supposed to be unbreakable by monsters? So why did it get smashed anyway? Fast. Sigh, no wonder the whole thing got delayed. Milky suddenly whipped her finger toward the ruined chamber. She snapped a stealth talisman into the air and yelled as it detonated into action. She went deadly quiet, hissed at them to hide, and motioned them into the shadows. She told them the talisman would wipe out their presence as they slipped, stealthing behind a pile of rubble. They crept out for a look, and there it was, a cluster of robed figures huddled around the goddess statue. Julio hissed under his breath. "Who are you? Are you the ones who smashed that door?" Milky said through gritted teeth. "Those have to be Koret's agents." Fastina figured it out. Someone was trying to blow up the statue to sabotage the labyrinth. Leo couldn't wrap his head around why they'd do something that reckless. Milky told them straight up, with no labyrinth, the country's army couldn't train its soldiers to rise to the next level. Fastina warned that if they tore down this labyrinth, the miasma would surge into Koret's, supercharging their rival nation. But how in the world did they smash that door? Milky just couldn't stop her mind from racing. Joff tore back to Julio, who was kneeling on the ground. "All right, what are we even supposed to do with this?" Joffrey demanded, gripping that weird orb in his fist. Julio told them, "Just let those agents believe the orb vanished when we blew the door sky high." Joffrey snapped, "You're a genius," then decided to smash through it and get it over with. He shot up, clutched the orb, and got ready to roll it straight into the room. The orb skidded and clattered across the stone floor like a ticking bomb. It charged straight at the group of robed figures. Every single one of them snapped their heads around at once, eyes locked on the sound like it was calling their names. Milky ripped through the air with a terrified scream. Everyone just froze, staring in stunned silence at her sudden explosion of words. Joffrey and Fastenna shot each other a worried look because they both knew the other two weren't strong enough to take a fight. "So it all falls on me," Milky snapped. Then she summoned a towering stone serpent out of nowhere. "Run, everyone!" she screamed, throwing herself forward to take the agents on by herself. Joffrey was about to cave in, but Milky snapped back, screaming that she was still ready to fight. Julio yanked Jaffa's arm and practically shoved him toward freedom, swearing that Milky's sacrifice wouldn't be for nothing. But Tsukino had other plans. She swore Joffrey would never, ever lose. How blind can he be? Joffrey Seath absolutely fumed because Julio thought he was nothing but a burden, someone who should just run away. "Leave it to us!" he roared, sprinting ahead full tilt with Facina right beside him. The two heroes launched into a full sprint, straight at the enemy agents. But the captain of the group shot a hand up and declared, "All right, let's go. It's time." The agents got swallowed by a horrifying dark force that seemed to eat the light out of everything. Joffrey and Fastino got slammed by the blast. Monstrous shapes burst from the exact spot where the agents had been standing a second ago. Two heroes stood frozen, wide-eyed with sheer horror, staring at the abominations looming in front of them. The whole crew spun around and bolted only to get hunted down by a creeping, nightmarish shadow in the dark. He locked eyes with her for a beat, and it made her feel like anything was about to snap. He jolted upright and demanded, "What's going on?" "I was just thinking you're so cute," he said, like it slipped out before he could stop himself. Her ears flicked up, her cheeks lit with a blush, and her tail wagged hard as his compliment hit her like a warm honor. He figured his Playboy grind must have gotten even tougher again. He leaned in, shouted her name, and she instantly said yes. He yanked her into a tight hug, ruffled her head with a gentle pat, and told her she was the best. He hauled her in tight, and her heart started hammering like it was about to break free. Their faces were separated by nothing but a breath. A knock hit the door, and his sigh gave him away. He knew exactly who it was, so they stole a quick kiss, then opened the door. Marina and Carol stood by the door, grinning wide as they greeted them with a bright, cheerful, "Good morning." Ian Haru welcomed them back with a grin so bright it felt like sunshine. After breakfast, he barked orders for everyone to stock up for my world, then warned them spend smart. He slipped out alone, grabbed wheat seeds, and paid for a bag of stone. As he strode through the city streets, his mind raced with one burning question: what else could he possibly need? He never planned to bring in more slaves for his family, because Marina's case felt like a one-time exception, something he couldn't ignore. Meanwhile, Carol and Haru huddled over one big question: how deep Haru's feelings really were, and they couldn't stop wondering how the protagonist of a manga ever manages to juggle so many women. He decided he couldn't just grab random people and drag them into his world. He needed real rules first. He burst into their room, swung the door wide, and shouted that he was back. Haru and Carol greeted him like he'd never left. Carol took the leftover money and immediately asked, "Can I grab something good with this?" He plopped down right between them, eyes fixed on the door as he realized Marina still hadn't come back. Right then, Marina popped in through the doorway and stared at them like she'd just walked in on something big. He spotted her, then told her, "Come in anytime you want, just walk right in." Their wave crashed in like a cheer, welcoming her back too. "Yeah, I'm back," she said, grinning so bright it practically lit up the whole room. He said she was late. She blurted out an apology, and she admitted she'd been stuck trying to talk to the clerk. He leaned in and reassured her, "Don't give up. Keep trying, and I'll bring your mask back the moment our work is done." Carol flashed a bottle she'd bought and swore it was for a no-alcohol day, aiming it like a secret weapon to help Marina crush her shyness. When he asked who'd stay behind to guard the room, Marina didn't hesitate. She volunteered to go first. He nodded in agreement and begged her to keep a close watch on the room. Then he ripped open a swirling black portal that tore straight into my world. He said someone had to stay put, because he wasn't sure the door would lock from the inside. Marina sent them off with a warm wish for a safe trip as he, Haru, and Carol got ready to step through. They stepped into my world, an empty wasteland, and right in the middle, a massive spring burbled like it was waiting for them. Ooh, he'd witnessed it being forged into existence, and he gave it a quick, proud salute. They huddled side by side, scanning the dead silence of the empty land. Haru whipped around and told him, "Master, let's start right now." With a snap of power, he slammed up solid stone walls out of nowhere. He leaned in and told Haru he'd made up his mind he was building a stone house, not a wooden one. Carol stared at the stone in awe, then decided to slow down and craft it piece by piece, stone by stone. Next, he pulled out a nutritional agent, determined to supercharge the soil with the guidance of a book of creation. He unleashed a skill called soil consolidation and flooded the ground with liquid. The earth roared under their feet and reshaped itself right before their eyes. Stunned by the power surging through him, he spun around and demanded, "So what kind of seeds did you bring?" Haru thrust tomato seeds into Carol's hands, and Carol answered by offering up tea seeds. Carol told him those tea seeds were a rare gift, and he lit up thanking her for it and promising he couldn't wait to try them. But he chose to plant it all from the ground up by setting up simple poles for the tomatoes first. Every single one of them locked onto the crops they were about to plant, daydreaming with hungry anticipation. In the blink of an eye, the wheat burst up from the ground and shot straight to its full height. The tea leaves and the tomatoes sprouted and shot up at lightning speed. Carol and Haru lit up, grinning and telling him how absolutely incredible he was. Right before the harvest, he ditched his old job and became a farmer instead. He lifted a perfectly ripe tomato like it was treasure. By picking just one tomato, his Ichinojo job shot up a level. Then he unlocked sickle proficiency like it was nothing. He scrubbed the tomato clean, then took a huge bite like he couldn't wait 1 second longer. A violent shiver ripped through his whole body. "Holy crap," he blurted, reeling from that insanely rich flavor and those mouth-watering, juicy bites. He pushed the others to grab some too. They both chomped down, and the moment the taste hit, their eyes went wide like, "No way!" Haru practically declared, "This is the best thing I've ever tasted," and she said nothing could top it except dried meat. Harold, who usually can't stand tomatoes, finally caved and admitted this one was downright delicious. He took one look at the overflowing vines and decided, "We're not stopping, keep harvesting." They started stuffing tomatoes into crates, absolutely crushed by how many there were. He wiped the sweat off his brow and muttered that the harvest wasn't anywhere near done. Haru blurted, "All right, my turn's over, Marina, get in." When Marina finally arrived, she froze in awe at the sheer size of that massive tomato patch. He handed her a tomato, and the second she took that first bite, her face lit up with pure amazement at how insanely delicious it was. He blurted out in disbelief how plants could burst into life in seconds, given they'd still need photosynthesis to pull it off. Carol said that using MP to forge a spring and make plants grow was already so unbelievably mysterious. Marina explained that this world in Aza ran on its own twisted logic, nothing like Japan. Without overthinking it, he leaned in and asked Marina straight up what kind of seeds she'd bought. "Seaweed seeds," she said, lifting a tiny pouch like it was pure treasure. She couldn't sit still, blurting that with all that water around, she'd been dreaming up a fish pond. The moment someone suggested a fish pond, everyone's faces lit up. Then they hurried toward the spring together. Marina tossed the seeds into the water, and as he stared off into the distance, he realized he'd need a permit to bring fish in from the outside world. No. Right beneath the water's skin, a lush forest of seaweed exploded into existence in the blink of an eye. "Amazing," Marina gasped as he declared it was finally time to harvest the wheat. Carol warned him they'd need tools to grind the wheat into flour, and he swore it'd be fine. He regretted not grabbing strawberry seeds, and just like that, they decided it was time to head back. Right when Haru finally saw her chance, she'd been waiting the whole time, and then she burst forward to welcome her master back. Dead tired, they flopped onto the bed, and he snapped that Haru should have rested. He couldn't believe she'd waited up. He told Marina she could learn from Haru's heartfelt determination. Marina's cheeks burned when she thought he was calling her brazen, and he shot an apology in fast because that joke came out all wrong. Just as Haru wrestled with her terrible dilemma, a knock slammed through the door. Suzuki's crew Chanti, Schleil, and Mile kicked the door and rushed into the room. "What's going on?" he shot back, startled as Mile peppered him with questions about the monster chaos. She blurted out that the army had already started marching and that Suzuki still hadn't come back after he went to check on them. Schleil told them Suzuki had ordered them to defend the town from the sky, and they couldn't stop worrying about what that meant for him. He just shrugged and said, "I see." Shanti then leaned in and asked if he'd be willing to step up and take Suzuki's request. "Forget it," he snapped back, no hesitation, not even a flicker. Shanti swore it had nothing to do with money. Then he locked eyes with her so hard she shut up. He made it crystal clear taking over their mission would be a betrayal that shattered Suzuki's trust in them. Miles snapped that if Suzuki personally asked them, then they had to pull out every stop and defend the town at all costs. He flashed a thumbs up and said he believed Suzuki made the right call by leaving the three of them behind in town. "Yeah, and we're still kind of outmatched," he said, gesturing toward his own crew. "Sorry, but out you go now," he snapped, leaving zero room for argument. Shanti swallowed her pride, apologized for the weird stuff she blurted out, and they both turned and took off. Before she walked out, she begged him to lend them Haru's sword skill and Marina's magic just for them to get by. Once the door clicked shut, he leaned in and said, "I'll think about it." His friends stared at him like he'd lost his mind, and he couldn't stop himself from thinking, why do they really think Marina's a magician? Haru shot the question back. Are you sure it's okay to say that? And then hammered home the truth their levels still weren't high enough to protect the town. The girls stared at him with worried looks, like something was about to go terribly wrong. A wild grin cracked across his face as he declared, "That's exactly why we need to level up, trust me. I know a place crawling with monsters." As soon as they saw it, their faces erupted in pure, unstoppable excitement. Haru shot him a grateful nod and swore she'd keep both their swords in top shape. He hurled Marina her mask, and she scrambled to catch it and snap it on. "Leave it to me," she snapped, and he immediately sent her to the Apothecaries Guild to grab mana potions. She spun like a storm, bowing low as she flashed her truth-seeing eyes while he flicked her a few coins to cover the purchase. Carol then jumped in fast, saying her temptress level had spiked, so she could be useful too. He grinned, ruffled her hair with a gentle pat, and told her he was counting on her too. With their plans finally in motion, they strapped everything down and got ready to bolt. He clamped his hand around his sword's hilt, sharpening their mission beat the enemy and climb your own level. He told himself, if I say it out loud, I'll just sound like some random nobody. Even without a job, he thundered that he could still save the whole country. Then he threw his voice into a roar, urging his party to charge right after him. "Hey, wait!" Marina shouted from right behind them. She raced up, breathless, and blurted that the army had snatched every mana potion they could get. But she still managed to score the raw materials instead. "All right, everybody again," he roared, striking the moment like a challenge. They spotted a perfect vantage point, staring down at the country's army packed in formation below. Way out in the distance, they spotted the monsters closing in an unstoppable horde barreling toward them. Carol, their information expert, leaned in and told them the army had only about 400 soldiers. She kept saying the average swordsman sits at about level 20, while the generals clock in around level 30. They watched the army thunder straight into a tight canyon, rows of soldiers swallowing the sky one step at a time. "That's where the fight is going down," Harold confirmed. If the army got wiped out, he laid the whole plan down. Carol would unleash her power and lure the monsters away. They'd rain spells and arrows from afar, and if things got too close, they'd bolt through a hidden escape route and dive straight into my world. He proudly dubbed it the Hikikomori strategy. As the sun slipped toward the horizon, the sky darkened fast, swallowing the light. "All right, we're right on the edge now," he said, firing up the moment, then asking, "You all ready?" He whipped his head back to his party, and every face there burned with pure determination. "All right, dinner's on, let's go," he said, grinning so hard, and Marina jolted and toppled over in pure shock. "You can't fight on an empty stomach," he said, pushing the tomatoes they'd picked earlier right into their hands. Then the moonlit wilderness sprawled out ahead, huge and waiting. Haru blurted, "Wait, are they eating dinner too?" as he spotted a far-off campfire burning in the dark. Ichino asked, "Can I see them?" And she shot back, "Yes, the White Wolf tribe can see as clear as day so long as moonlight's in the sky," she said, and he was stunned, muttering, "I figured you'd have sharp eyes, but I can't make out a thing, even in this dark. All I can see from here is the fire's glow." He nodded. "All right, let's give it a shot." Then Carol chimed in, "Master, don't you have the eagle's eye skill?" "Now that you bring it up, yeah, I've got that skill," he said, and the moment he turned it on, his whole sight started to twist and change. His view snapped and spun away from the ground, and when he finally looked down from above, there stood his own party right below him. "Ooh, I can actually see myself lying on the ground," he thought, and pure confusion hit him like a wave. "Wait, my eyes are stuck on the sky, but my body's still nailed to the ground," he realized, and that's why Carol's voice is still right here. "Yes, we're with you," she said, squeezing his hand tight. On the other hand, Haru's, he thought. "Yeah," Haru confirmed it, gripping his other hand tight, and a warm heat crawled up his cheeks. "Who's yanking my clothes?" he snapped, feeling the tug yank right at his side.
Oh, Marina.
He caught himself thinking, like, even if my consciousness is up in the sky, I don't feel lonely at all. And there they were, all four standing together beneath the endless sky. Haru, he started to say her name, and she cut him off mid-sentence. "From the northwest, I see something moving," she blurted, eyes locked and face deadly serious. "Monsters, so many of them," she warned, then snapped, "No, it's the Blood Army and I'll be the one shooting arrows." "They look like flaming arrows," she gasped. "The monsters are on the move," and a wave of flame-wreathed beasts crashes through the forest. A raging wall of fire tore across the whole landscape. Flames roared through the chaos, devouring the monstrous horde like it was nothing. With a rush of relief, he figured that attack would finally wipe out those monsters. "So we're not needed." "No way," he muttered, staring at it like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The fire-scorched beasts exploded out of the inferno, spotless and unhurt, then barreled forward with zero mercy. The monsters smashed straight through the wall of fire, and Haru let out a shocked shout. They're about to crash into the army, and Carol can't shake the worry this is going to explode into pure chaos, and she's breaking down the situation from their vantage point. If they burn out their strength right here, Korat could strike, she thought, and yeah, she kept going. If they can clear these monsters, that's exactly what we need. If they can't, they'll still stand their ground, though. Furret might get ignored, and those monsters could push farther east, she realized, as the fiery beast horde barreled on in an unstoppable stampede. Some of the creatures tripped and face-planted, but the rest surged forward, refusing to stop. But doesn't the monsters' behavior feel way too strange, right? If a wall of fire blocks their path, they'd normally dodge it yet. They move like puppets under someone's control. He whips around to his companions, a grim look hardening his face. Every single person around him snapped to attention. Then Haru blurted, "So tell me, Master, how are we going to hit them?" "Is this the moment to unleash my temptress skill?" Carol asked. "I'll do my best," Marina shot back. Then their stubborn, determined faces fixed on him. He meant to ask if they were truly ready to risk their lives, but he figured he didn't need to, so he turned to them and begged, "Lend me your strength." And they answered in perfect unison, "As long as we're together, we can do anything." "Yeah," he grinned and said it. "Yeah, we'll still duck back to my world if things get ugly," he shot back. Then he spun around and faced Carol. "So you hated your temptress skills, huh?" he asked in a soft voice. "You swore you were the reason everyone around you felt miserable." Then she stammered, Yes. "This time, your skills will save Farut," he declared. Then he let out a chuckle like, "I was trying to hype her up, guess it just didn't go the way we wanted." "Don't stress, just slow down," he told her, then snapped, "Haru, cover us with that slash skill." "Yeah, but don't you dive straight at the enemies, promise me," she shot back, eyes locked in determination. "Marina, put on your mask." He admitted it, then told Marina, "Look, I'd pick Haru over myself, so, yeah, I'm kinda worried, but I'm counting on you." And right after, he blurted his name, Three Eyes. "Marina Pei Kusunoki." Marina responded dramatically, "If, the moment my third eye snaps open, my demon bow will wipe them all out and then I'll vanish with them too." "Don't," he cuts in. "You're not exactly in battle-ready shape." And she smirks, all mysterious, saying, "They won't even get her a turn because our feelings just claimed the win." "Yeah, this right here is basically a bonus stage." He grinned like he couldn't wait. "Come on, Carol, let's enjoy this while we can," he said, spinning toward her, "and don't let me down." "Leave it to me," she said, confidence blazing. Then everyone snapped into position, ready to smash straight into the next battle. "Carol, tell me, should I yell first before I activate the skill?" Marina fired back. "It's a skill that's always on, so she never has to yell, I explained. And still, it's way cooler when Marina protests by shouting, "Yeah, I get it," but he just trailed off, so Carol finally snapped, "So what do you think I should yell?" And Marina blurted, "Do it pheromone power," after hearing her. She could just scream, "Dark Temptation, Absolute Territory" instead because the skill is called Moon Enchantment. So why not shout the real name and go for it? That's what she suggested. That's way too hype, right? As Haru saw it, his body snapped rigid and his nerves fired off at once. Haru noticed her demeanor shift, and before he could even react, a swarm of demonic bats erupted across the sky. A voice boomed through the swarm. So what, they really thought they could shut down those monsters just like that? They're just puppets. Fearless like losing their own lives doesn't even cross their minds, and the voice kept roaring on. Their only mission is to get to Farut, and once they arrive, they'll wreak total chaos for 3 straight days until they finally drop dead. Then the Korat army will march in for a visit and the monsters below suddenly snap and change direction. What's happening? The voice blared. The humans are going to tear each other apart, and both countries are going to crumble, it cackled. Wait, did the spell just get overwritten? The lead bat realized, who just clocked me at first sight. Their eyes went wide with pure shock, and the hostility practically dripped off their face. Then the bat's gaze snapped to the cliff where the crew stood. And right there is where it all points Harudono, the Demon King's family pet, the bat locked onto her. I stared up as White Wolf's bat-like silhouette blasted across the sky. But the White Wolf tribe just can't make magic work, and that thought hit like a quiet dread.
But how, Kusunoki, here they come?
Marina blurted out, panicking. At this rate, the monsters are about to blow everything up. Master Haru has already called it out. Yeah, get ready to fight, he barked, then added, Haru, hand me your bats. Marina stared up at the empty sky, stunned. I can't spot a thing, then those bats snapped into the northwest and vanished out of sight, Haru said. But I got it, so we've got to brace for aerial attacks too, right? He confirmed it. Then I asked, You're saying they've left? Carol asked, practically holding her breath. I finally forced the monster to veer off, yet Carol's power didn't rattle the bats at all. So that's the trick, he said, thinking fast. All right, we strike, but we keep our distance because it's my turn next. Horde fire! He screamed and ripped a spell into the air, then his fireball detonated right in the middle of the charging swarm. Hey, where are you aiming? Marina snapped, then aimed her shot straight the other way. A blazing arrow of pure light ripped from her bow. A single shot ripped straight through the heads of multiple monsters, lining them up like dominoes. Ayo, for real? That's insane, he blurted. Yep, a stunt obvious. Then she grinned and bragged, This is what happens when you actually make me draw my bow. Pure shock hit him as she unleashed her power. Then he blurted out, Look, the monsters are vanishing. Are they labyrinth monsters? Marina just told us this monsters from the labyrinths vanish when they die and leave behind loot, magic stones, and more. Hey, another group's coming in. Should I entertain them again? Haru spots the magic stones on the ground and steps forward. She slammed her weapon through the air with bone-crushing force. Slash and energy blade screamed across the air and tore straight into the next wave of monsters. The slash ripped straight through the front ranks, mowing them down instantly. Ooh, this chain reaction crash is wild, Haru blurted out. Well done, Haru, he cheered, then grinned. Now I'm going to copy you. He snapped his sword up, got ready, and unleashed a brutal, earth-shaking slash. The energy wave tore a huge path straight through the enemy's lines. The impact slammed down so hard it gouged a trench straight into the earth. Dust and debris erupted in the air like the world was still shaking after the blast. Like always with a master, Ichino-sama's slash hits like a disaster, Aruchirid. Not bad, he said, smirking like he knew something. But I didn't have to hold back yet, he thought, as Carol snapped, Charm, and pointed at the monster. The charmed beast snapped and turned on its own brethren, ripping into the other monsters with relentless fury. That skill is terrifying, he thought, and now he has to hold back, because one wrong move could turn that monster into a disaster, and he's starting to panic about how much he has left. I can't stop wondering how many monsters I can blast before my MP totally drains. Then I fixate on Haru. She's got one big advantage, but right now she's getting boxed in, and she's shooting from the bow we just snatched off those bandits. She's going into battle with the bow we ripped off the bandits he couldn't stop watching as Haru fought like a pro even with that weapon. He took a breath and refused to quit look at that endless horde. He thought there were still so many left to take down. If I can, I'm wiping them all out at once. Then he blasts the crowd again with another scorching fire spell. The monsters surged forward again and again, never once hesitating. Is this really it? He thought. And suddenly a plan snapped into place. Then the monster melted away in a blazing burst of flame. Carol, I'm changing your job, he blurted out. Then he snapped, And stop your attacks, Haru and Marina. Right now, I need you to listen. He kicked off the job change for Carol. Notifications exploded across his vision like a firestorm. Ahs, man, that list felt endless, and he shouted with pure excitement like he couldn't contain himself. Wait, did I just level up? Carol burst out with a grin, and Ichino-sama looked on like he'd won the lottery. So the fight's done, he asked, staring at that far-off horde. Then Haru cut in, pointing out the truth. Those monsters were already pulling back, retreating. More like everything's finally back on track, pushing straight toward Farut, because just like I feared, he confirmed they were being controlled. It isn't as devastating as Carol's power, but it still pins the monster's movements tight. Then he scans the ground, eyes locking onto a narrow pass ahead. Carved into the rocks, that lone trail hugs the cliffs over there perfect. I can take it. What's wrong? Carol asked, clocking his strange smile. Ichino-sama Herald also leveled up. She said it with a bright grin. Then he quickly blurted, Sorry, I guess I looked suspicious, when Marina's sharp stare pinned him in place. Would you shut up? She snapped, glaring. Then he chuckled and said, I just thought of something brilliant, like it was the best idea ever. And it totally cracked me up, all right. Let's get out there, I'm gonna try. Watch this, Marina yelled. Then she loosed her arrow and sent it flying. The arrow ripped through a pack of monsters. I pushed past my breaking point, and then I unleashed the final attack only for her to crumple to the ground and say, Waha! Nice work, Marina. Now go rest. Haru's on deck. Haru stared down into the tight canyon, watching the monsters close in. Mind if I borrow this? She asked, snatching up Marina's bow, and then he shot back. All right, Carol, I'll switch your job. The moment her tempting job kicks back in, the monsters snap right back to their wicked ways. Haru loosed an arrow straight at the ground, and it slammed into the path with a violent kick of dust. All right, let me switch your job again to Temptress, he said after a beat. The monster turned around again, slamming into a reverse direction. They started stacking up fast in that tight little passage, piling higher and higher with every second. He leaned back, grinning, because they were totally trapped right in the middle. Good thing that nasty steep cliff is right there perfect, really. Now listen. Let me tell you what we were doing, he said. We herded the monsters into one tight path, hemmed in by brutal cliffs, and he replayed their strategy in his head like a blueprint. I kept flipping Carol's skill on and off, and the next thing we knew, it spawned a massive traffic jam. Why aim anymore? Marina shot back from the side, and just like that, a little one burst out, and he caught it immediately. Nice work. No congestion at all. I can just keep looping Carol's skill until it finally hits. All right, it's my turn to shine, he said, as he started gathering power. Spiritual unification. Oost's fire erupted with a roar, and as he thrust his hand forward, a massive column of flame blasted up from the canyon floor. A massive blast tore through the trapped horde, swallowing them in flames. The horizon blew open in a brutal storm of light and raw power. He dropped to one knee, exhaustion ripping every ounce of strength out of him. Then he gritted his teeth and hauled himself back up. His companions barreled in at his side, panic spilling out in every word, but he waved them off and grinned, claiming he was totally okay. He'd just burned through all his MP. Ugh, I can't get used to this crushing fatigue, he gasped, collapsing to the ground as Carol soothed him with a gentle pat on the head. Staring at the gigantic crater his magic had blasted into the earth, he couldn't help but think, yeah, that was seriously powerful. A barrage of system messages hit him. Ichinojo's level had surged, and it unlocked brand new tiers of mage and cleric skills. Man, cleric was level 1 yet. Somehow it was already at 48, and that lit a fire in his chest. He couldn't wait to max out this useless class and finally graduate. He swept the horizon for monsters, while Hawkeye brooded over that nasty managras he might have to choke down just to get his MP back. Carol told him to lay low in her world for a bit, and just as he did, his gaze snagged on a dark silhouette streaking across the sky. It swelled in their view, and then boom, an enormous wyvern burst into sight, diving straight down toward them. A well-known knight in armor sat high on a beast, grinning as he proudly introduced his ride Pochi. I just saw a monster explosion right when the rider pointed back at the crater where Ichinojo had smashed the ground. Marina burst into view right beside the wyvern and demanded, Suzuki, was it you who did this? Dizzy and barely standing, he spun to the newcomer and blurted, Kikusunoki-kun, do you have a mana potion? Please, can you share it with me? Yeah, sure, Suzuki said, sliding over a potion and taking a tomato in return, then right when Ichinojo started to feel his strength come back. He stared at the red fruit in his hand, then snapped his gaze back to Suzuki, looking genuinely confused. Suzuki shrugged with a grin and said he wasn't a huge fan of tomatoes. Then he added that even Carol, who usually hated them, still ended up enjoying his. Suzuki told me he'd gone on a monster hunt raid to wipe them out, but somehow they decided he wasn't needed here after all. But the nightmare didn't end. Monsters kept pouring out of the nearby labyrinth like it couldn't hold them back. Kusunoki-kun, let's team up. Suzuki said it with total confidence, sure the source was trapped somewhere inside the labyrinth. He leaned in and warned Ichinojo that their old game plan might fall apart the moment they stepped inside. Marina blurted, hands flying as she pointed. Looks like 5 humans are trapped in that labyrinth. So you know them? He pressed, but she couldn't stop fidgeting. She admitted she'd never met them face to face. Remember that cat user guy Suzuki cut in fast, wearing this knowing look like he already had the whole story figured out. He told us that Tsukino the innkeeper's son was stuck inside with his niece Milky, plus their friends Julio and Elise. I do know them, he admitted. Then he realized he couldn't just leave them behind, and he nodded, agreeing to go. With their brand new mission locked in, the whole crew blasted into the sky. As everyone piled onto Pochi's back, Suzuki shouted that it was overloaded, and that they could all topple right off. Suzuki flashed a grin and told them it was all good. Pochi has already chowed down 7 rare metals, so yeah, he's the real deal. Sandwiched between his buddies, he tore into his sandwich, and to his surprise, it actually tasted amazing. His gaze locked onto Marina. She was teetering near the front like one wrong move would send her crashing. Like any street performer would, he figured it out the second he saw her. She's insanely skilled.
Who do you think you're talking to?
She snapped and jabbed a finger at him. I'm warning you, don't fall. But honestly, wyverns are incredible, Suzuki blurted, grinning as Pochi rocketed through the air, riding pure good vibes. Ichinojo told them the very first place he stumbled into was right beside a wyvern's nest, and he couldn't believe he walked away alive. Suzuki then spilled his own story how he stumbled on Pochi's egg right beside its dead parent, and that hatchling latched onto him and imprinted for life. All right, tell me, do you pull this kind of stuff everywhere too? Suzuki demanded, yanking the conversation right back to himself. Honestly, we only jumped into that fight because our fighting styles could carve out a safe gap, he admitted Toe. Suzuki shot back with a grim edge. This fight wasn't safe at all. Every battle I've ever fought has been dangerous. But this is exactly what I wanted, he snapped, and pure resolve rang in his voice. My blessing. It's called Protagonist Revision. Ichinojo looked totally dumbfounded, and Suzuki shot back that it's some weird blessing one that keeps yanking him into chaos, where he bumps into gorgeous girls or a mysterious savior suddenly shows up. So it only messes with probabilities and doesn't make him special, still just like everyone else. Then he demands, did Suzuki confirm it? And boom, it drags him right into trouble too. Marina kept grumbling about the blessing, but he just kept thinking because his own blessing showered him with tons of EXP for every monster he crushed. Honestly, I'm glad I'm not the protagonist, he told Carol, because I'd only ever be your story's side character. Yeah, Carol shot back, locking eyes with him. You are not the hero, you are the master we follow. Yeah, Marina snapped in with flair, you said, and then you tossed, don't worry, I'm all in your hands. Kusunoki-kun! Look down, Suzuki abruptly screamed. Monsters are pouring in toward Furut! Ichinojo stared in shock as Marina tightened her grip and raised her bow, thinking, wait, she's actually doing her job for real. Are you really gonna smash it right into their faces? He demanded. Just be careful. All right, let's smash the source head on, she declared. But tell me, can we not leave these monsters for my comrade to deal with? Marina, slice through those monsters and cut their numbers down as far as you possibly can, Suzuki ordered. From up in the clouds, she unleashed a storm of arrows, cutting down the horde below. Power surged through him the moment his level shot up, and just like that, he finally got how the party's shared EXP was getting split. Man, that easy EXP feels great, he thought, until he realized it was a total waste, because 2 of his 4 jobs were already maxed out. He swiftly swore up and threw on his fire and earth mage jobs to cash in on that 120th EXP requirement right as Suzuki spotted where they were headed. When they finally get there, the labyrinth entrance is packed monsters everywhere, crawling and charging in waves. Suzuki screamed, "Lock in combat time," and launched from Pochi straight into the fight by himself. He slammed down like a meteor, blasting monsters and rubble shooting every which way. "Suzuki, you're reckless as hell," he muttered, snapping at Carol and Haru to hop on Pochi while he charged straight into the fight. Ian Haru exploded into the chaos, and his blade flashed so fast it was a blur as they carved through the enemy lines. Suzuki shot Pochi up into the sky at high altitude, yelling, "Don't worry, I'll put Marina's bow skills to work no matter what happens." "Thanks, Kusunoki-kun," Suzuki snapped, then signaled his wyvern to hold position. From their comfy perch above, the girls leaned over and cheered him on. He already knew Haru would never stay still, and with her specialty, this fight was suddenly way easier. She proved him right by slamming her foot into the ground, and a shockwave ripped through, obliterating the monsters right in front of her. She exploded forward at full speed, tearing through the battlefield like a raging whirlwind of pure destruction. Suzuki took a breath, and Ichinojo flashed a proud grin. "Just as I'd expect from my Haru." "Hey, Kusunoki-kun, look behind you!" he screamed, clocking a brand new threat right as it appeared. A hulking monster towered over him, and he yanked out his sword, grumbling, "Ugh, this is seriously troublesome." Right when he was about to strike, an arrow tore out of the sky and punched straight through the monster's head. Suzuki grinned, staring up as the wyvern wheeled overhead. "You've got one hell of a party." "Marina, give me a monster!" He roared up at the sky, then shouted, "Move! Let's smash into the labyrinth right now!" "All right then, watch me carve a path," she snapped, pulling the bowstring tight as a glowing magic arrow materialized in her grip. An arrow tore through the air, then slammed into the labyrinth's entrance and blasted it wide open. Now that the way was finally wide open, he and Suzuki bolted straight for the pitch-black entrance. Right inside the labyrinth, Suzuki was already slashing his sword through a fresh swarm of rhino-like beasts. His brutal slash ripped out a shockwave that blasted straight through the creatures, dropping them in an instant. "Yeah, leave this one to me," he said, stepping forward while Haru stared in awe at Suzuki's crushing power. He slammed into a huge bird-like monster, juking every strike before dropping it for good. "Nice work, Kusunoki-kun, so you're really that strong, huh?" Suzuki said. He pointed down the corridor, practically itching to storm forward. They just kept flooding in, and he stared like, "Okay, how many mana potions do you have left, Suzuki?" Then he tore loose a roar of fire down the hallway, swallowing the oncoming monsters whole, and in the blaze, the immediate threat vanished. Smoke roared from the scorched stone, and the road ahead went deadly quiet. Just like Master Haru, Suzuki stared in silent awe, and the words burst out of him exactly as expected. "This isn't the moment to gawk," he snapped, pushing them forward. "Move, hurry up." He snapped his hand up, and you could hear it, those heavy footfalls charging closer, loud and unmistakable. A creepy four-legged beast came galloping at them full speed down the long corridor. His eyes bulged with pure disbelief. "Wait, that's the Centaurus." Two frantic souls were clinging to its back, yanking its mane with all they had and screaming at it to stop right now. "They're here!" Haru shouted while the whole party froze in total bewilderment, staring at the sun like it had just betrayed them. He watched the donkey-like creature, hooked by a carrot on a stick, trip hard and fling its riders tumbling to the ground. Joffrey's side came through. One of the riders was saved, and I could finally breathe in relief. Long time no see. "Why is this labyrinth shaking like that?" he demanded, totally baffled. "What in the world are they doing here?" Just as they were about to reply, 3 more figures came rocketing down the hall, yelling they needed to key IM. Then it hit him. These had to be the 3 missing people. "Everything's fine now," Suzuki said, stepping forward with a calming smile that instantly put you at ease. The 2 fresh boys stared at Chino Joe's crew with sharp suspicion, like they didn't trust a single one of them. The rescued crew broke in with their names Julio Sakino and Milky and showered them with heartfelt thanks. At her uncle's request, we rushed in to save Milky-san, and Suzuki explained it so effortlessly that it stunned Ichinojo. He whipped around to Joffrey and shot, "So what just happened?" "A spy." Joffrey blurted in pure shock, because they somehow knew. Then he blurted out this chaotic, flailing explanation like everything just hit him out of nowhere and suddenly went bam, bo, boom. "Where'd that spy vanish to?" Suzuki snapped. "Is Kalat behind this sabotage too?" Milky leaned in and promised she'd explain. Lushing said the spy was probably already gone, wiped out after the monsters flooded in. "Are you hurt, Joffrey?" he blurted, clocking the blood pouring from her nose, but she just swatted it away like it was nothing, like she was only fantasizing. She was convinced that the Kolat spy pulled off some dirty technique to twist the goddess statue's power until it started belching miasma everywhere. Suzuki pushed for answers, but he snapped that they had to haul the exhausted group out first. No delays. "Hey, hold on," Joffrey snapped, then pushed the moment forward. "For now, we're getting out of here." "Then let's head straight to the goddess statue," Milky demanded. "If you made it this far, you've got to be seriously strong, right?" He stared down the monster-choked hallway. Feeling the weight of it, there was no way they could afford to slow down. I stammered out that I was of course, going along with their plan. Haru spotted the bag on Sakino's back and realized right away it was packed with rare golden wool. He clocked it instantly. The kid was itching to bolt back to town and cash in on that valuable material. Sakino said, "Our job is simple, place it by the goddess statue. You two will stand there and act as our witnesses." He figured their testimony would seal the deal, prove the job was done, grab the gem back, and finally make their client satisfied. He muttered, "What a cheapskate," because he suddenly clocked what the group was doing, snatching up multiple rewards all at once. So Joffrey shot his finger toward the goddess statue and pushed, "Come on, look at how worn out you all look." Milky shot back, "I don't want to head out alone, so I'm coming with you." The others erupted into laughter like they'd just been powered up, and it only left him even more baffled. "Master, it's that pack of monsters Haru warned you about, so I stepped up and told Suzuki, 'Back off, this one's mine.'" But Suzuki didn't wait. He yanked his blade free as the horde came crashing at him. "Oh, Grand Cross!" he roared, slashing his sword through the air and igniting a blazing arc of light. Holy energy tore through the entire monster pack with one earth-shaking strike. The corridor went stone dead, and the floor was strewn with the smoking wreckage of the beasts. "Whoa, no way!" he blurted, eyes wide, totally stunned by Suzuki's raw power. "All right, book it to the goddess statue," Suzuki said, flashing a confident grin. A little earlier, before Ichino finally linked up with Kusunoki's party, Ichino and the gang were stuck deep inside the dockyard labyrinth, miles from safety. "Man, we got insanely lucky," one of them blurted out. "I never imagined we'd beat a gold wool sheep." Julio leaned in and said, "Because when you bring it down, it turns into gold." "Yeah," Ichino said, "we'd take the deal," pointing at that priceless fleece. "Are you sure it's okay we grab all of it?" Julio asked. Joffrey just grinned, lifting the golden wool. "This stuff will fetch 10,000 cents. He even added that it comes from a rare monster that almost never shows up. Then, Ichino proudly held up yet another drop they'd pulled from the fight. Bad boy Elise shrieked as she clawed at the beast, trying to rip it away. "You can't eat my hand," got it as soon as that happened. He yanked his hand back fast with a shocked, startled look. "9 already," he blurted, staring in disbelief. "So how many has it eaten now?" "Carol, why did it die?" Carol demanded. The donkey stood there, totally calm, like the chaos didn't even touch it. Most monsters chomp down maybe 2 growth items, and even dragons top out around 10, but this thing had already devoured 9, like it couldn't get enough, and now everyone was staring like, "Wait, what is that monster? Could it really be just a slow donkey?" From a short distance, the others watched it unfold. Did these people not feel how freakishly wrong that monster was? Elisa's companion asked. "Fine, let's grab some food too, Elisa," Ichino snapped. "Yeah, food," Joffrey yelled with a grin. Ichino marched up to Julio and shoved a piece of bread into his hands. "Here, open up," he blurted, thrusting bread toward them like it was pure gold. "This is the good stuff. Just try it." "What?" Julio choked, face flaming red. I can eat it myself." "Then open your mouth," Ichino shot back, shoving the bread right in. Julio squirmed and mumbled, yanking his eyes away as Elise let out a soft, happy little giggle. She let out a quick, He laughed to herself, then frowned like she was piecing something together. Yet when she looked over, the donkey's head drooped like it suddenly got hit by a weird, eerie aura. Elsewhere in the labyrinth, Kusunoki and Suzuki pushed deeper through a crumbling corridor. "Yeah, that was insanely powerful," Suzuki blurted. Then he stared. "Wait, was that a paladin skill just now?" Kusunoki nodded, and man, he looked completely drained. Slash guzzles way less MP, but this. He shoved up a paper talisman because without the one he got from Shulil, he'd keel over after just one shot. "A talisman," Suzuki shot back. "What does it even do?" Kusunoki grinned and said, "Hold it, and we can share our MP." "Ah, this is perfect," Suzuki said. If he could share MP with Haru, he'd pull off way more skills. Kusunoki couldn't stop thinking about it. "Yeah, I want a talisman too, just don't overuse it, or that poor girl's gonna get crushed under the weight," Suzuki warned. Lowly, Kusunoki blinked. She was young, but what did that even mean? Then Suzuki shot back, "So who's your partner? Carol Chan, right? That girl looks even younger." "No, despite how she carries herself, Carol's 17, Kusunoki shot back, and Suzuki's eyes went wide. 17. Right on cue, Carol materialized at their side. Kusunoki said, "She's half human, halfling." "I turned 17, Carol added with a little smile, and Suzuki instantly cooled off. "Got it," he said, then shot Kusunoki a suspicious look. "You're not treating her like some legal loli, are you?" "I won't," Kusunoki barked, flailing his hands like a man cornered. Then Suzuki snapped, "I've already got 3 important comrades, so don't you dare touch my people." Carol leaned in so close to Kusunoki that his face instantly burned red. "Please make your move on me," she breathed out. Then Suzuki smirked, saying, "When I'm thinking clearly, I can't make a move on Carol either, so you and I are in the same mess." Kusunoki panicked, begging, "Don't say that!" And the second those words landed, he jolted, feeling danger snap into the air. "Hey, you guys, we've got a problem," he thundered. "Ah ha ha," Suzuki snorted, and I was jealous too. Kusunoki snapped, "Quit fooling around, move," just as Haru burst onto the scene. "Enemies are creeping up on our backs," she snapped, urgency shaking her voice. "Move, Haru," he barked.
"Master, it's fine back there is on me,"
she snapped, lifting her weapon.
"Kusunoki-kun."
Suzuki shouted as he finally yanked his sword free, because the attackers were charging in from the front too. With every second, Kusunoki feared his MP would vanish. He yanked his own blade hard, then the two of them locked back to back and fought off the monsters pushing in from all sides. Kusunoki's eyes narrowed as he grunted and snapped his guard up, parrying the strike right at the start. "Aniki, how about it?" A new voice barked, "Yeah, leave it to me." The next second, Ichino and his partner smashed through the wall, charging in on that donkey like it was a warhorse. They dangled a carrot on a stick to steer their mount. Yeah, they even called it the Ultimate Weapon Centaurus Charge Attack version. And the donkey then blasted forward with an insane, unstoppable wall of force. It crashed straight through the monster horde, trampling a clear path as it went. They tore through the battlefield, leaving a dusty trail as they mowed down every enemy in their path. After that wild chaos, Ichino and his companion staggered, dizzy as hell, completely wiped out and lost. "Everyone follow Aniki," Julio bellowed as their party surged in right behind the charge. "Is that slow donkey seriously stronger than all of us?" Suzuki blurted out, totally stunned. "Don't say that, it'll kill the mood," Kusunoki shot back. Right then, the donkey froze mid-step, finally done with the carrot. Ichino's face paled fast as he spat those words. So that was the final carrot, huh? And once that hit, his party totally panicked because there wasn't another one. "Oh no, are we seriously out of carrots right now?" Kusunoki panicked for us, then shrugged and offered a huge ripe tomato as a stand-in like, "Come on, an adventurer's lifeline can't be pathetic vegetables," and he shoved it right into our hands. Kusunoki's eyes snapped with surprise when the donkey lit up and let out a victory bray right before it bolted straight at him. "Whoa! He shrieked and bolted for his life, while Master Haru roared, and Kusunoki came barreling down the corridor, chased by that unhinged donkey and hit by a whole new wave of monsters. He sprinted with everything he had, legs pumping like they were on fire. "Wait, couldn't I just chuck a tomato?" He blurted it out to himself as he spotted the boss room door right in front of him. "Damn it, I'm seriously pissed," he roared, bursting into the chamber only to slam face first into a giant mammoth-like monster. "Sorry to dump this on you," he muttered, chucking the meat he had right in front of you. He'd always wanted to try mammoth, but before he could even enjoy that thought, another one popped up. "Damn it, another one." He launched himself into the air, clutching that precious tomato like it was priceless. The mammoth thundered with a savage roar as he slammed down onto its back. The donkey burst into the room like a wrecking ball, and its riders went flying, crashing down hard onto the ground. Then it yanked the tomato right out of Kusunoki's hand and devoured it. Kusunoki couldn't believe it. This donkey was wild, and it just kept chomping. Then it stomped the mammoth straight into the ground, while Ichino's group finally fought their way back and recovered. After the chaos settled down, the donkey pressed close and affectionately nudged Kusunoki's side. He sized up their mess, boxed in between the boss room and a chamber puking out monsters by the dozen. He snapped a healing spell onto himself. "Sorry, Haru, but I'm going to need your tomato," he said, yanking another one from his inventory. "Yo, Centaurus!" "Yeah? That's a tomato!" He snapped and hurled it down the hallway, then flicked another in the opposite direction, and the donkey went sprinting after them. Haru and Suzuki finally barreled in and caught up to him, and he just stood there, bent over and gasping. Master Haru barked, "Maybe I'll end up a donkey user," and Kusunoki let out a tired sigh. "No, I really thought I didn't want that." Then Master Haru snapped, "All right, this is it, our final stop," and spun toward the monster-filled room. "Let's wipe them out!" his comrades screamed as they surged forward right alongside him. Kusunoki sliced through the crowd like a storm, cutting down the horde with every swing of his sword. Haru darted through the chaos, her scythe screaming as a deadly blur as she fought on. As the last monster crumpled, a storm of system messages erupted. Everyone surged up a level, and brand new skills and titles blasted onto their screens. The crew huddled before a towering goddess statue. Then the darkness snapped shut around them like a living shroud. "Is it over?" Ichino blurted. "That goddess statue, look, it's right there," Elise snapped, pointing at the dark mass. "Thanks, Ichino," she said. Then he stepped closer. "All right, I'll check, so what's the verdict? Did you crack anything?" she asked. Then she winced. "Sorry, it's just really hard for me." Ichino suddenly blurted, "What do we do?" And then, out of the darkness, a monster snapped into existence and charged straight for him. Cheesh snarled, swung once, shink, and with that single slash it was gone, only for another to snap into place right after. "I can't swing any moves that slice through the darkness," he snapped. Then he yelled, "Suzuki, can't you do something with that holy sword?" Suzuki answered by blasting out a blinding surge of light. A blinding flash tore through the sky, and the others screamed, throwing up their arms to shield their eyes. "Sorry, I'll warn you next time," Suzuki said as the light finally dimmed, and the darkness stayed there, untouched. "So magic's dead on arrival, huh?" Onichino muttered through clenched teeth, pure frustration bubbling up. Elise said, "Yeah, can you slap a barrier on the goddess statue to trap it? You could hold it for a bit, but I really don't think we should." She warned them that if the miasma kept thickening, the monsters would get stronger until they smashed right through the barrier. Ichino nodded, turned to the group and snapped, "Got it, so what do we do? If that goddess statue is the culprit Gullio lunged to, why not smash the goddess statue and put a stop to all this?" The moment Ichino and Elisa heard that, they just froze straight up speechless. Yeah, it might work if we smash it to pieces, Ichino thought, letting that idea hit like a spark. Then the idea hit him. If he smashed that thing, he could steal its miasma-gathering power for his own world, and right as he started to picture it, the goddess Cetrince flashed in his mind, glaring that even touching her statue meant death. The vision hinted the goddesses could end the monster nightmare if they ditched the farm entirely, and Ichino would not buy it for a second. He snapped his head no, right away. Kusunoki said the gods of statues are usually built so they can't move or shatter. But then Joffrey snapped, "All right, what are we doing about this darkness?" Ichino cut in. "I'll ask too. Wait, do you've got a plan?" Joffrey raised a plain sword and declared, "I'm throwing this blade into the darkness," the same legendary sword he'd bought from a horse on the border, one of Cannon's scam creations, and Ichinose immediately clocked the sales pitch. "It's legit, not a scam." Joffrey's companion swore right there. The girl said the same thing when we bought it, and even Joffrey wouldn't back down. This sword pushes back darkness once, and only once yet. It's still just iron. Wait. Elise paused. She did make a magic sword, didn't she? I guess I wasn't totally wrong. She's got the same fire as Marina. So calm down. Suzuki, that sword. It was forged by a magical blacksmith, and Kusunoki swore it. Then he told Suzuki the blacksmith worked with Marina for ages, and you could see Kusunoki's eyes trace back to it as he said it. And that sword's name is Excalibur. Ever heard of it? Yeah, I might not look like it, but I'm a die-hard Excalibur fan, Suzuki blurted out with pure, unexpected fire. Yeah, it's exactly like that. Kusunoki confirmed it. Yup, I've got this. Joffrey cracked his knuckles and wound up to throw. Excalibur, he screamed, flinging the whole sword case skyward. Then the blade shot true and slammed into the miasma, blasting the darkness clean out of existence. Whoa! Ichino snapped a gasp of pure awe, but tiny tendrils of darkness still clung to the statue's base. Did it not work? Panic clawed at him. Then he sighed. Of course not. It's the strongest sword, the one made to be thrown. Kusunoki just grinned and said it like it was nothing. Just like Excalibur, huh? Sakino blurted it, then sprinted straight ahead and shoved that gem onto the goddess statue with his bag. He sprinted up the steps toward the altar. Susino, get back! Ichino blared an alarm. Sekino froze mid-step, clutching the glowing gem, utterly stunned. Hey, Sekino! Ichino barked as the last of the darkness surged straight for the boy. Darkness crashed inward until it fused into one roaring point of energy. The moment their sight snapped back, the goddess Cetrin loomed in front of them in full, dazzling glory.
Look at you, somehow you made it here,
she said, and the words hit like thunder. You're the heroes who dragged the nation out of darkness. The whole group just stared back, wide-eyed and utterly stunned. Long time no see, Cetrin Sama Suzuki strolled up and greeted her like it was no big deal. Hero Kauda, it's been so long. She said it with a warm smile. Then she turned and addressed the whole group. Brave warriors, you crushed it. No need to shrink now because of your fighting. 2 countries are saved, and that's exactly what I'm thanking you for. I'll stand in for the goddesses and accept my thanks. Yeah, aha, don't fret about it. Guffrey just laughs. You got it. I'm also a monster master with a hero backing me, so saving the world is basically guaranteed, and you, Haru's side, you look exasperated. At least try not to be rude, look. You were both an apprentice swordsman and a whip user from the start. And seriously, we have no clue how we even got your statue back to normal. Tsunoki only told us the goddess was behind it. And right as the explanation kicked off, Ceterons spilled the first clue. This insane feat was launched by a man called the Vampire Valve. He cooked up that scheme to wipe out both the backyard and the co-lot. Then she spun around and fixed her eyes on Sakino. I bet you weren't chomping at the bit for this, but Sakino, did you really hand over that sphere packed with Valve's technique? Because honestly, Citrance, it probably should have gone to someone like Suzuki. The Demon King and then the Demon King Famulus. She didn't stop there. People say her future-predicting power still lingers even after she's gone, and tons of folks in this world live under her shadow. So Kusunoki fired off a question. Did the Demon King and the vampire really hate each other that much? And Ichino, just by chance, sat there thinking in silence. Cetrin finally turned to all of them and said, Here's why I called you. Come take your gift. Then she thrust her hand out toward each of you. A sudden surge of divine power crashed over the whole group. A system message burst onto the screen, Prince's protection acquired, and she grinned, saying it'll crank up your HP and physical attack by 30 the moment your enemy has more HP than you. Up in the sky, miles above the land, a dragon ripped through the clouds like it owned the air. Down on the ground, Marina and Carol battled tooth and nail as a swarm of monsters closed in on them. Monsters flooded toward the town, and Marina's voice cracked as she pleaded, "Please, Ichino-sama, be safe." Carol couldn't stop staring at the sky, fear tightening every breath. "Yeah," Marina shot back with a confident smirk, telling Carol that Usunoki had been shielded by not one but two goddesses. "He won't step back into Valhalla's fields that easily." "Marina-san," Carol said, forcing a gentle smile, "your words are hard to make sense of." Marina gently patted her head, cooing, "It's because I'm smart." And the moment Carol heard that, she snapped, gasped, and stared hard at the sky. A majestic dragon swooped down from the sky straight toward them. "Wait, is that the Dragon King?" they both blurted at the same time. "So it actually answered my power," Marina snapped. "The Dragon King is a legendary beast who teamed up with the hero to fight the Demon King. No wonder it feels so real," Carol murmured, awe shaking her voice. "That road's taking us straight to Furu right there, standing proud on the dragon's back." "Don't worry," the writer's voice boomed down. "I'm here, so you never had to be scared. Heh heh, now I'm counting on you."